Finding Holly, the Finding Home series, Book 5. Written by Bridget E. Baker. Narrated by JenniferAraya and Connor Crace. Disappearing into a good book. So when someone walks by my window holding a bag marked Pleasant Pie, my eyes widen. The new pie place around the corner I have been stalking is open. I slide into my ridiculously comfortable Brooks sneakers, still so new the shoelaces are crisp, and jog right over. The cold wind rushes around me as I close the door, clearly as excited as I am about all the gorgeous pies behind the glass counter. If I ran all the way here from Holden Street, I probably burned enough calories to eat a slice of pie, right? I ask. The cashier's creepy perma-smile wavers. Isn't Holden Street, like, right there? She leans forward to look out the window at the street signs. How does she not know the location where she works? I mean, really? Right, I say, that's true. But I forgot to mention that I live on the 3rd floor. I raise my eyebrows. That's 2 flights of stairs just to get down here. The cashier, who I'm beginning to think is kind of dopey, tucks her black hair behind her ear. I'm not, like, a nutritionist or whatever, but... She points at the glass cabinet. The calories are listed on a little plaque near each slice, and I doubt you burned more than 10 calories getting here. I don't actually care whether I burned enough. Your job is to give me a somewhat convincing laugh and then not point out that your pie has exactly... I squint. 19 bazillion calories per slice? Because you want me to buy it, all of it. If you buy all of it, what will I do for the rest of the day? Oh, for the love. You want me to buy some of it, though, right? Of course. She nods her head. Did you want a slice? I ran all the way here, so yeah, I do. Ran might be a stretch, but my legs moved up and down, propelling my body forward. I'm not one to quibble over variances in speed. Actually, since I've never tried any of your pies, I might need 2. Her name tag says Judy, but I'm going to call her Judgy McJudgerson because her eyebrows shoot up like jumping beans and her mouth drops. Coconut cream and muddy bottom pecan. I want to try the cherry too, but you know what? She's not my boss. Mary is actually much nicer than this lady. I'll take a slice of cherry too. To go? She chirps. No. I stick out my bottom lip. I'll be eating them all here, alone. And I'm totally going to stuff my face in front of her until my stomach pops. Serve her right. She should have to clean up my busted innards. Can I get a name? She asks flatly. Paisley, I say. I sit down at the table near the window so I can watch as people pass outside. March in Atlanta is a strange time. Some days are sunny and close to 70 degrees. Other days, like today, are in the 40s. And today, to add insult to injury, it's drizzling. I shiver a little thinking about it and hunker down into my fluffy hooded jacket. They say you burn more calories when it's cold, so I probably totally burned at least 1 slice off already. I have no idea why it's taking her so long to cut 3 slices and plonk them down on a plate, but at least I'm amply entertained. Some of the people walking by have absolutely no idea it's cold today. One woman jogging past, who doesn't even slow down to ogle the pie shop, is wearing shorts that barely cover her rear, a tank top, and earmuffs. No lie, because without cute pink puffs to cover the side of her head, her ears might be cold. The cashier brings me a plate just as Miss Earmuffs turns the corner. Thanks, Judgy. Oh, no, it's Judy, she says. Right, I say. My mistake. I wish Mary was here to make me feel guilty for teasing the pie lady, and less guilty about stuffing my face. But Mary has fallen into a tax and wedding planning hole. Trudy would have made a hilarious joke about Miss Earmuffs that would have left my side hurting from laughter, but she's too busy studying and job hunting. Plus, even if she had time, Troy shouldn't really be gobbling down buckets of pie. And if Gio were here, she'd order 3 pieces of pie, and the waitress would guffaw at her looks and gush about how she could stay so svelte and gorgeous while eating whatever she wants. To make matters worse, Gio would eat it, and stay exactly every speck as gorgeous and skinny as she always is. I poke at my pie, wondering exactly how much more my thighs will jiggle if I eat every last bite. I take my first bite of the muddy bottom pecan and decide it's worth it. No matter how much cellulite this turns into after it's processed, it's worth it. As I'm stuffing my first bite of cherry into my mouth, a tall, handsome, dark-haired guy walks by the window. He stops dead, and my mouth drops open. I'm not mooning over his looks, although they are almost as striking as my friend Gio's, and that's uncommon. You don't often see men with hair as black as pitch and eyes as green as plastic Easter grass. His irises are the exact shade of that stuff that comes in big bags to fill the bottom of little kids' baskets. I know, because when Gio taught me about Easter egg baskets and I saw the stuff for the first time, I thought, I've seen that before. Which is why the eyes aren't throwing me right now. No, it's the man's presence in Atlanta at all that shocks me. Cole is definitely not supposed to be here. His ridiculously green eyes widen and his mouth shapes into a perfect O in front of me. He looks absolutely nothing like me, which would be uncommon if we were full siblings, but we only share a mother. And he looks exactly like his father, judging from the photos. My brother, Cole, wastes no time ducking into the pie shop and practically sprinting over to my table.
What are you doing here?
I don't laugh at the absurdity of his question. Trust him to spring that on me as though I'm the one who's out of place. Here? I point at the table on which my 3 pieces of pie rest. As in, inside a shop that sells delicious, scrumptious, calorie-laden pie? Cole opens his mouth, but before he can answer, I continue. Or do you mean, what am I doing in Atlanta? Because that's what I wanted to ask you, since you didn't bother to tell me you had any plans of crossing the ocean that usually separates us. Cole rolls his stupidly beautiful eyes.
If I had warned you that I was coming, you'd have made up some excuse.
Excuse? I pretend I don't understand what he's saying. He sits down next to me and picks up my fork. I swat at his hand. Hey, that's mine!
You're going to eat 3 pieces of pie all by yourself?
He's even judgier than Judge Judy. Ooh, that's better than Judgy McJudgerson. Not that Cole would get it. Look, I can do whatever I want. You aren't the Prince of Atlanta.
I kind of expected a hug, maybe, or a little cooing. After all, I haven't seen you in almost 2 years.
I stand up and pull him close for a hug. Before I let go, I whisper in his ear, I'm happy to see you, but get your own dang pie or I might send you back home today. Cole laughs as he walks over to the counter. I notice Judge Judy doesn't hassle him for ordering 2 slices. In fact, she practically trips over her feet carrying his pie over. It reaches the table seconds after he returns, but she doesn't make much effort to head back to the cash register. Did my brother forget to pay for that? I glance up at her. Maybe you're waiting here to make sure he doesn't cheat the restaurant? Oh, Judge Judy giggles. No, he paid. She still doesn't leave. Oh my gosh, I forgot how obnoxious it is to hang out with Cole. Well, I lift my eyebrows. He's your brother? She asks. My much older brother who doesn't live here and already has a wife, a girlfriend, and an ex-wife, I lie. Now scram! Cole's dreamy eyes dance when she leaves. I should punch you, I say. He frowns.
Why?
A black eye might ugly you up a little. He lifts one dark eyebrow.
I don't follow, and I thought my English was pretty solid. Ugly me? As a verb?
I sigh. I have this friend, Gio. She's like, slap your mom beautiful.
I wouldn't slap our mom.
She's the female version of you, okay? His brow furrows. Only, since she's a girl, she brings droves of guys around. Or she did before she got all doe-eyed for some billionaire. After all, she can't keep everyone for herself, can she? He opens his mouth, but I dive right back in. No, she cannot. But your looks are terrible for me. They draw catty women with their claws out, right up until they realize I'm your sister. Actually, I have a newfound appreciation for Rob's patience. To hang out with Gio as long as he did, he must have the forbearance of a saint.
Tell me more about this Gio,
Cole says. I roll my eyes. She's engaged. Look, focus. Why are you here? I ask. Cole has just stuffed a very impolitely sized bite of chocolate silk pie into his mouth. He points at the bulge in his cheek and cocks his head sideways. I suppress a laugh while he chews.
Don't you mean how long can you stay? I miss you so very, very much, darling Cole.
Right, I say. What I meant to say was, oh, beloved Cole, how long can you stay with me on this trip on which you came to visit me uninvited and at a bad time? I clap my hands together and paste a slightly pained smile on my face. I do hope it's a terribly long time. Cole frowns.
I know you're kidding, but it's starting to sting anyway. Are you really upset I'm here?
I sigh. You know I'm happy to see you. I'm sorry if I'm crabby. Lady friend over there just called me a pig.
3 pieces of pie?
Cole looks at my plate pointedly. I only ordered 2 at first, I say. And her job is to sell me pie.
3 slices.
I meant to take them to go, I say. But I wanted to try one right away, and when she judged me for it, I don't know. I couldn't help myself.
Typical.
Cole smiles.
I've called you a dozen times in the past few weeks, and you've returned my calls twice. And even then you could only talk for a few minutes. You can't be that busy.
What's going on, Cole? It's tax season in America, so believe it or not, I'm actually pretty busy.
And you still don't want to come home to visit. It's been almost a decade.
I blow air out of my mouth in frustration. It hasn't been that long, and you know I don't want to go home. Mom and Dad will just guilt trip me.
You can't walk out on your family and stay away forever.
Why not? I ask softly. Noel did. Cole flinches.
It's not the same.
No, it's not. I shove my plate away, still laden with way too much partially eaten pie. I can't eat a bite more. Not now. But it turns out I don't even need to go home to take a guilt trip.
Mom and Dad miss you.
Cole taps a fork on his plate and stares at the lemon chiffon pie like it might try to walk away. His words are so quiet I can barely hear them.
I miss you too.
My heart trembles a little, but I tell it to shut up. Missing someone is hard, but you survive. In fact, with time it becomes easier and easier. Then it's good you're here, I say. I'm slammed at work, but Mary won't mind if I leave a little bit early each day to see you. I eat another bite of pie so that I can say I'm full, but I have no idea which pie I'm even eating. Then I stand up. Well, I think I might have overordered. I'm heading home. You ready? Cole wipes his mouth on a napkin, folds it in half, and sets it next to his plate. Then he stands up, pushes his chair back under the table, and nods.
Now I am.
Where's your suitcase? I ask.
Lost on the flight. I gave them your address, and they insist they'll deliver it shortly.
Stupid airlines, I say. You may never see that bag again. He shrugs.
It's not like I brought the crown jewels or anything.
I laugh. More like your dumb plaid pajamas and that ratty old lamb. Cole's nostrils flare.
I did not bring Lammy.
I can't help making fun of a grown man who still loves a stuffed animal. Too big of a risk. I nod slowly. I totally understand. The walk back home takes less than 2 minutes. So, how many calories do you think we just burned? I ask, wheezing a little when we reach the 3rd floor.
Doing what?
Cole asks. On the trip from the pie shop to my apartment, I say. Duh. Cole frowns. Seriously, you think it was 200? 3? He laughs.
You're crazy.
And we're related, so what does that say about you? I bump the door open with my hip.
What was that?
He asks. Oh, nothing. A sticky door, that's all. Cole follows me through the front door and into my living room. He sighs heavily.
Oh, Paige. This place is an even bigger dump than your last apartment.
I drop my purse on the floor. Well, excuse me if my house is not spotless. I had no idea you were coming, so it's not like I can be faulted for not picking up. I glance around at the throw pillows on the floor, the pizza box by the edge of the sofa, the empty, almost empty, and nearly full water cups strewn across every surface haphazardly, like zits on a teenager. I'll pick up, okay? It'll take me 15 minutes.
I'm not talking about it being messy.
Of course he isn't. He's talking about my plaid sofa that doesn't even almost complement my orange armchair. He's disparaging the wonky-legged kitchen table with 5 chairs, none of which match. It's eclectic. That's a thing in America. They call it shabby chic.
A little heavy on the shabby. You're not poor,
He says.
Your trust.
What's wrong, Cole? I plop down on my comfortable sofa and scoop up a few pillows to block the part where the cushioning on the arm has shifted, exposing the frame. You wouldn't have surprised me like this if everything was fine. He sits on the edge of my oversized armchair.
Dad's sick.
You couldn't have told me that on the phone?
It's time to come home, Paisley.
Cole's eyes bore into mine.
It's time to stop hiding here and come back. We need you.
Oh, please. Now they're sending you here to make heartfelt pleas? I shake my head. Tell Mom and Dad that I'm not hiding, and if they want to see me, they can big fat get on a plane and fly here themselves.
Big fat?
It's an American expression. It means to suck it up and do it.
Suck it up?
Cole asks. Oh, come on. Look, Dad's not really sick. Mom would have called if he was.
Dad has macular degeneration and can barely see his hand in front of his face.
That hardly sounds life-threatening. I try to ignore the pangs of guilt, but they're a little more insistent.
He didn't want me to tell you this, but he's also suffering from heart failure. The doctors aren't sure how much longer he'll be around. I'm not trying to alarm you. It could be years. It could be months.
I open my mouth to argue, but I can't think of a thing to say. Dad's big and strong and larger than life. He's getting close to 70, sure, but that's nothing. That's not so old anymore.
All Mum wanted for her birthday was for me to convince you to come home.
I miss those tiny pangs of guilt. Now they're like waves of guilt crashing over my head. Fine, I'll come home. Cole beams at me, his perfectly white teeth practically blinding me. But I can't come right now. My boss is mired in the middle of an avalanche of work, and her wedding is in a few weeks. Plus, did I mention she's one of my closest friends?
Wait, are you offering to come home for a visit? Or did you mean you'd come back permanently?
I grit my teeth. For a visit! We can't keep arguing about this. I'm not 15 years old, I'm an adult, and Mom and Dad can't make me do anything.
When Dad dies, you'll have to come back,
Cole says simply.
and it would be a shame if you missed being with him for what little time he has left.
I'm sorry he's sick, I say. I'm sorry you've had to deal with all of it alone. I'm really, really sorry, okay? Cole nods. I'll come for a few weeks, all right? After tax season and after the wedding, I'll come for a really long trip.
We need more than one visit. With Dad being sick,
He shakes his head.
business is bad. Dad's bringing some investors in to check things out.
Investors? I ask. Or consultants? Cole shrugs.
Investors, I think. Dad says we need someone to buy in, and if they have ideas on how to run it, even better.
Beck Telecom has made telephones for 100 years, I say. Our clients are loyal,
No one buys phones anymore.
Cole says. I lift my phone. Really?
We make landlines,
He says.
We haven't ever been able to secure a manufacturing contract for cellular phones, and our plants don't have the technology.
What do you think I'm going to do about it? I stand up and walk across the room to my window. I'm a secretary, Cole,
You're not.
he says.
You're pretending to be a secretary.
I went to college here in the United States, I say, and graduated with a degree in microbiology. I never used it. I needed a job immediately because, well, you know why. So they wouldn't deport me. I've been working as Mary's executive assistant for years and years. It's who I really am. It's what I really do. I actually love my job. Cole stands up and crosses the room until he's standing right next to me.
You can move away. You can insist that everyone call you by your middle name. You can sit on used plaid couches and heinous orange chairs. You can even live in an apartment with threadbare carpet. You can work as an assistant to some woman you respect and admire while doing a job that you could do half asleep. None of those things changes who you really are, and it's not a secretary.
I set my jaw.
Since I'm only a half-brother, you're Dad's only heir. At some point, you're going to have to move home and take over for him, Holly Paisley von und zu Liechtenstein. You're the hereditary princess of Liechtenstein, whether you like it or not.
2. James. Enormous oak trees line the graceful circular drive that leads up to my grandfather's house. The elegant red brick mansion with stately white columns stands out, even among this posh neighborhood, as the most ostentatious residence in at least a half-mile. I hate every single thing about it. I wouldn't be here at all if it weren't for Gigi, but I'd do anything for her, and she asked me to do this impossible task. I slam my Alfa Romeo Giulia into park and kill the engine. I close my eyes and think about Gigi's letter, the task she wants me to complete in the second year after her death. It will be hard, and it may require a conversation with him, or 4. But forgive your grandfather, James. Impossible. Even now, my strongest impulse is to punch him in his long, slightly crooked, age-spot-covered nose, and I haven't even clapped eyes on him yet. But for Gigi, I stuff my anger down as deeply as possible. I have 1 day left until I can open her 3rd letter, but only if I've completed this task. This needs to happen today, if at all possible. I stalk up the front porch stairs toward the massive, solid wooden front doors. I bang with the knocker 3 times before Grandfather's butler answers. "Hey, Jeeves," I say. To his credit, Winston Howard does not roll his eyes. He does not crack a smile. He wouldn't dare. He knows his job just like I know mine. I doubt he likes his any more than I do, but it's a paycheck. At least, for him it is. "Welcome to Fulton Manor," he says with a frown. I hand him my jacket. "It's cold." "It's Boston, sir," Winston says. "Boston is always cold in March." I shrug. A guy can hope for a warm front now and again. "I'll notify your grandfather you've arrived," he says. I bob my head. "Thanks, I'll head for his study." Winston disappears down the massive hallway to the right, and I hang a left. Grandfather always prefers to see me in his office. I have no idea why, but it has been this way as long as I can recall. It looks like the carpet has been redone in this hallway again. It's even thicker than last time, and it's shaved into intricately swirling patterns. But of course, it's still white. "James," my step-grandmother coos. I try my hardest not to grip my teeth, but I don't succeed. She's almost as horrid as my grandfather. They really deserve each other. "Diane." I lie and say, "I hope you're doing well." When she smiles at me, dimples appear on both sides of her mouth. His last wife was so Botoxed that nothing on her face moved. Maybe that's why he went with a younger model this time. Diane doesn't worry about Botox, since she's only 34. I don't shudder with disgust, but I'm not about to pretend I think it's fine that she and I could have been in college together if she were smart enough or motivated enough to go. "James will be so delighted to hear you've come for a visit." I came so I could figure out how to forgive him. How am I supposed to do that when all evidence before me only increases my disdain? Oh, Gigi, why didn't you provide an explanation of why or how I should go about this? Sure, we'll have a wonderful time, like always. "Well, I'll try not to bother you, but if you're bored later, I'd be happy to take you to lunch." She beams. "After all, a celebration is in order." I can't think of anything on earth I'd like to do less than go to lunch with my grandfather's inappropriately young wife. "What are you celebrating?" I ask, because otherwise she'll keep pressing. She crosses her arms and arches one eyebrow. "Your grandfather didn't tell you?" I shake my head stiffly. It's not like I talk to James Fulton II with any regularity, and surely she knows that. Her hands caress her still flat belly, and I know. I should have guessed. "I'm pregnant." Oh, joy. Another aunt or uncle. I can barely contain my delight. "James," my grandfather says, "welcome." He jogs down the hall strong and hale for 75 years old. The second he reaches our side, Diane excuses herself. Grandfather ought to spring for a paternity test on that one. Luckily, that's none of my business. "Grandfather." I walk through the door to his study and breathe in the cigar smoke with barely concealed disgust. There are probably $10 million worth of first editions in this room, and even with top-of-the-line exhaust technology installed, all of them smell like a barbecue. Not that grandfather cares. He pulls me in for a hug, and I don't stiffen. Score one for me, Gigi. I didn't shove him away. When he releases me, he only steps back a few inches. "What brings you up to Boston?" He smiles. Not that I'm complaining, I've been asking you to come for months now. You may as well know. Gigi asked me to come. He lifts his eyebrows. Didn't she die? How can she ask for anything? Don't tell me you commune with ghosts. I bristle, but I don't explode. She passed away 2 years ago tomorrow, but she left 5 letters with her will, I say. Each one assigns me a task for that year. Last year, she asked me to establish a charity. That one was easy compared to this year's assignment. Grandfather closes his eyes and sighs. I should never have given Greta up. She was quite a woman. She left you, I say, and never looked back. Don't I know it? Grandfather says. And I spent the rest of my life searching for someone who could compare. You certainly put a lot of effort into looking. I glanced at the door where Diane was standing a few moments ago. Oh, her. Grandfather rolls his eyes. Wait until you're old. You'll want someone to keep you company. She says she's pregnant, I say. Congratulations? Grandfather swivels toward me, his tall wingback chair flanking him like a guard at attention. It's mine. I didn't mean to imply any different. He laughs. Of course you did. I don't actually care, I say. That's not my concern, thankfully. Isn't it? Grandfather narrows his eyes. Your grandmother was a perceptive woman, son. I'm 75 years old. It was smart of her to send you to pay a little more attention to me. That's not what she tasked me to do, I say. In fact, I didn't have to see you at all. She told me to forgive you. The visit is because I'm struggling to accomplish that task. His smile is so broad that I can actually see the tops of his dentures. Well, she doesn't shy away from asking the impossible. I know I was a horrible parent to your father and an abysmal grandfather to you. I don't expect you to forgive me, son. I don't care about anything you did to Dad or me, I say. And even if I did, you loaned me the seed money I needed after Harvard kicked me out, when Dad wouldn't even speak to me. I forgave you long ago for any slight I may have felt for myself. Then why are you here? Gigi knew how much I despised you for what you did to her. He leans back in his chair. I wasn't expecting that. Really? She never remarried, she never even dated. You broke her. She was happy, he says. I checked on her. She was lonely and it made her miserable. I gave her plenty of money and saw that she was taken care of. Not everything is about money, I say. In fact, most things aren't. That may be the dumbest thing you've ever said, he says, and you've always had a mouth on you. I think it's sad that you're 75 years old and you still believe money is the only thing that matters. I'm sorry to hear that your grandmother was unhappy for all those years. He actually sounds sincere, which I didn't expect. Do you know how many children I have? He asks. I shake my head. I lost count. This baby will be number 14, he says. And they have 8 different mothers. And how many grandchildren? Another 12. My children and grandchildren are as different as can be, but they have one thing in common. They're all dedicated to spending my money as quickly as they can. I never spent a dime of your money, other than the loan, and I repaid that years ago. Grandfather beams. True. You and your father are the only 2 of my 26 descendants who don't receive a monthly stipend. Did you know that? I shake my head. Which means I'm prouder of you than every other child and grandchild I have. I don't think it's a coincidence that my oldest son and my oldest grandson, Greta's child and grandchild, are the only self-sufficient ones, the only impressive ones. Not that I don't enjoy praise, I say, but I came here for a very specific purpose, and I feel like we've gotten sidetracked. Why did you come? He asks. What did you want? What made Gigi leave you? I clench my hands into fists. I want to hear your side, because Gigi wouldn't ever say a bad thing about you. She was a saint, so I can't forgive you for blowing things with her without knowing what happened. I think she knew that. I think she wanted me to come and talk to you, although she didn't require it. It's still hard for me to talk about. Grandfather smiles, but it doesn't reach his eyes. They're focused on something that isn't physically present in the room. Your grandmother was the smartest person I ever met. She was kind, too. But she was also proud. Terribly, beautifully proud. And I didn't understand that then, or not as well as I should have. What does that mean? I ask. Your great-grandfather left me a very nice fortune, you know. I was his only son, but he had 6 daughters, 7 children, and he left every dime he had amassed to me. That's monstrously unfair, I say. He shrugs. It was the way back then. I hope you took care of them. Of course I did, but I should have split it equally when he didn't. I'm embarrassed to say that it didn't even occur to me. By the time I met Greta, I was already quite wealthy. I'd begun several enterprises that were quite successful, but she had her own business too. She had a lot of dreams for a woman at that time, and she was determined to do whatever it took to achieve them. She wasn't young, not by the barometer of the era, and when she realized she was unlikely to marry, she opened a shop on the outskirts of downtown Boston. When I met her, she was designing dresses for some of the wealthiest socialites in town with the help of 3 or 4 employees. That's actually the reason we met. Someone recommended her to me as an excellent designer, and she made me the nicest suit I'd ever had. The second the job was finished, I asked her on a date. I don't want to hear this. I don't want to think about him as a normal guy, as someone who is looking for a fantastic woman to marry. Clearly, he didn't love her. He's proven himself to be incapable of true feeling over and over. You're sick of story time already? He asks. I thought that's why you came here. Just get to the point where you did whatever you did. I'm almost there, he says. But you need to understand what I didn't at the time. Your grandmother was a talented woman in her own right when we met. I fell head over heels in love with her, and she became pregnant with your father right away. She tried to supervise the shop for a while, but it strained our marriage, and it left James in the care of strangers. So she quit. He nods. She did. Did she blame you for that? Of course not. Your grandmother was a reasonable, rational woman. A rare find. I don't even bother pointing out how sexist his comment is. It would be like shooting someone with a water gun when they're already knee-deep in a pond. Pointless. But she was without something that mattered to her, he says. And she mourned it, I think. And that's why she left you? Stop rushing this story, he snaps. Just listen for a moment. Your grandmother was an excellent wife and a stellar mother. She raised James properly, teaching him, reading to him, walking with him, and playing with him even when no one was watching. That wasn't encouraged at the time, you know. She taught him to build things and to improve the world around him. I could argue over how well her attempts took, but I stay silent. When he started school, she was bored. I thought we might have more children, but it never happened. Well, we all know it wasn't your fault, I say. Be respectful, he practically shouts. Oh, the irony. Your grandmother restarted her business. She didn't need money, so she had the luxury of pursuing only commissions she chose. She made the most exquisite gowns I'd ever seen. She charged exorbitant prices, but the margins were not high because she used the best materials. Honestly, what had previously been a profitable enterprise became more of a hobby than anything else. I had no idea she even sewed. Do you have photos? He beams at me. I do. I'll find some for you. I would like that. At first, I thought it was making her happy, but when people began copying her, the joy evaporated. She would labor for hours over novel ideas and designs, only to see cheap versions of them sold at the department stores a few weeks later in bulk. Okay, I say. One time she made a burgundy ball gown of the richest pigeon's blood velvet. A few weeks later, Abraham and Strauss had the same dress in their front window. They sold hundreds of the same exact design, but with shoddy materials. Your grandmother was incensed. And? I told her if she wanted to market her designs, she needed to make them available to more than one person. It was time to think bigger. Instead of making only the highest quality dresses for the wealthy, she should design lines for the every woman, designs that could be marketed in department stores. She hated the idea. He shakes his head. She loved it. We sunk a bundle of time and funds into the plan, but she wouldn't compromise. She still insisted on the nicest fabric, the best quality. We were barely breaking even. You're not saying she left you because you shut down her business, right? Surely she understood how profit worked. I didn't shut down her business, but we began to fight about it, he says. It wasn't a hobby, and we were putting substantial sums at risk without a large enough margin to justify it. We began to argue, and it escalated quickly. She insisted that developing a brand took time. She wanted to focus on quality and felt that as we did, sales would improve. We'd discount less and profit more with each launch, but she refused to compromise on quality. Abraham and Strauss continued to undercut us because the every woman she was targeting cared more about saving $14 than about the double stitching in the hem. A sinking feeling in my stomach supplants the outrage and anger. Finally, after she and I had both given up hope that it would ever happen again, your grandmother became pregnant. That I did not expect. It happened after a particularly bad season with Gingham Designs. She was exhausted, and I worried about the health of the baby. I'm worried too, and I already know the outcome. My father's an only child. I brought in a designer to replace her, someone who was willing to compromise on quality and materials. Grandfather doesn't meet my eye. In fact, he's looking at an empty spot on his desk and the normal fire in his eyes is gone. Greta did not take it well. I had never seen her so. Angry? He shakes his head. Worse. Despondent. I close my eyes. I don't want to hear anything else. I stand up. I think I've heard enough. Sit down. I surprise myself by listening to him. Greta didn't eat well. She didn't sleep well, and she wouldn't talk to me. When she lost the baby, a perfect little girl. Grandfather coughs. I did not expect anything like this when I decided to come here today. I expected joking or chiding or criticism. I figured I'd hear a lot of excuses about infidelity, but I didn't expect to hear about an aunt I never knew I almost had. I didn't expect to hear about normal marriage issues. My heart hurts and my eyes sting. I breathe in and out deeply through my nose. There are many things in life I will never do. Crying in front of my grandfather is near the top of the list. She never forgave me, he says. And I'm not sure whether she blamed me more for ruining her business or because we lost the baby. I'm sure they were both my fault. So I didn't even argue with her when she left. His voice is small now, almost broken. I should have done something. I've spent decades wondering whether I might have brought her back if I'd made the effort to do it. Obviously it haunted you, right through the next 30 girlfriends and 5 wives. Grandfather doesn't yell at me this time. He looks me dead in the eye, looking his age for once. That's fair. I handled it all very poorly. I knew I'd ruined the only real thing I'd ever had. I didn't deserve another Greta, and I never came close. Well, can you do it? He asks. Can I do what? Forgive me. Gigi wanted me to forgive him. She knew all of that, suffered through it. And perhaps he's right that she didn't want to talk about it. After hearing Grandfather and seeing his reaction to the story, I believe him. He's still a lousy guy, but maybe he's not as inherently evil as I thought. I'm disappointed in his life choices, but I don't hate him anymore. Which was Gigi's goal, I imagine. Maybe. Well, I never managed it myself, he says. So I applaud your tender heart if you do. That pulls a chuckle from me. I've never heard any part of me described as tender. Look, we may never be best friends or pen pals or even regular dinner companions, but I'll throw away the voodoo doll I had made for you a few years ago when I get home. Grandfather's eyes light up. Don't throw it out. Send it to Diane. I imagine she'll make good use of it. Your wife is the one who sent me a coupon code to buy it, I say. I'm sure she has her own already. He runs his hand over the stubble on his chin and leans forward, placing his elbows on the top of his desk. You've inspired me today. Excuse me? I already told you I'll soon have 14 kids and you're one of my 12 grandchildren. You're virile. I get it. Actually, he says, I didn't tell anyone this, but I had a heart attack a month ago. I blink. I'm all right now, although my diet is restricted and they have me on some kind of exercise plan. But it made me think. I feel fine, and I'm as healthy as most any 75-year-old can boast to be. Even so, I won't live forever. This is just now occurring to him? Do you have any idea what I'm worth? His brow furrows. I shrug. $3.5 billion. Impressive, I say. I even mean it. What about you? He asks. What's your net worth? I didn't realize this was going to be an I'll show you mine if you show me yours type of conversation, I say. I'm embarrassed to say that I'm not sure. Grandfather chuckles. You don't have to tell me, I already know. You're worth $900 million right now, give or take. It's not that impressive of a magic trick for him to puzzle out my net worth, not for someone in the business world. Fulton Bank does all right, I say. When you were a small child and you came to visit me, do you remember what you always spent hours and hours doing? Who remembers what they did at the age of 3 or 4? I shake my head. You would build the most intricate and impressive block towers I've ever seen a toddler build. They had arches, and they reached up as high as your arms could stretch. Okay. As soon as you finished the tower, do you know what you did? No idea. I shift in my seat, uncomfortable with this entire line of conversation. Did I demand you tell me how fantastic it was? That's what your father would have done. I've never met anyone more motivated by praise or devastated by criticism than my firstborn. But you didn't care whether anyone else liked it. You would place the very last block and then a sort of manic glee would grip you, and you would level the entire thing to the ground. Okay, well, that's an interesting story. I hoped you would get it out of your system, but you never did. I'm not sure what that means, but I can assure you that I haven't played with blocks in at least 30 years. You destroy things, he says. You destroyed any chance of a future like your father's, and then to make sure he knew why you did it and how badly you despised both him and me, you borrowed my money and used it to create a financial wrecking ball. And I'm back to wanting to punch him in the nose. I've struck a nerve. But you should be old enough to acknowledge your life for what it is. A giant middle finger to the people who trained you. You've spent decades and made a tremendous amount of money tearing up companies and selling the parts to the highest bidder, but it's time to retire from that pursuit. Why would I do that? I ask. You said it yourself, I'm in my early 30s and I've amassed nearly $1 billion. You're almost the most successful of my offspring, he says. Almost. Who's worth more than me? Your father. He's the only one who even comes close, and he amassed his fortune by building something. Fulton Hotels, I say. I know. I've been planning to leave it all to him, he says. I've always planned to leave him the bulk of my assets. I mean, I'll leave $10 million each to the rest of my feckless children and grandchildren, secured, so they only have access to the income. But the bulk of it, my empire, I've always intended to leave to James. That heart attack reminded me to arrange my affairs soon. I've had my lawyer draw up documents for an irrevocable trust. I'm going to keep a few $100 million, enough that Diane won't leave me, enough to ensure some of the children and grandchildren still visit. But it's time for me to transfer control of the ship. I don't care what you do with it, I say. I don't want it. Now don't lie, little Jimmy. It's beneath you. Let me put it this way. I don't begrudge your decision to give it to my father or any other person you choose. But you prefer that I give it to you, I imagine. My eyebrows rise upward. Is that on the table? Grandfather shrugs. It wasn't. But now that you're here, I'm wondering whether I don't have a chance to set something right that I messed up years ago. What are you talking about? Your father doesn't need a dime from me. I paid for the best education for him, the best of everything. When he turned 21, I gave him $10 million to start up his hotel chain. I also co-signed on his first hotel. Did he repay you? It wasn't a loan, Grandfather says. It was a gift. I repaid every dime you ever gave me, I say. Of course you did. You can't tear down a building if someone else helped you build it. He grins and his eyebrows bob up and down. Not without feeling guilty about it anyway. I'm not going to tear down my own company, I say. You don't need to worry about that. You don't have a company, he says. You have a consulting firm that shreds things, and you have a bank that allows you to do it more effectively. I stand up. I've forgiven you like Gigi asked, and I wish you well with your newborn, but I think it's time for me to go. Let me at least make my offer before you leave. Grandfather stands up as well. Your father's company is worth 50 or 60 million more than yours are. He's just shy of his first billion, too. I don't bother pointing out that Dad's in his mid-50s, whereas I've been at this for barely more than a decade, which means that year for year I've made triple what he has, and without the benefit of a $10 million gift to start. If you can close that gap by Christmas Day, if you're worth over $1 billion by December 25th, I'll leave you the $3.2 billion I was going to leave to him. That gives you almost 9 months to make $100 million. I can probably do it. I don't actually care about the money, but I would love to stick it to Dad. But I have a stipulation. Of course he does. You can't make it by knocking anything down. You have to build something between now and then. If you can increase your net worth by creating or growing something of value, or improving something, you can convince me you'll keep. Then you win. He knows it's the victory that motivates me. He might be more insightful than I gave him credit for, but he set me an impossible task. No one can start a company, get it off the ground, and turn a profit of $100 million in 9 months. But someone who knows what they're doing might be able to find companies that are struggling and rehab them into something profitable in that time frame. It's extremely unlikely I could do that, and trying will take every spare second between now and Christmas. But it might be worth the effort just to see Dad's face if I manage to pull it off. I guess I'll see you on Christmas, I say. Grandfather beams. You can hold your newest aunt or uncle. Oh, goody. Time to go hunting for some properties on the brink of collapse.
3. Paisley.
I'm worried about the Thigpen return, Mary says. Holden said that the K1s—
Stop, I say. You don't need to worry about work stuff.
But I'll be gone for more than a week, and with tax season barely ending—
You're a workaholic, but I won't let that ruin your wedding and honeymoon. In fact, I forbid it.
But can you check on whether or not—
I promise I will, I say. And so will Holden and Betty. We're all on top of this, and everyone we didn't finish was extended. I showed you yesterday, remember?
But did you check to make sure all of the returns we filed at the end were actually accepted? Because the IRS kicks them back sometimes.
This may be Mary's first year as the principal of the entire tax office, but I've survived years and years as her assistant. I compress my lips into a flat line and glare at her.
I'm not a very good bride.
You're a breathtaking bride. She looks like the most elegant cake topper I've ever seen. Luminous, even. I glance down at my own mint green, fluffy-skirted, empire-waisted dress and try not to pull a face. Luke deserves to have a bride who's here, in this moment, thinking about the life she's going to share with him. So stop thinking about work, right now. I tap her on the nose. In 2 weeks, I'm taking time off, but not before you're back and on top of things. Which means I've got this, and you don't need to worry.
You know, you're so much more than my assistant, Mary says. You're also my best friend.
I smile. I do know that. And on that note, I am about to be on Troy duty, so Trudy can get a turn in here with you.
You're just perfect.
Mary tilts her head and sighs.
I bet this time next year we'll be standing right here for your wedding.
Right here? You don't think Paul will mind hosting my wedding and reception? I quirk one eyebrow. Because that would save me a bundle on venue fees. I swipe her phone and stuff it underneath a pillow on the love seat. Do not even think about checking your email or texting anyone from the office while I'm gone. She swats at me and I shoot out the door. I cross the backyard and head for the main house, sweeping the area for Troy's curly mop. I check the mostly empty tables first to make sure he's not writing on them. Troy has a sixth sense about permanent markers. If one exists in a 400-foot radius, he will locate it. And when he does, he writes his name on things. Lots of things. Things like furniture and clothing and purses. I check the flower beds next. It would be just like Troy to have escaped his mother's careful watch, only to dig a sequence of holes in Paul's pristine flower beds. But there isn't a single piece of mulch out of place. I turn toward the house next to check out the bathrooms. Troy loves to use toilet paper for a variety of creative and infuriating things. But I'm sidetracked when I notice a tall, dark, and handsome man leaning against one of the tent poles. It's the same man Trudy was relocated to sit beside last night. She said he was a bad egg, but Trudy's down on pretty much all men right now. He was probably late on his taxes last year, or maybe he swiped someone's parking space. He's tall, at least as tall as Luke, but not quite as freakishly tall as Cole. Carefully trimmed, shaggy, dark hair frames a square jaw and an ever so slightly hooked nose. I wasn't kidding last night when I told Trudy he looks like a hawk. I've never wanted to be a rabbit quite this badly. As if he can hear my thoughts, he turns toward me and our eyes meet. A tiny thrill runs from the base of my neck down to the heels of my feet, and I square my shoulders to do battle. The corner of his mouth turns up just enough that I know he noticed me, too. When I offer him a half smile, he straightens. I hope that means he's going to walk over here. "Aunt Paisley!" Troy says. Right. The whole reason I'm wandering around. I glance down at Troy, whose face is covered with something sticky. He's holding his hands out in front of him, and they're bright orangey yellow. Whoa, sir, I say. What in the world is all over your hands? The tables has flowers, and the flowers has powder paint in the middle of them. He holds up a stargazer lily, one orange stamen dangling at an angle. Trudy waves at me from 24 feet away where she's eating her last bite of eggs. I'm a little shocked to see Paul right next to her, since I thought he was on the outs. Morning, Paul. Trudy. I walk toward her, Troy trailing behind me. I'll take over with Troy. You two need to go get your sister and brother ready for this thing. Are you sure? Trudy asks, her eyes widening when she takes in Troy's orange hands. I chuckle. Totally fine. I snag each of Troy's wrists to immobilize the threat. That's why I came dressed already. Mary loves me, but she needs her sister in there right now. Trudy side hugs me to avoid running afoul of Troy's polleny fingers. Besides, when I'm in there, she can't seem to stop thinking of more work things she needs me to check on. She's obsessed, Trudy says. Try and get her to think about something else. I gently shove Mr. Busy Hands toward the closest bathroom. It takes 3 rounds of soap and scrub before the majority of the orange pollen finally comes off his hands. Only his nails are yellow, and I'm not sure that will ever come off. Miraculously, none of it stained his adorable little sky blue suit. Do you think Chase needs to wash his hands? Troy asks. Oh, man. Too many little kids, not enough grandparents. Troy helps me find Chase, who was painting pictures of what I think are supposed to be dogs on the wall in one of Paul's guest bedrooms with the same orange pollen. Based on the amount of scrubbing that just went into cleaning Troy's hands, I'm not optimistic that those images are ever coming off. Wow, I say. Your uncle is going to love that creative, unique picture, I'm sure. I march Chase and Troy back into the bathroom. 3 rounds on Chase, and another round on Troy when he feels left out, and we're finally ready to go. Chase's suit didn't escape entirely, but I reposition his tie to cover the worst of the orangey yellow staining. Who knew flowers would be capable of making such a mess? If I was a florist, I'd have cut those things out. I consider telling Paul about the new artwork in his guest room, but I decide against it. His nephew, his problem. When I walk outside, I glance around. Food, food, food. So many food options that I shouldn't pursue with Troy, and not much else to do until after the ceremony. How do you guys feel about helping Aunt Paisley draw some fun pictures on the tablecloths? I bet Aunt Mary would be so excited if we did that. The boys jump up and down.
I doubt Mary and Luke really want you drawing pictures on their white linen tablecloths,
A deep voice behind me says. Spoil sport, I say as I turn around. Hawk Guy is smiling at me. He pulls a pen out of the inside pocket of his jacket.
But since you see them often enough to refer to Luke's intended as Aunt Mary, I suppose you'd know better than me.
I take the pen with a flourish. Let's leave a message at Mary and Luke's table first. The boys follow me over, Hawk Guy trailing along behind, probably to safeguard his pen. Mom might get mad at me, Troy says. Her face got really red when I wrote my name on her bedspread. Hawk Guy stifles a laugh. This is different, I say. These are white tablecloths, and I helped with the wedding. I happen to know it was the same price to buy them as to rent them, so they own these, and there's no way they need 200 white tablecloths. I promise if your mom gets mad, I'll tell her this was all my idea. What about my mom? Chase asks, his eyes earnest. Your what? I ask. My mom, Chase says. Will you tell her you told me to do it? My heart expands a little bit when he calls Mary his mom. I mean, she will be his stepmom after today, but I know she wants him to think of her as his mother. Suddenly, I know just what to do. I think your mom would appreciate a little message, maybe right next to her cake plate. The boys follow me over to the raised table where Mary and Luke will be cutting the cake. I point. Right here. Can you write yet? Chase shakes his head wistfully. Can you sign your name? I ask. Yeah, Chase says. Okay, then draw a picture of you and your mom here. I point at the white spot by the cake plate. And then I'll write your message and you can sign it. Can you say, I love you the most, Mom? Chase asks. I'm glad I used waterproof mascara when I write the words like he asked. I swipe at a tear and finish up. Then Chase draws a picture of what appears to be Edward Scissorhands standing next to Mrs. Potato Head. Do you think she'll like it? He asks.
I think she'll love it,
Hawk Guy says. I do too, I say. Then we move down the table to leave a similar message for Trudy. You're the best mom, Troy says. Can you write that? I take down his message and then Troy draws himself holding nearly normal-sized hands with Trudy. Hawk Guy watches with a half smile on his face. Are you good at drawing dogs, mister? Troy asks. I can draw a dog, I protest. Why didn't you ask me? Troy scrunches his nose. My jaw drops. Are you saying I can't draw a dog? The last time you drew a dog, it looked more like a pickle, Troy says. A pickle? I feign outrage, but actually I am a little annoyed. A 4-year-old is criticizing my form? Hawk Guy laughs and bends over next to the picture, drawing a stupidly cute cartoon dog featuring a wagging tail and a bandana. He even adds a balloon to Trudy's hand, making the whole thing look like a carnival caricature. Do you like kids? I ask him. Because you draw much better dogs, than I do. That almost looks like a practiced hand. Are you a professional cartoonist?
Not hardly, but I never really grew up. Maybe that's the secret.
He shrugs.
I haven't really been around children often.
At least he's honest. You had better sign it, I tell Troy, so your mom knows who left her this note. Troy's tongue sticks out of the side of his mouth as he scrawls his name down and across the bottom of the picture. He hands the pen to Hawk Guy. Now you. He clears his throat.
I better not. I was only drawing at your direction, after all.
I cock one eyebrow. Are you afraid that we'll stalk you once we know your name? Oh, Chase says. I do know his name. You'd better share, I say. It's Mr. Jim. He's friends with my daddy and he works at a place that gives money to people. You give money to people, Mr. Jim? I hold out my hand. I like money. I'd like to get in line for that.
Actually, people who wipe their own backside usually just call me Jim.
He places his large palm in mine and shakes my hand. A much larger thrill shoots up my arm and I drop his hand like it burned me. That was not money, I say stupidly. He shakes his head.
No, it wasn't. You're right. That was just my hand.
I swallow. Sorry about that. Does backside mean the same thing as bum? Chase asks. Because I wipe my own bum all the time. Dad just has to check it to make sure it's clean. I snort. I think Mr. Jim was making a joke. Troy lifts his eyebrows and pins me with a serious gaze. You don't wipe your own bum, Aunt Paisley? Heat floods my cheeks. Of course I do. Then why are you calling him Mr. Jim? Troy looks from Jim to me and back again. I open my mouth and then close it again. I toss my hands up in the air. You caught me. You should talk to my mom, Troy says. She's good at teaching how to do that. Jim's laughing so hard, I'm worried he's going to choke. Or maybe I'm hoping he'll choke. I think it's about time for us to find our seats, I say. You should try and catch the flowers when Mom throws them, Chase suggests helpfully. Because you don't have a dad yet, right? I need to find a place to hide. I do have a dad, I clarify. But I don't have a husband yet.
I'm glad to hear that,
Jim says.
Maybe that means you won't mind sitting next to me for the ceremony. I don't have a wife to keep me out of trouble.
Troy's eyes light up. That's perfect! Aunt Paisley can't draw dogs, and you don't have a wife. You could get married, and then you can always be around to draw dogs for me.
I'll certainly take that suggestion under advisement,
Jim says. I need to get you boys up to the front, I say, because you're part of the wedding party. And while I'd enjoy sitting next to you, unmarried Mr. Jim, I'm also part of the wedding party, so I can't. Not this time. Jim sighs heartily.
I suppose I'll have to keep trolling around, looking for someone else who can warm the seat next to me then.
Trolling? Chase asks. I shake my head. Never mind. Let's go. I grab each boy by the hand and walk them toward the front. It was nice meeting you, Jim. Maybe you can save me a spot to stand next to you while they cut the cake.
I'll be sure to elbow anyone who steps too close until you arrive. And when Mary throws her bouquet, I can give you a boost so you can catch it.
He cocks his head sideways and grins. My stomach does a tiny somersault. I don't mean to do it, but I look over my shoulder as I walk toward the front. Jim winks at me. I gulp in a breath and walk a little faster. We reach the line just in time, Troy's tiny legs pumping as he runs over to stand in front of Luke. 5 seconds after I find my spot, the music starts, and Mary appears at the front of the guest house on Trudy's arm. The two of them had such a bumpy start that they only really had each other. Watching Trudy, who's almost done with school, and who has a decent job, and who's taking care of her life so well, arm in arm with Mary, my heart swells. Mary has always done exactly what she should. She's always there for everyone in her life, but she never puts herself first. But now she has Luke, and he takes care of her. He puts her first. For the first time in her life, she's luminous, and I couldn't possibly be happier. For all of them, really. It's like a real-life fairy tale, complete with 2 kids and a dog. Mary beams at Amy, who's so excited she's bouncing up and down on her toes. Chase and Troy leave their place in line and rush over to stand in front of Luke, but he doesn't miss a beat. His hand ruffles the hair on both their heads, and tears flood my eyes. Hydrangeas, white roses, and blue orchids cover every surface. Mary beams at Luke, while he looks longingly at Mary, like without her he can't breathe. I wipe away tear after tear as they stream down my face. When the pastor starts talking, I glance over to check on Amy, but my eyes catch on something. Someone, really. Because he's staring at me. Jim. It's so uncool of me to beam at him, but I can't quite help myself. I haven't been excited about a guy in over a year, maybe longer. Our eyes meet at least 3 more times during the ceremony, and he never acts embarrassed or looks away. After Mary says, "I do," and the pastor tells Luke he can kiss his bride, Luke grabs her around the waist and spins her. The audience oos. Then Luke dips her, and the audience awes. When Mary's veil catches on a vase full of flowers and it crashes to the ground, everyone laughs. That's the kind of overwhelming sense of joy that saturates this event. No disaster can spoil it. Amy's tiny voice shouts, "Woohoo! Nice one, Dad! No one even noticed the flowers, I swear!" Everyone, myself included, starts clapping. I rush over with Troy and Chase in tow, and Amy trots along afterward. It's time to cut the cake, and my eyes scan the crowd, searching. A deep voice behind me says,
You made it here first, but you didn't save me a spot.
"Did so," Troy says. "Right here." He points at a flagstone. "You can even hold her hand." Jim chuckles.
Thanks, young man. I appreciate your vote of confidence.
Even though I'm still surrounded by kids, Jim doesn't shy away. The tiny thrill is back, which means I like him. It's a good feeling, crushing on a new guy. I lean into it. Amy frowns up at him. "Why is Mr. Jim standing so close to you?" Chase laughs. "Amy can't wipe her bum." Troy and Chase collapse in a heap of giggles. "You're going to regret ever making that comment," I say.
They remember everything, don't they?
Jim asks. "Every single thing," I say. "And if you ever swear within 100 feet of them," I shake my head. "Forget about it. They'll rat you out as the source of the newfound knowledge to anyone who asks, too."
Thanks for the warning,
Jim says.
Thank you all for coming,
Luke says.
It means a lot to us that so many of our dear friends and family could celebrate with us today.
"But we know what you really want is cake," Mary says. "So we won't delay." "Cake!" Chase yells. "We do want cake!" Mary smiles and lifts the knife. Luke covers her hand with his, and they cut the first slice together. When Mary shoves it into Luke's mouth, smearing frosting on his cheek, Amy gasps. "That's rude," she says. "It's a wedding tradition," I say. "I'm not doing that at my wedding," Amy says. I shake my head. "Me either. It's not very dignified, is it?" "It sure isn't." Jim bumps me with his shoulder.
But it's funny.
His phone is out, and he snaps a photo of Luke's frosting-covered face. "How long have you known Luke?" I ask.
Years and years,
He says.
since college.
"You're a Harvard man?" I ask. "I'm surrounded by those now."
You must know Paul then.
He says. "And my dear friend Gio recently agreed to marry Trig," I say. "Do you know Trig?" Jim's mouth quirks up.
I do.
"Whoa, sounds like you may not be on friendly terms." I look at him sideways. "If I call Trig, would he have nice things to say about you?"
Unlikely.
Jim says. "But you're here at Luke's wedding," I say, "and no one has punched you." Jim shakes his head.
We got all that out of our system years ago. But I'm honestly surprised I got an invite, since the ceremony is here at Paul's house. He and I don't get along.
That justifies additional investigation. Paul's not exactly squeaky clean himself. "Paul?" Troy asks. "He's my mom's friend." Jim laughs.
Indeed he is.
"I really like his dog," Troy says. "It will catch a ball and then bring it back, but it's all slobbery." "That's a pretty good thing for a dog to do," I say. "Does your dog do that, Chase?" Before Chase can answer, Amy puts a hand on her hip. "Not really, no. Great Pyrenees aren't very good about playing fetch. They're too smart for silly tasks like that." Jim laughs silently next to me.
It does seem like a rather pointless game.
Troy frowns. I like it. Amy rolls her eyes. Little boys like silly things. She's so gloriously patronizing. Grown-up boys aren't much better, I say. Jim doesn't argue with me. Once the cake is cut, Trudy and Luke retrieve their children, leaving me free to wander.
You're good with them.
Jim says.
The kids, I mean.
I shrug. It happens when your friends all go to the dark side and start popping them out. I'm sure it'll happen to you, too.
It might, if I had friends.
Everyone has friends, I say.
I only have one,
he says. If that's true, it's the saddest thing I've ever heard. Jim shrugs.
I don't mind.
Who's your one friend? I ask.
Can you guess?
Is it Luke? He nods.
Luke is a really good person, and even though I'm not, he overlooks it. If I knew more people like him, I might try harder to make new friends.
You think people are basically all bad? I ask.
The people I've met have mostly been unreliable.
I'm reliable, I say. Mostly.
Mostly?
He asks. Occasionally I'm late, I admit, but usually only when there's been a horrifying shoe emergency or something equally serious.
What exactly constitutes a shoe emergency?
He asks. Once my heel broke off in a crack on the pavement, I say. And another time, a new pair of shoes rubbed such a bad blister, I had to take the right one off and walk 4 blocks on the pavement, which ended with a piece of glass in my foot.
I might recommend more practical footwear,
Jim says. My eyes widen. You clearly don't know me very well. He laughs.
Not yet, I don't. But let me grab us each a piece of cake and I'll continue my interrogation.
I wander over toward a table with empty seats, and Jim joins me a moment later with 2 pieces. One is chocolate and one is vanilla. Do I get to choose which I want? I ask.
Nope,
He says.
You get the vanilla. There was only 1 slice of chocolate left.
Rude, I say.
I'm kidding.
He smiles and offers me the chocolate. I shake my head. As it happens, I actually prefer vanilla.
So you're not really female?
He narrows his eyes at me.
Because I'm positive I've never met a woman who prefers vanilla to chocolate.
I snatch the vanilla slice and sit down. Jim sits down next to me.
If you don't like chocolate, then what do your boyfriends do when they mess up?
I wouldn't know. I dump every guy the second he makes a mistake, I say. So it never comes up.
I've never actually been dumped,
He says. Oh, I ask. You always do the breaking up? He shakes his head.
I'd have to be in a relationship first, and I've never had a real one.
He's got to be 30 at least. He's never had a girlfriend? You really are bad news, I say.
What does that mean?
Color rises in my cheeks. I might have mentioned to Trudy that you looked handsome last night.
Ah,
He says.
and she promptly told you not to talk to me.
Something like that.
And yet, you're talking to me. So what exactly did she say?
She told me you're a bad egg.
Was that some kind of Easter pun?
He asks. I shrug.
Is that all she said?
Well, usually that would be all she needed to say.
And yet here you are.
He takes a big bite. I watch him chew. The sight and sound of people eating usually grosses me out. When I was little, I suffered through hours and hours and hours of training in exactly how to take bites, chew, and swallow with refinement. You can't endure all of that and not become at least a teensy bit critical of the way most Americans gobble, slurp, and chomp. In fact, sometimes when I'm around sloppy eaters, I intentionally eat as uncouthly as possible to see if they'll notice. They rarely do. Rob is the worst. I practically eat like a long-haul trucker around him, and he has never even seemed to notice. Jim, on the other hand, eats as though he endured training similar to mine. Sometimes I do stupid things,
Me too.
he says.
Actually, it might be more like regularly. I do stupid things pretty often.
Is that why you don't have any friends? I lift one eyebrow. Or any girlfriends, past or present?
Probably.
What dumb thing does Trudy know about? I ask. I mean, I can ask her, but I'd rather ask you. What makes you such a bad egg? Jim smiles.
But I'm enjoying talking to you.
Wow, so it's like really bad.
Let's say I hold grudges longer than I should.
Admitting that is the first step, I say. Or so I hear.
Have you seen the movie Cinderella?
He asks. I'm surprised you've seen it, I say. Isn't that a little girly for someone who has never had a girlfriend? Do you have sisters?
My grandmother loved all the Disney animated films,
He says.
and I humored her.
Color me impressed. Mr. Bad Egg loves his grandmother.
But you've seen it.
I nod. Who hasn't?
Every bit of magic goes up in a cloud of smoke at midnight.
Okay, I say.
This whole wedding is a little early, so instead of midnight, I'll confess when Luke and Mary leave,
He says. You'll tell me the whole story of whatever bad thing you did to make Trudy tell me to steer clear?
I will.
That's fair. I look down at my empty cake plate. But what do we do until then? The band starts up as if on cue.
We dance.
Jim stands and offers me his hand. I recall what happened the last time he touched me, and my heart accelerates. Maybe I don't know how to dance,
I very much doubt that.
Jim says.
Having seen you walk, I'm pretty sure you learned to dance early in life.
I lean back and eye him. What does that mean?
You walk like a dancer.
I wonder whether hundreds of hours of dance training really shows up in my walk. If he noticed that, he has a good eye. I stand up slowly and place my hand in his. And it happens again. A shiver shoots right up my arm and my heart hammers in my chest in response. His hand tightens on mine, and I wonder whether he feels it too. He leads me around our table, between two others and to the edge of the dance floor, where Luke and Mary are dancing their very first song as a married couple. He should drop my hand while we wait. He doesn't. But when I shift, he takes the movement as an opportunity and shifts our hands so that our fingers interlace. For someone who hasn't ever had a girlfriend, he's sure got the basics down. I glance up at him, and he's looking at me already. I can't read his expression. It almost looks bewildered. When that song finally ends and the next one begins, he tugs me toward the dance floor. I notice that Paul and Trudy are dancing, and I can't help smiling. Those two certainly seem like they're making up from their disagreement, I say.
Was it a disagreement?
Jim pulls me onto the floor, his hands taking position perfectly. Well, a misunderstanding might be a better way to put it, I say. He leads with confidence and clear cues.
I heard he lied to her about who he was.
He wanted to do something apart from his family, I say. I don't think that makes him a villain.
But he lied to his family in order to do it.
He dips me, and my heart skips a beat. Sometimes you can't escape the expectations without telling a few lies. This whole line of questioning makes me uncomfortable. But, in case you didn't know, what happened in this case is that Paul wanted to try creating a business on his own, without Luke's help, without everyone assuming Luke was the brains behind it.
Paul is a grown man,
He says.
It's too bad he never learned to share back in kindergarten. It might have saved him a lot of trouble.
I don't think it was about sharing, I say. It was about keeping it all a secret until he either sunk or swam.
Which makes him a coward.
Jim stops as the song does.
In two distinct ways. First, he should have come clean to his brother, who would have understood his reasons and his desire. Second, he was jumping with a net. He kept it a secret so that his family and friends wouldn't find out if he failed. You never try your hardest when you've got a net.
You're a trapeze artist now? A new song begins, and Jim doesn't even ask. He simply spins me back into a dance on the beat.
We're all trapeze artists. We leap half-heartedly when we're playing it safe. The only way to truly succeed is to lose the net.
And that's what you do? I ask. You leap without any security that you won't die?
The answer to that will lead right into what you'll find out when the clock strikes midnight.
Do you mean when Mary and Luke leave? I glance around at the bright sunlight. Because they're leaving soon. They held this whole thing during the early hours so that their kids wouldn't get tired and crabby.
Right.
He clears his throat.
Speaking of, why are you so good with the kids?
I told you, my friends just started having them. I toss my head at the corner where Amy, Chase, Troy, Addie's twins, and a handful of other children are dancing.
But you could have easily dodged interacting with them.
I shrug my shoulder. Maybe, I guess, but when someone has kids, they need help.
And easy as that, you provided the help?
He spins me.
I didn't realize I was dancing with a saint. I'm surprised my touch doesn't burn you.
I'm hardly a saint. I've actually always liked kids, I say. So I enjoy watching Troy and Amy and Chase. Kids in general are uncomplicated. They take things at face value, and they're not buried in preconceived notions. And Amy's hilarious. Troy's as sweet as can be, and Chase is a little imp. I enjoy all three of them. I even like the little ones who can't wipe their own bum.
I never should have said that,
He says.
I didn't realize I was surrounded by parrots.
They really are little sponges, I say.
I meant you,
He says.
and with such beautiful feathers.
It's a weird compliment, but it still causes my cheeks to heat. Time to change the subject. Children are constantly observing and assimilating data. They'll be sure to regurgitate it at horrible times, always.
I've been trying to observe how you handle them and assimilate it myself, in case I ever have to spend time with one.
Spend time with one? Do you mean a kid? He really hasn't been around children often.
Right. I don't come in contact with them socially or at work.
But your one friend has 2 kids. In fact, his kids are 2 of the 3 I see the most. The song ends and we walk to the edge of the dance floor. I'm a little disappointed.
That's a good point,
Jim says.
But I live in New York and rarely see Luke, sadly.
Oh, you live in New York? The news saddens me, which is irrational since we just met. Are you heading home soon? I could kick myself for asking.
Tomorrow morning.
Well, that sucks, I say. Jim's smile lifts my spirits a bit.
Do you always say whatever you're thinking?
I shrug. Usually. When I watch a romantic comedy where the only thing keeping 2 people apart is bad communication, I usually end up throwing my popcorn at the television.
You could solve that pretty easily,
He says. How?
Don't watch romantic comedies.
I walked right into that one. But then I'd be even sadder,
We can't have that.
he says.
Excuse me?
A broad man in a dark gray suit is standing on my left side.
I work with Luke, and he mentioned you were one of Mary's single friends. I thought you might like to dance.
Do you have a name, Luke's presumably single friend? I ask.
Greg,
He says.
Greg Barrett. Fair warning, I'm actually a competitor of Luke's, but we get along pretty well, obviously.
He smiles then, and his teeth practically blind me. But overuse of whitening toothpaste is hardly justification for rudeness. I pause for an extra second to see whether Jim will stop him. But when he says nothing, I bob my head. Sure, Greg Barrett. I'd be happy to dance with you. Greg doesn't step on my toes. He doesn't have bad breath. He makes pretty smooth conversation. He's got a nice smile, even if he tries a little too hard. But I spend the entire dance looking for Jim. He's watching me every time I glance his way, unabashedly. But when the song ends, I'm on the opposite end of the dance floor, and there's a short guy in a tan suit waiting for me.
You're Paisley, right?
He asks, before Greg has even had a second to say goodbye. Greg holds up his hand to indicate that he'll call me before he walks off. I have no idea how he could possibly do that, unless Luke gave him my number. But I nod and turn toward the new guy. I am. I wish I could lie.
Luke told me you were Mary's coolest single friend. I'm Holden. Luke and I play racquetball sometimes.
I'm going to strangle Luke the second he gets home from his honeymoon. Unfortunately, I can't think of a single excuse, so I wind up dancing with Holden. I'm sure Luke didn't know this, but Holden's hands are unbelievably sweaty. I almost feel bad for him. This time, when I glance Jim's way, he's not there. I scan the dance floor with alarm and notice him dancing with Trudy. I sigh with relief. At least I know she has zero interest. Paul watches her as closely as I'm watching Jim, which reminds me to chill out. Can't have Jim realizing I'm crazy. Not yet, anyway. But when that song ends, Luke and Mary start waving, and I realize they're leaving. Which means it's basically midnight. A sense of inexplicable dread seizes my chest like claws, compressing my heart in a way I don't quite understand. I barely know Jim. I should be dying to know what he did that makes him unsuitable. I should be interrogating him. I always spend the first date digging around for flaws. I'm relentless. After all, if I wait, if I don't push to find out what's wrong with him, I could waste weeks and weeks on someone who I'll dump later. And the longer you wait, the more it hurts if he's not right. Better to throw the bad stuff out there immediately and find out whether it's something I can live with. Thanks for the dance, I say to Holden. But I better go. I point at Mary and Luke.
Right,
He says.
totally.
I practically sprint away from him, wiping my hands on my full skirt as I go. By the time I reach the gate that takes me through to the front, Jim is by my side.
You're a hard lady to keep a hold of.
His voice is deep, rich, almost naughty. I could listen to it all day. That tiny thrill runs up my spine again, and I lick my lips. Jim reaches down and takes my hand.
Don't want to lose you again.
A bigger thrill this time, and I find myself looking at his lips. They're full, almost too full. I wonder what it would feel like to kiss him. I shake my head and focus on Mary and Luke. I wave wildly with my free hand, as though it will prevent anyone from noticing that my other one is taken. When I glance sideways at Jim, his lips are compressed. He's bemused. Well, let him smirk. I'm excitable. It's who I am. Have so much fun, I shout. And then they're gone and people are dispersing, grabbing their purses and jackets and murmuring goodbyes. Jim tugs me back toward the tent pavilion, and I notice my purse on the central table. I guess I should grab my purse.
Are you ready to hear my confession, Saint Paisley?
He asks. It's Aunt Paisley. Get it straight.
My mistake.
He sits down in the seat next to my purse, and I drop into the one next to him. I suppose I'm ready, I lie.
Here's what I propose,
He says.
I'll tell you why Paul hates me, and then I'll hand you my phone. You put your phone number in there. If you're okay with me calling you after you hear what I did, then you put in your real number. If you're not, you put in a fake number. I'll wait a day to call, and if you don't answer, I'll understand.
That's pretty considerate. And it sounds like he's interested in calling me, which is promising. Sure, I can do that. Jim smiles.
Luke and I were friends at Harvard, even though Luke was a year behind me. I was actually in school with Paul, but he hated all the legacies.
At my blank look, he elaborates.
Kids whose parents had been to Harvard before them.
Okay, I say. So far, so good. Jim smirks.
I hope so. All I'm guilty of so far is being a spoiled rich kid.
Which isn't promising, but it's not really a deal breaker.
At Harvard, I had a friend who always bought the answers to tests and gave me a copy. Always. I didn't use them much, but I didn't turn him in or throw them out either.
Now we're a little gray, I say.
Duly noted. One night, I saw Paul studying frantically for a very difficult exam. I told him I had the answer key if he wanted it.
My eyes widen. What did he say?
Oh, Paul turned me down flat,
Jim says.
It was extremely stupid for me to offer anything to him at all.
Wait. I'm suddenly afraid, terrified that he's going to tell me something I can't handle, and I'll never get to kiss him at all. I should think this through, but that's not really my thing. So I act. I've always been a doer. I lean forward and put my palms on his knees. Then I kiss Jim on his beautiful, shocked mouth. His lips part in surprise at first, but he catches on fast. His right hand comes up to cup my jaw, pulling me closer. His other hand covers my hand on his knee. His mouth is warm on mine and just a little bit demanding. I don't want to stop, which is how I know I should. I finally force myself to pull away and sit back. Jim's eyes blink quickly.
I don't think anyone has ever kissed me for telling them I cheated in college.
I'm not like anyone else you've met, I say. And I was afraid I might not want to kiss you in a minute. He groans.
You might not, but now I want to more than ever.
Good. Go on.
Is it too late for me to plead the fifth?
Jim asks.
Because maybe I should.
I shake my head. Cinderella's slippers have to come off. He sighs.
Fine. Well, Paul turned me in and got me kicked out of school. He never liked me, and I guess that was the last straw.
I didn't expect that. Maybe I should have.
For what it's worth, I had studied. I didn't need the answers.
He shakes his head.
I don't know why I'm trying to defend myself. Harvard didn't care, and neither did my parents.
Sounds like things got a little rough. Jim snorts.
Unbelievably rough.
But it sounds like you already repaid that debt.
I did.
A sinking feeling tells me he's not finished. Hand me your phone, I say.
Why?
Jim asks. So I can put my number in there. Jim reaches his hand in his pocket, but when he pulls it out, his hand is empty. There's no phone there, I say. He shakes his head.
Because I'm not through.
I was afraid of that.
I moved on. I figured out how to succeed without Harvard and without my dad. I did what I do. I persevered.
Okay, I say.
But I never forgot that Paul turned on me, attacking me when I hadn't done him any harm.
Well, he kind of did it to himself. But sure, Paul had a part.
And I don't let go of things very well.
You don't forgive? I ask. He shrugs.
I guess not.
What did you do? I ask.
I could lie,
He says.
I doubt Paul would admit the whole story. Although I don't forgive easily, I like it noted for the record that I don't lie. I didn't lie to the disciplinary board at Harvard either.
Okay, I say.
I was angry with him for a long while, but I couldn't do anything to Paul that wouldn't hurt Luke. I told you already, he's my only friend.
Which still strikes me as tragically sad.
I hired some private investigators. I didn't want to hurt Luke, but I resolved to pay Paul back someday. They provide me periodic reports on a number of things and people, Paul being one of them. So when he struck out on his own, I saw my chance.
My heart sinks. What did you do?
I hired a corporate spy to work for Paul's startup. I stole his tech and patented it first.
I gulp.
Then I sold it for 10 grand to a competitor. It wasn't about benefiting myself, you see. It was about punishing him.
And that was it? I ask. He shakes his head.
I'm afraid I felt like that wasn't quite good enough. After all, he simply started over with another idea.
And you did the same thing again? I ask.
Something like that. But this time it didn't work. Your friend Trudy found my keylogger, and I failed.
I hold out my hand. Give me your phone. This time he complies. I put my phone number in. My real phone number. And then I look up at him. I've given you my real number. I'll tell you that right now. But I'm going to tell you the circumstances under which you may call me. He nods. You let it go. If you're ready to let go of any grudges against my friend Trudy's friend or whatever Paul is, then you can call me. Jim's mouth drops open. I stand up and walk away. I glance back over my shoulder. Once you're ready to forgive, then I'll forgive you too. Jim doesn't call me the next day. That's okay. He probably needs time to decide. He doesn't call me for the next 3 weeks either. Now I'm annoyed. Trudy goes to work for him, and she tells me that he's let the whole Paul thing go. I wonder whether he did it for me. I wonder when he might call now that he's decided. I relive the wedding and our kiss in several dreams, both awake and asleep. I agonize over my outfit for Gio and Trig's wedding when I hear he's invited. I spend the entire weekend jumping every time I hear a deep voice, every time a tall man with a dark head of hair crosses my path. But finally, Luke mentions that James Fulton had pressing business and had to cancel at the last minute. That's when I give up hope. Because if Jim hasn't called me by now, he never will.
4. James. Luke always picks up on the very last ring. Hello? Tell me about Paisley, I say. You're calling me, on my honeymoon, to ask about Paisley. Luke groans. We have the world's neediest friends and family. You've been on your honeymoon for 4 days. I waited a reasonable period. You can spare 5 minutes. If I wait any longer, she'll think I'm a flake. Luke laughs. I sent a lot of guys her way at the wedding, but it didn't even occur to me that she might like you. Even so, I'm glad you hit it off. Paisley deserves some happiness. What do you want to know? I'm not sure, honestly. You're not sure? You called me. I know I did, on your honeymoon, and I'm sorry about that. I feel like I saw a lot of good things, but didn't learn any basics at all. Basics? Well, you already know that she's cute, obviously, and funny. She's very bright. She's great with kids, including both of mine, who are a handful, and she loves Troy, too. She's a hoot at the birthday parties, and she's the kind of friend who always comes to birthday parties, even though they're for little kids, and she doesn't have any of her own. What's her job? I ask. That's the strange part, honestly. Mary says she's practically a genius, but she has zero ambition. What does that mean? Well, she graduated #1 in her major in college, which was some hard science. Biology or microbiology, I think, so not an easy major. But instead of going on to medical school or veterinary school like most of the graduates, she decided to look for a job immediately. That's how she met Mary. She became Mary's first assistant, presumably to earn some money while she studied for the MCAT. Except she never actually took it, never left the position either. She did jump headfirst into this charity Mary runs. She's the #1 supporter of Sub for Santa. She never took the MCAT or wanted a promotion, I ask. And Mary doesn't know why? With the MCAT, Mary says she always insisted that she changed her mind. She's happy organizing things, and she likes the office, and she's happy in a tiny apartment, and she doesn't want anything else. I think about the fiery go-getter I met, and something doesn't compute. I love puzzles, and my fingers itch to complete this one. So you think I should call her? Did she give you her phone number? Luke asks. Because I've had 4 guys text me and ask for it, but Mary said Paisley has a strict rule. If the guy doesn't ask her for it, she doesn't want me to share it. I smile. Oh, I asked for it myself. I don't need you to give it to me. Well then, yes, I suggest you call her, but make sure you're actually interested. Mary will kill me if you jerk her around. All right. Well, thanks. And I hope the rest of your trip is a lot of fun. Don't take this the wrong way. Luke laughs. But don't call me again before next week. He hangs up. My finger hovers over my contact list, and I tap it until Paisley's name comes up. I've decided to leave Paul alone. I probably would have made the same decision either way, but with Trudy coming to work for me and Luke aware of what I've already done, it was the right call whether I wanted to call Paisley or not. It wasn't even really Paul's fault that he was raised right. I should never have had those answers at all. I think about the kiss we shared. Paisley took me completely by surprise, and I worried I might go into cardiac arrest. I've never thought about a kiss half as much as I've thought about that one. Her lips, her eyes, the way she tilted her head. Heaven help me. I want to call her so badly that I should delete her number. Obviously, there's something wrong with me. Bewitched. That's how I feel when I think about Luke's wife's friend. When I close my eyes, I see her playing with those 2 little boys. Kind, patient, funny, mischievous, and she's happy just helping her friends. She doesn't expect anything from them, and obviously she doesn't feel the burning ambition that I do, or she'd never be happy as an assistant. I'm a plague. Spending time with me would only drag her down. I was kidding when I called her a saint, but only partially, especially in comparison to myself. My fingers hover over the call button, but after a moment, I shut my phone off. I can't call her. I've systematically repaid every single person who ever wronged me, from my first business partner who tried to cheat me out of my options, to Trig, to a dozen others, including Paul. I always repay people who hurt me. I've never regretted it. not for a second. They all deserved it. But when I told Paisley what I had done for the first time in my life, I regretted my actions. In that moment, I longed to be a good person, the kind of person who would impress her, the kind of man who would make her smile. Even now, I want to be the kind of person who could call her and bring happiness into her life, like Luke said. Clearly, she deserves that. But I'm not that person. Deep down, underneath all the surface stuff, underneath the polish and the money and the fancy suits, I'm still bad news. If I call Paisley, her life will be worse, not better. Normally, I'd be okay with that, but I don't want that for her. If I spend more time with her, I'll regret how I handle things, maybe forever. And if I learned anything from visiting my grandfather, it's that I don't need any more regret in my life. I shove my phone into my pocket and leave my office. Cooper, I say, let's go over those prospects you mentioned. Because if I'm not calling Paisley, I need something else to distract me. Great, boss. I've got them right here. Cooper waves a stack of papers at me and stands to head for the conference room. I shake my head. Your office is fine. I sit in the chair across from his desk and hold out my hand for the analyses. He hands them to me. I mentioned a few of those before. He keeps talking, running through the companies one by one, but I stop listening, my eyes scanning the data. 36 companies we've acquired in the past few months, all with plans in place to wreck them and sell off the parts. These are our best options? I glance at Cooper. He nods. I know some of those, look, they're terrible, I say. I mean, we need to chop these. I glance down again. Look at number 6, a telecommunications manufacturer. I shake my head. This is a dinosaur. I'm not even sure why I approved purchasing it. The factory is in excellent shape, he says. And the workers are well educated, extremely well trained and motivated. How have they remained in business this long, I ask. They should have died years ago. That's one of the things that drew my attention, he says. You said you wanted to visit each of these, get a feel for the people and the place, and take a closer look at their books. Put this one at the bottom of that list, I say, or maybe chop it entirely. I think that's a mistake, Cooper says. If you really want to grow some things, this one has contracts still, miraculously, and it's got the support of the local government. Fine, but I don't have to like it. I groan. This whole project is going to ruin my life. At first, I was shocked when he said he wanted to try and turn some of these into something with growth potential, Cooper says. But this is what they taught me in business school, and it was a little bit fun. Like digging for diamonds with my dad as a kid. There's hope here, and a little excitement too. Look, we can still move ahead on the chop for this entire stack, but I delayed the ones with some hope of revival, and now I'm kind of rooting for them. I close my eyes. I don't cultivate. I don't grow. I tear things down. My grandfather knows it, and I wonder for a moment whether this is some kind of cosmic joke, like forcing an elephant to crawl through a tiny tunnel or asking an eagle to swim across a lake. I don't do this sort of thing for a reason. It's not who I am. But there's one person on earth who screwed me over, and I've never repaid him. He tore me away from Gigi every summer when he decided I was growing too attached. He gave me stock portfolios to manage at the age of 10, and beat me when they failed to perform. He ignored me and expected me to be just like him at the same time. My father was the first name on my list, and he's the last. Beating him at his own game and depriving him of grandfather's trust may be my only hope of ever repaying his tender ministrations. And I can't give up on that dream, not quite yet. All right, let's focus. Run through these again. My head starts to pound as Cooper walks me through the pitiful companies I picked up for a song. His ideas to turn these companies around are laughable, because his excitement notwithstanding, Cooper's a butcher, not a farmer. I may need to hire some new talent. I start to scroll through ideas for possible contacts I could pursue to bring in some experts on growth strategies when I realize Cooper is talking dates. "Which ones should I set up first?" Cooper asks. "You have 2 days next week we could open up, and another 2 the following week." I point to the top 2 on his list. "These look the most promising," I say. "No reason to bother overhauling these others unless we can't make the more likely ones work." "Don't take this as complaining, but I'm not sure I understand exactly why we're doing this at all," Cooper says. "I mean, our original plans were good, and as exciting as the idea of rehabbing these is, we don't exactly have the infrastructure in place for it." I'm not about to tell Cooper I need to steal $3 billion and change from my dad. Infrastructure is something we can create. I'll give you a budget and we can look for a few management teams to put in place. But my reasons are my own, which is why I'm the boss, I say. "Send me the best resumes for your friends and tell them our firm is growing its long-term strategies." Cooper shrugs. "All right, will do." Once I reach his door, I pivot. "Set up that European one as a last resort. I can't stand all the snobs over there, and travel that direction is miserably long." "Yes, sir." Cooper looks a little glum about that. Well, too bad for him. I'm going to cross Dad's name off my list, but I'm not going to work myself into a frenzy to do it. Slow and steady. That's the key. And if I feel a twinge of guilt at the prospect, wondering how Paisley would react, well, I shouldn't. I'm not calling her, so it doesn't matter. Once we're done evaluating these, tell Anderson to bring me the list of companies we were investigating to purchase that might favor a growth strategy. Cooper grumbles and mumbles about my methods and my velocity, but he does what I tell him to do. At the end of the day, that's what matters. Results.
5. Paisley. I haven't been home in 8 years. I'm prepared for the media frenzy. I hate the paparazzi, but I expect them. I also brace myself for a dozen family members at the tiny airport closest to Vaduz. I'm not prepared to walk off the gate at the St. Gallen Altenrhein Airport in Switzerland and see no one. I blink several times and take it as a win. I pull the huge floppy hat off my head and tuck it under my arm. My sunglasses go into my bag, and I follow the signs around the corner to baggage claim. My 10-year-old bag has a wonky wheel. I'm fighting to get it to roll straight when I hear his voice.
"Hey, sis,"
Cole says in German.
"it took you 4 months to actually get here, but what's that compared to a decade?"
I turn and smile. I had to wait until things heated up. You do realize that August in Liechtenstein is like the fall in Atlanta? Cole shakes his head.
You missed it. You can admit it.
I have missed it. Just not enough to counteract the reasons I left. I glance around at the mostly empty airport. How did you keep everyone away? He shrugs.
You booked under Paisley, I assume, which probably threw the media. They know you as Holly, and frankly, they've probably given up on you at this point. I mean, I practically gave up too, and I knew you were coming.
Oh, stop!
I'm not even kidding. Mom and Dad don't know. I figured it was safer that way.
I roll my eyes. I'm not scared of the media.
Oh, I didn't mean it was safer for you.
Cole shakes his head and picks up my bag.
I meant it would be safer for Mom and Dad. They've been disappointed too many times.
That one stings. But it's fair. I've canceled more than my share of trips home with fabricated excuses. The first Christmas was rough, I'll admit, and I felt pretty guilty when I canceled. But then I started helping Mary with Sub for Santa, and the longer I went without visiting, the easier it got to put off my return. I follow Cole to his car. I forgot how laid back airports here are compared to American ones. Thanks for picking me up, I say.
Mom and Dad are going to flip.
I hope they flip in a good way. Cole's eyes soften.
Of course they will. They miss you. We all do.
Not everyone, I say. Cole doesn't say anything for a while.
I was sort of hoping you'd bring some handsome American home with you.
Cole finally says, still in German. I'm actually surprised how easily I slip back into my native tongue after 8 years of nothing but English.
Preferably a rich one.
I think of Jim, who is both handsome and rich, and I could kick myself. It has been months. I'm so pathetic. My hand caresses the smooth leather of the seat in Cole's shiny black SUV. Are things that bad? Cole shrugs.
Do you care?
I close my eyes. Of course I care. I lean my head against the cold glass and watch the scenery pass. It looks exactly as I remembered it, and also nothing at all like I recall. The building styles are the same, of course. Nothing in Switzerland ever changes there. But there are new buildings, too. Some big ones, even. Looks like commerce is coming along, I say.
Does it?
Cole frowns.
Maybe for the Swiss. Not so much at home.
I thought Mom and Dad were doing fine, I say. Last I checked, everyone said things were good. Cole sighs.
For the family or the trust?
Both? Either?
The family is fine, but the trust is struggling, and even our family investments have shifted. Ever since they eliminated the tax shelters, things have been hard.
Mom and Dad didn't know about the money laundering, I say, my defense automatic.
They didn't,
Cole agrees.
but they benefited from it all the same. And now, with business declining,
He inhales and exhales.
things are rough. So a rich, enterprising American would be welcomed, not for a bankroll so much as for a trusted opinion.
Mom's not selling her jewelry yet, I ask.
It's hard to move old stuff these days,
He says.
Surprisingly, very few people want old, raw-cut, or unpolished gems.
But they're selling art? Cole grips the steering wheel.
A painting or two, maybe, but mostly we're figuring things out. They're renting out the Viennese palaces as wedding venues to offset the costs. It's actually working better than we expected.
That sounds promising.
I'm just glad you're here. It'll be nice to have some input and suggestions, not to be coming up with all the solutions alone.
I put off my return home and agonized over this reunion. But when Cole and I turn the corner and Vadut's castle comes into view, my heart lurches. It has been a long time, but it's still home. The short, curved stone tower and the large square one behind it, topped with a reddish tile roof, are where I spent almost my entire childhood. I've seen hundreds upon hundreds of people stopping their cars on this bend, taking photos with my home behind them. I told myself I didn't care that it has been so long. I actually believed it. But I've missed it. I can't lie to myself, not here. And I miss him, too. So much worse right here, where every memory is filled with him. The feeling strikes me like a blow, and my eyes fill with tears. Cole takes my hand.
I know.
I've been a coward. My nose begins to run. My eyes overflow and tears stream down my cheeks. But it hurts, Cole. It hurts too much.
It gets better.
I don't believe him. While Cole navigates the car under the tunnel into the garage, I wipe my tears and blink away the new ones that threaten. I will not face Mom and Dad bawling like a baby. I can't. Cole parks his Range Rover between a Mercedes-AMG GT53 and a BMW M5. Which one is Mom's and which is Dad's? I ask.
Dad picked that Mercedes,
He says.
which is kind of ridiculous given that he can't even drive. Mom likes the BMWs still. She can't be dissuaded by things like maintenance issues, comfort, or common sense.
You're one to talk, I say, with your Range Rover.
My car is plenty comfortable. Besides, we can't get away with Honda Civics,
Cole says.
If we don't buy European, the media goes crazy.
I feel so bad for the three of you, I say. It must be terribly hard.
You could use your trust.
I shake my head. Holly could have used her trust. I went to America to leave her behind. Cole slams the car door and stomps toward the entrance to the house, castle. I don't really fault him, but that leaves me to lug my own suitcase. Cole leaves the door to the interior open a crack when he walks through. I schlep my suitcase up the 6 stairs one at a time, taking my time reaching the top. He must not have told Mom and Dad that anyone was coming. I wonder where they think he went. Cole, you left the door hanging open again. Mom's voice slices through me. Kind exasperation, gentle remonstration. She may not have been born as a princess, but she took to it like a duck to water, like a lab to playing fetch, like Mary to mothering. I close my eyes and imagine my mom's gentle brown eyes, her soft but capable hands, and the ever-present but understated smell of roses. When I open them, Mom's standing at the door, her hand raised to close it. She's staring at me, her lips parted, her entire body frozen. Her eyes flutter, and I worry she'll pass out. I let go of my suitcase to reach out and catch her if she falls, and it tumbles backward, end over end, crashing into her BMW with an alarming crack. I glance backward, but arms reach around me from the front. Mom's trembling, but she's strong. She pulls me forward, crushing me against her. Holly, she breathes. Holly! Hey, Mom. All my best intentions evaporate and I sob into her hair, breathing in the same smell I remember. And I feel whole somehow, in a way I haven't for a very long time. You're here. I'm here. I can hardly believe it myself, but I'm here, standing in the garage. I think my bag may have dented your shiny new car. Oh, who cares about that? I don't know why you were carrying it up anyway. Lars would have grabbed it. She squeezes me even more tightly. I just can't believe it. I can't believe it has happened. Cole should have told you I was coming, I say. Her head shakes next to me, her hair filling my mouth. She probably hears my spluttering because she finally releases me. Sorry, she says. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Mom, it's fine. It was a little hair, that's all. No, she says. Not that. I'm sorry about everything else. We were wrong. I was wrong. I don't want to talk about all that. Because I was wrong too, but it hurts to think about it. Where's Dad? Something about his name jolts her back to herself and she bellows like a bull, practically bursting my eardrums. Hans Michael! I cover my ears. Hans Michael, come here right now! Mom always could clear a room, provided no one outside our family was around to see it. She should have been a cheerleader in her youth, or perhaps an auctioneer.
What is it, dear?
My father's voice carries from the hallway. I need your help in the garage, she says. We could have done this in the parlor, or the sitting room, or the library, or the entryway, the ballroom, the receiving room, the chapel. 100 rooms, and the first time I see my parents, it happens on the steps of the garage. "Hey, Dad," I say. He blinks several times, and I remember what Cole said about his eyesight. I rush forward into the house before he can go tumbling down the stairs like the luggage. Dad shifts slightly, eyeing me from the side. His entire face lights up.
"Holly, is it really you?"
I wrap my arms around his still trim midsection and pull as tightly as I can. "It's good to see you, Daddy."
"Oh, Angel, it's so good to see you."
He rests his chin on the top of my head, the same as he always has. Mom brushes past us, her eyes flashing. "Cole Wittlisbach, how dare you fail to notify us that your sister was coming home?" A pang of guilt shoots through me at the thought that they may believe I'm home for good. Time to deal with that later. "Cole was trying to help," I say. "He wasn't entirely certain I'd come." Mom's eyes soften. "But you're here now. Oh, and you just missed the party here at the palace. I wish you could have come 1 week sooner." Dad whispers,
"She's here, and you're right. That's what matters. Too much time worrying about things that we can't change isn't good for us."
"No," I say, thinking oddly of Jim again. "It's not. You're right. We have so many things to do," Mom says. "And now—" A shiver runs up her spine and culminates with trembling shoulders. Her face breaks out in an enormous grin. "You may have missed our annual party here at the palace, but that won't stop me. Your return warrants another celebration." "Oh no, that's really not necessary," I say. "And I wouldn't enjoy that at all." "Parties like this aren't for you anyway," Mom says, waving her hand as if she can literally disappear my objections. "Besides, how else will you meet the eligible men if we don't prepare some kind of get-together?" "Mom, I haven't even brought my bag inside yet, much less unpacked. Maybe we put the party on hold for a nanosecond." "Lars," Mom calls out. "Come and get Holly's suitcase and take it to her room." She smiles at me. "See? Taken care of. Now, come and have some tea." I follow Mom into the sitting room and perch on the end of my favorite floral couch. It's busier than I remember, and the whole room makes me a little itchy. Heavily ornamented wall panels, embroidered drapes, and knickknacks on every surface. Same as a decade ago, and probably almost the same as 5 decades ago. Mom calls for tea. I try not to notice how slowly Dad shuffles into the room, angling his head like a bird before taking a seat. Cole wasn't exaggerating. "Now, sweetheart, let's consider the guest list," Mom says. "Never too early to be thinking of that. If we push the party back a full 2 weeks, we'll capture more people who can make it. But it's a little late to do a welcome home party." She taps her lips. So much for breaking the news to them later. This whole thing would have been so much easier if Cole had been upfront with them about my trip and its parameters. I glare at him. "So," I say, "not to throw a wrench into your plans, but I'll only be here for 10 days. Mom's mouth drops. 10 days? You're not staying? Staying? As in forever? Ugh. Mom, my entire life is in America. Of course I'm not staying. A familiar frustration rises up in my throat. They never even ask.
"Your life is in America?"
Dad asks.
"And what are we?"
"I'm home for a visit, Dad. I know I've been remiss on that department for a few years, but can you blame me? I knew as soon as I came home that you'd pressure me to stay. Dad straightens his shoulders.
Of course we wouldn't try to force you to do anything you don't want to do.
His right hand shakes slightly. My dad's feeble. I hate it. Look, Mom, a party is fine. I'll get dressed up and I'll smile at everyone, okay? But it has to be before I head back home. I can't stay 2 weeks. And I can't have you guys badgering me to stay longer the whole time I'm here, okay? If we can get those things straight, I'll come back twice a year from now on, I promise. But if you badger me, then I'll put off coming home. I cross my arms. Twice a year? Mom's eyes widen and she licks her lips. What about this year? I can't tell whether Mom's hopeful or angry, but I know that no matter what I do, it'll never be enough. I said twice a year and I meant it. So even though I'm here in August, I can probably come back again for the holidays. How's that? Dad may not be able to see very well, but his eyes light up at the prospect.
You'll be here for the distribution?
Mary's not going to like it, but maybe I can delegate a little more this year than in the past. Yes. Way too many years have passed without my being here.
Well, that's the best news I've heard all year,
Dad says. Yes, but that's months away. Mom shifts her attention to her firstborn. Cole, I'll need your input. You know the available men better than anyone, Mom says. How about Frank? Or maybe Thomas? We can't invite both, obviously, so which do you think is better? Mom and Cole begin working their way through a tremendous list of eligible bachelors in Europe, which goes on and on until my brain begins to swell. That's the only explanation for the words that fly from my mouth. Mom, please don't bother. I gulp. Excuse me? Mom asks. I have a boyfriend, okay? Mom sits back and folds her hands over her lap. And you're just now mentioning this? Who is he?
It's news to me, too.
Cole frowns. I clear my throat. His name is Jim. I met him through my boss, Mary. Mom's face blanks. Actually, I met him through her new husband. He's a billionaire, or nearly a billionaire, and my boyfriend does well, too. Mom sniffs. So he's American. Said like he's a serial killer or he doesn't take tea. He is, yes.
There are some bloody sharp Americans out there,
Dad says.
So what's his name?
Jim.
Jim?
Cole smirks.
Like he's a cocktail waiter or a personal trainer. Does he have a last name?
He arches his eyebrow, looking for all the world like he knows I've made him up. But, thanks to my mad Googling skills, I know his last name. Even if it's a little crazy, I'm using a guy I barely met for this. Jim Fulton. And when do we get to meet him? Mom asks. When can she meet my make-believe boyfriend? The guy who didn't even call me, not even once? The guy I still dream about months later like a pathetic loser? I almost laugh. Oh, he's very busy. He's so successful that he doesn't have time to come. Not on this trip, anyway. Maybe at Christmas if we're still together. So it's not very serious then? Mom asks. And she'll be back at the setups with renewed vigor. Oh, it is, I say. But he lives in New York while I live in Atlanta. He spends all his free time coming down to visit me already. I figured I could make this trip alone. Cole raises one eyebrow, but he doesn't call me out. I could kiss him. Well, if he can't come anyway, Mom says, ever optimistic. He can't possibly fault me for inviting a few bachelors to your party.
It's not like he's put a ring on it,
Cole says in English, his eyes twinkling. I wish I could tell him to shut up. But of course, Mom and Dad won't even catch his reference. No, we aren't engaged, I reply in English. Not yet, anyway. It's like I can't help myself. I sit and sip my tea slowly while Cole and Mom conspire to entice me away from my unsuitable American boyfriend with the best that the entitled of Europe can offer. They're pushing wealth over titles, it seems. Which reminds me. Dad, how bad are things at Berk Telecom? Cole mentioned it's not good. My dad's shoulders slump, and his eyes lower toward the ground. That bad?
I made a bad call, Schatz.
What? I ask. Mom and Cole stop talking on that side of the room.
I found a firm that wanted to invest. It seemed too good to be true.
Dad swallows.
The amount they offered will cover the holiday expenses this year, which we could not have otherwise paid.
His eyes plead with me for some reason. Okay, I say. Are they bringing ideas to the table too?
They are,
Dad says.
but I had to give them a controlling interest, or they would have walked away. 51%.
That was a big mistake. And what are their ideas? Not that it matters, since they can do whatever they want.
Cole did a little more research into the company.
Dad winces, his face pained.
I knew it was American, but they're motivated and they're hard workers. Or that's what I heard from the man who gave me their information.
And? I nudge.
I should have spent a little more time researching them before I signed the forms they sent. I had them translated into German to make sure I understood what I was signing.
He pauses.
I didn't just rush into this. But it looks like they aren't so much an investment firm as, well, they sort of dismantle companies and sell the various profitable assets off to other companies.
I close my eyes. Dad traded one last holiday season for the entire company. And what's worse, Liechtenstein only has 40,000 citizens. Last I heard, 8,000 of them were employees of Berk Telecom. My dad placed our entire economy at risk, all with one bad decision. What can we do? I ask. I have several very business-savvy friends. I can ask Luke or Paul or Trig to take a look at whatever you signed. Dad presses a button on his watch and it says, 3:14 p.m. He needs a button on his watch to tell him the time. It acts as a good reminder for me. I might criticize his poor mistakes, but I wasn't here to help or offer better advice. You've arrived on a strange day, Mom says. Dad's meeting with the entire investment team today. They're supposed to lay out their plan, including which things they intend to sell and to whom. They're coming down on a Sunday afternoon?
We're sort of at the mercy of their schedule,
Dad says. I groan. I can't believe the vultures are already descending. I'm coming with you to this meeting, I say. Obviously. And I want to see whatever you signed. Then I'll call Luke immediately and ask him what he thinks. Or maybe Trig would be better. I think this is sort of what his company does. Maybe he even knows the firm that invested. Maybe he could apply some pressure or tell me what makes them tick.
Of course,
Dad says.
I'd be happy to have you attend.
Then I better run and change, I say. What time is the meeting?
It's at 4 o'clock,
Dad says.
but it's here in the parlor.
Well, that's lucky at least. I race upstairs to my room. which hasn't changed a single bit. My sky blue duvet cover is so richly embroidered that it's probably heavy enough to suffocate me in my sleep. My four-poster bed is as enormous as ever, and I hop on top of the downy pile for a brief moment, sinking into my old bed with a sigh. But there are too many memories in this room to stay for long. I stand up and rummage through my suitcase, looking for the most businesslike outfit I packed. My navy suit with orange trim was a lucky call. I put it on and slide into my tallest taupe pumps, with enough time left over to touch up my makeup. I dab some cover-up under my eyes. Jet lag sucks. One glance in the mirror tells me I'm as battle-ready as I'm going to get on such short notice. I march down the stairs, reviewing everything I've learned in the past 8 years. Surely some of it will be useful. I'd love to get my hands on a copy of whatever Dad signed now, before the meeting, but that will have to wait. I'm practically jogging down the hall toward the parlor. After all, I don't want to be late. I fling the door open and square my shoulders.
Ah, here's my daughter, the hereditary princess of Liechtenstein. Holly, say hello to our guests.
I survey the room. A tall woman with nearly black hair, deep brown eyes, and killer cheekbones, rocking high stiletto heels. Next to her, a painfully thin man with a shock of red hair and freckles sprinkled liberally across his nose. And to his left, a gorgeous, tall, broad-shouldered, hawk-faced man with dark hair. Good heavens! To the left of the redhead stands Jim freaking Fulton, my supposed boyfriend, in the flesh. What are the odds? I choke and bend over coughing. Cole slams me on the back a few times.
Are you all right?
He whispers.
We're just starting introductions, but if you need to step out, that's fine.
I shake my head and force myself to stand.
I'm pleased to meet you, Princess Holly,
Jim says.
We were just introducing our team. My lawyer is Anastasia Sanders. My head number cruncher is Cooper Francis. And of course, we've met. So you already know that I'm Jim Fulton.
Cole's eyes have never been wider, not in all the years I've known him.
Whoa,
he says.
Jim Fulton?
My dad beams.
Are you kidding me?
Jim glances from me to my family members, clearly confused.
I'm not kidding, no. I'm the president and owner of FB Investments.
I'm standing on the train track, and the engine is thundering toward me. It's too close to stop. It's moving too quickly to dive out of the way. How could this be happening to me? And in front of Mr. I Never Lie himself. Dad's face splits into an enormous smile.
What tremendous luck. My daughter's boyfriend is the owner of the investment firm I sold half our business to.
Dad claps Jim on the back and offers his hand.
I can't say how delighted I am to meet you. She told us you wouldn't be able to make it. Our Holly has always been one for phenomenally kept secrets.
I want to die, and I want to sink into the floorboards, and I want to rewind time. But all I can manage is a sort of half-smile and eyelid flutter in Jim's general direction. Dad turns toward me.
Wait, did you know this all along, Holly, and you didn't say a word? Or was this a surprise to you, too?
I try to smile, but I'm terribly afraid it looks more like a grimace. Jim doesn't have a girlfriend, the lawyer, Anastasia, says. He doesn't even date. Oh, well, I say. Jim walks around the table and grabs my waist with one hand, yanking me close. He lowers his head and plants a kiss right on my mouth.
It's so good to see you, sweetheart. But I really am impressed that you kept something this huge a secret.
His eyes laugh at me. He turns toward my dad.
Would you believe that in the entire time we've known one another, she never mentioned she was from Europe, much less an actual princess?
Dad shakes his head.
That's my Holly.
6. James. Paisley is a secretary. A wicked smart secretary who could have gone to medical school and instead hid behind Mary, content as an assistant. She loves kids, helps others all the time, and helps run Luke's wife's charity. And she's a princess. I think the biggest shock is that it's not even that surprising. It's fitting somehow that the first woman who has been a complete enigma to me is hiding an even bigger secret even from her friends. There's pretty much no way that Luke and Mary and their other friends know this, right? But Paisley's royal status isn't even the most bizarre, unexplainable event of the day. No, that's definitely the fact that she told her family that I'm her boyfriend. She's not delusional because she looked like she had just licked the floor of a men's bathroom. Physically ill. She knows I'm not her boyfriend as well as I do, as well as my lawyer does. We kissed once, months ago. The only real explanation is that she was putting her family off in some way and my name came to mind. I told her I never have girlfriends, so she knew there was little chance I'd be married or dating someone else. And what were the odds that her family would ever uncover her lie? Paisley has no way of knowing I've been thinking about her every day since we met. She can't possibly fathom how many times I've almost texted or called her, or my reasons for not doing it. I might need a moment alone with my girlfriend, I say. I had no idea I invested in her family's business, which means she didn't either. Paisley looks like she swallowed a lemon. What did she tell you about us? Cole asks. I didn't know she was a princess until this very moment, I admit. It has been a day of exciting surprises all around. So you actually have a girlfriend? Anastasia asks. News to me as well, but I totally get it. Cooper crosses his arms over his chest and admires Paisley a little too frankly for my taste. We'll be right back. I take Paisley's arm, and to her credit, she doesn't pull away. But she blushes furiously, and it only makes her look more adorable. Please go ahead and get started without us, she says. We may need more than a minute. Cooper looks at me questioningly. He's never started a meeting in the entire time he's worked for me. I'm a certified control freak. You can begin going over the books and discussing client lists, I say. It won't take too long. Paisley pulls away the second we escape the parlor. We can talk in the library. She points. This castle puts my grandfather's outrageously lavish mansion to shame. I follow her into her family library, which is entirely covered with solid wood bookcases and old books. It's also notably lacking any lingering smell from cigars, which I appreciate. Paisley pivots on her heel and dives right in. I'm really sorry. I'm sure this isn't something you'll understand, and I don't think I've ever been more embarrassed. I know you never, ever lie, but well, some of us aren't so perfect. You told your family I'm your boyfriend? My voice is a lot more bemused than I expected. Where's my anger? Where's my outrage? I guess I don't really feel any. So, here's the thing. She wrings her hands adorably. I haven't been home in a while. She coughs. Like 8 or 9 years. Oh man, I thought I was bad. And Mom wants to throw me this party. She collapses into a dark leather wingback. She went on and on about all the eligible bachelors, and the list kept growing and growing. And you're gay, I ask. So you needed some kind of cover. I mean, I can see how being set up with all the princes and lords of Europe would be a terrible trial for a single girl. Paisley groans. It really is. Have you met many princes? I snort. No. Look, I'm clearly not gay, not after I threw myself at you, and it's humiliating that I used the name of a guy who didn't even call me. But while I'm confessing, you may as well know that you were the last guy I felt connected to. So when my mom kept naming more and more people, I panicked, and it just popped out that I had a boyfriend. Then they wanted a name, and if I took too long to think of my own boyfriend's name, they'd have figured me out. You threw yourself at me? I can't quite keep the smile off my face. She swallows. I kissed you. Yes, you did. And I enjoyed that. I sit down next to her slowly. I don't believe in fate. I don't believe in God, or destiny, or kismet, or karma. Or I don't think I do. But this feels too odd to be coincidence. She picked my name from the proverbial hat. She could have made up any name at all, but she told her parents my name. And I've invested in 50 companies in the last 6 months, but only 24 made the cut as companies I might salvage instead of chopping. Her family owns one of them, the same family that thinks I'm her boyfriend. I can make her tell them the truth, or I can kiss her a little bit and go home. Absolute worst case, there's no way to salvage this company and I kiss her, then she slaps me when I ruin her family legacy and I go home. Still, the kissing. I don't ever lie, I say slowly. She leaps to her feet and begins pacing. I know that. I remember you said it, okay? Her hands clench into fists. So we will go back in there and I'll tell them I lied. Everyone will get a good laugh, including your hot lawyer, who might be your real girlfriend for all I know, and then I'll go back to my room, throw my shredded pride in the garbage bin, and start trying on outfits so my mom can parade me in front of 100 single dukes and counts. If I had any reservations left, the image of her preening in front of a bunch of snobby lords eliminates them. I'm going to be here for a while, I say. At least a week. If the party happens while I'm here, I'll be happy to go as your date. No reason to cause some big scene or confess to your family. She freezes in the middle of the room and slowly turns toward me. I never lie, I say. And I've never had a girlfriend. But there's a first time for everything, right? Might as well knock out both at once. Color rushes to her cheeks and her chest rises and falls quickly, like a small bird's. Are you all right? I stand up and take a step toward her. You'd have to be convincing, she says softly. My heart races. Convincing? What is she saying? We'll have to sell it. Sell it how? I ask. By knowing things like your distaste for chocolate? She looks up at me, and when our eyes meet, my breath catches. I don't like chocolate when there's too much, or when it's alone, like a whole piece of cake. But I like it in some things, like chocolate chip cookies, things like that. And? You need to be comfortable being around me, Paisley says. Casually touching my hand, for instance, you'd have to act like you want to. To what? She stands on her tiptoes and presses her mouth against mine, and I forget where I am. I forget my name. I forget what I'm doing here. There's only her mouth against mine, her breath blowing over my face when she pulls away, and my arms wrapping around her back to lift her back up again. This time, I kiss her with purpose, without being in a hurry or putting on a show, and I don't want to stop. I never want to stop. I pull her closer, crushing her soft curves against my chest and pressing harder, more insistently. My mouth covers hers entirely, my heart accelerating, my nerves tingling. Finally, she presses a hand against my sternum and shoves. She blinks several times in a very satisfying way and brushes off the front of her skirt. I think we can sell this. It's only a few days, anyhow, right? A few days. Because that's the real motivation here, getting her parents to leave her alone. I almost forgot. And you should probably stay here, at the castle.
I mean, if you were my boyfriend, you'd definitely be staying close to me, so you could get to know my family.
She inhales sharply.
Although that might be kind of horrible for you.
She sounds worried. You need time with your family, I say. We can tell them that I don't want to intrude.
Right.
She swallows.
Of course, probably for the best. My family can be a little overbearing.
You don't say. I suppress my smile. Paisley's a little pushy herself and a princess to boot. It's like Meet the Parents, Extreme Edition. Will they be upset that I have 0 titles? She licks her lips, which only makes me want to kiss her again. Her eyes follow mine to where I'm looking, and she clears her throat.
President is a title, or CEO, or, whatever you are. And it's a title you earned yourself, which makes it more impressive in my opinion. But either way, they'll love you, I'm sure. We better get back.
She glances up at me quickly, her eyes scanning my face, and she giggles. What? She rubs her lips against one another.
Do I still have lipstick on?
I shrug. I think so. Her lips look perfect. Delicious, even.
Well,
she giggles again.
So do you.
She steps into my personal circle again, and I breathe in her smell. Violets. Definitely violets. Her hand reaches up and rubs against my mouth, and I want to bite her finger. But I shouldn't. I don't. This isn't real, which I would do well to remember. Well, if I'm presentable again, we should get back inside. I straighten my tie and turn for the door. Paisley follows. Speaking of getting back in there, I say, should I be calling you Paisley? I raise one eyebrow. Or Holly? She grimaces.
Call me Paisley, but know that my family will insist on using Holly.
There's a story there it feels like your boyfriend would know.
My name is Holly, but Paisley is my middle name, and I prefer it.
She opens the door.
Simple.
And you left home and moved to America without telling anyone you're a princess because...
That's not a simple explanation.
She marches across the hall, around the corner, and into the parlor, and I scramble to catch up with her. One step before we reach the door, she halts abruptly. She pivots on her heel and looks up at me.
Are you about to destroy my family's business?
I sure hope not. I need to see more data, I say. But I'm here in person to look for ways to avoid doing that. And it was my intention to look for ways to save Bech Telecom before I had any idea you were here. In this one particular instance, I'm not here as a wolf. I lower my voice. We might even be on the same side. She grabs my tie and tugs me down. I'm expecting another kiss, but she turns her head at the last moment and whispers in my ear,
I don't think of you as a wolf, for what it's worth. You're much more of a hawk.
She spins around and goes into the parlor. My first relationship may essentially be a lie, but somehow it feels like the most real thing in my life.
7. Paisley. My eyes aren't actually bleeding. It just feels like they are after reading the horrifying numbers documenting the total collapse of my family's business. My dad might be lucky he can barely see. Dad, Beck Telecom still makes phones exclusively for landlines? I shake my head. In the past 10 years, it never occurred to you to branch out? Dad lifts his chin. His English so clear it's barely accented at all.
People still use landlines. We have several.
But they're dying off day by day, and sitting in front of my father, I'm aware in a way I never was before that he is too. He won't be here forever, even though it felt like he would. Eventually, my dad will be gone. Judging from what I'm looking over, Berk Telecom will be gone sooner than that. A business our family has run for over 100 years. Jim sits back in his chair and looks at Cooper.
I won't soften the truth. The numbers aren't quite what we hoped to see.
Cooper looks down at his lap.
But I'd like to spend a day or two visiting the plants.
Jim shifts toward me in his chair.
Paisley, can you go with me? Introduce me to the place?
Cole laughs. I haven't been here in quite some time, I admit. It might be better if Cole took you.
Would you come along?
He asks quietly.
Maybe you'd have some insight. We might even enjoy doing something like this together.
Because I'm his girlfriend. I can't quite help my smile. I hate to be the wet blanket, Anastasia says, but we're scheduled to leave first thing tomorrow. We're expected in Vegas for a dinner meeting with Ghost Files, remember? Jim stiffens.
We'll need to postpone. This is going to take several days at least.
Wow, Cooper says. Really?
I won't need you both here, of course,
Jim says.
but I'll need to spend a little time getting the lay of the land.
Can we talk in the hall? Cooper asks. Jim shoots me an apologetic glance and stands. Anastasia and Cooper follow him into the hall. Neither of them looks very happy. They close the door, so I can't make out much of what they're saying. A few words. Girlfriend, change, ridiculous, waste of time. I didn't like the lawyer before, but now I want to step on her foot. I doubt my family is catching as much as me, since English hasn't been their predominant language for the last decade. But it's clear to everyone that Jim's team isn't happy at the idea of delaying their other plans.
Does anyone else have the distinct impression that Jim is changing his plans because Holly's my daughter, and not because of the company's bottom line?
Dad asks in German. I seriously doubt that, since I'm not really his girlfriend, but I don't bother arguing.
I hate his lawyer,
Cole says in Alemannic, a common dialect in Liechtenstein. He's probably worried Jim might speak German, which I doubt.
She's terrible, and she clearly hates everything about Berg Telecom.
Jim has taken very little and turned it into quite a lot. I defend him in German. His family had a lot of money, but they didn't share. I trust that he knows what he's doing, which means his team knows what they're doing.
Thank you, Liebste,
Jim says from the doorway. Heat floods my cheeks. I shouldn't be embarrassed. It's not like I was really defending him. But of course, I'm expected to stand up for my fake boyfriend. But he called me sweetheart in German, which means he might have understood most of what we said. James Fulton is already turning out to be more than I expected. You speak German? I ask. He nods and replies in stiffly accented German.
Not perfectly, but I did a study abroad in Berlin, before I was kicked out of Harvard.
He doesn't hide things. He wasn't kidding about that. My dad, the original master of hiding anything distasteful, looks at his hands. I wonder how much he can actually see. I'll have to press that issue later. I'd be happy to go with you and Cole to see the factories. I stand up, if you're still planning on being here long enough. Jim closes the space between the door and my seat and wraps an arm around my shoulders.
When is your mother throwing your big welcome home party?
Cole's face brightens.
Next Saturday is Henri's birthday party in Luxembourg,
Cole says.
So Mom's a little upset, but Wednesday night is the only one that will work if we want anyone important to come. That's why she's not here. She's stuck organizing a party in only 3 days. I can stay through Wednesday,
Jim says.
Wonderful,
My dad says.
Serena will be delighted to introduce you to everyone.
I can hardly wait. But for now, I yawn.
Did you fly in today?
Jim asks. I nod, my eyes bleary. Hence the bags under my eyes. He laughs.
I did too.
I need to get some sleep as soon as possible. I hope the bags aren't too bad, but now I'm worried they're ghastly.
Surely you need to eat something first.
He says.
Mother will have dinner ready soon.
Cole says.
You'd be welcome to eat with us. I'd love that.
Jim says.
But I probably ought to review some things with my team before they leave tomorrow, and we've already checked into our rooms at the hotel.
Right, I say. But you'd also be welcome to stay here later if you want. Jim smiles.
I would hate to tear you away from time with your family. After all, that's why you came.
But I'll see you tomorrow? I ask. Jim grabs his briefcase and stuffs the papers from today back inside.
Absolutely.
I'll walk you out, I say.
Your mother is going to be upset not to have met him,
Dad says. Tomorrow is soon enough. I steer Jim out the door by his elbow. Trust me, I whisper. Escape while you still can. Cooper and Anastasia's voices carry from around the corner in the entryway. I expect him to join them, but instead he pauses just outside the door to the parlor. He pushes the door handle until it clicks closed.
Get some sleep now while you can, because I think tomorrow is going to be a long day.
His dark eyes meet mine. When he smiles at me and both dimples appear, my exhaustion evaporates like water hitting a hot skillet. Maybe you should stay for dinner. He leans forward, his lips nearing mine, but he stops about an inch too short.
Haven't you learned the key to any good relationship?
I swallow. I guess not.
It's anticipation.
He straightens with another double-dimpled smile and walks out. For someone who has never had a girlfriend, he knows a lot. I haven't looked forward to seeing anyone as much as I'm looking forward to showing him around tomorrow in a long time. Maybe ever. Cole called it. Mom's upset that he left. She barely pauses in her ranting to eat. How could you not have known your boyfriend bought our company? I sigh, my fork an inch away from my mouth. He didn't know about my family, Mom. Her mouth clicks shut, and it's almost worse than the tirade.
He's a wonderful young man,
Dad says.
I think you'll be proud of Holly when you meet him.
I'm proud of Holly already, Mom insists. I doubt anyone really believes her, though. I know I don't. I take a few more bites of the stew and stand up. I wasn't kidding earlier. I'm exhausted. I think it's time for me to sleep. Mom catches my hand. You'll go over party details with me tomorrow? Sure, if you want my help. But then Cole and I are taking Jim to see both plants and the inspections warehouse. That sounds like fun, Mom says. But don't wear yourselves out. If you do it over 2 days instead of all in one, you'll have time to show him a little of Vaduz. Not a bad idea, actually. When I reach my room, I check my phone. I have a text from a number I don't recognize with a 212 area code. New York City. My hands shake, but I swipe to unlock my phone and read the message.
I'm sorry I never called.
It's from Jim. At least now I have my boyfriend's phone number, I text back. Just don't expect any inappropriate photos. I sleep in footed sleepers.
I like sleepers,
He texts back. I smile and send him a gif of a granny hula hooping in a bikini. Maybe that will hold you over.
My eyes.
You should be sleeping, I text.
You should too.
I'm about to if someone handsome would stop texting me.
Wait,
He texts.
you're texting someone else right now too? How many fake boyfriends do you have?
I laugh out loud. Just the one.
I should have called you months ago.
Did you avoid Trig's wedding so you wouldn't see me? Nothing. No dots, no response. I brush my teeth with my phone sitting by the sink like a pathetic loser. He still doesn't text back. Gah, why am I such a blunt person? I suck at this flirting game stuff.
I'm an idiot.
He finally texts. He is honest, though. He didn't make that part up. I'm sorry you missed it. It was a beautiful wedding.
Trig didn't really care that I wasn't there. Don't feel bad. I was being a coward. I wanted to see you, and that's what worried me.
Well, now you're stuck spending tomorrow with me. My mom thinks we should see one factory a day and spend the afternoon checking out local sites, like Wildschloss.
I like ruins.
He texts.
I'm in.
You've heard of Wildschloss? I'm impressed.
One of my friends had heard of it.
Huh?
My friend Google told me all about it.
I laugh. For someone with only one friend and no girlfriend experience, you're pretty good at the witty banter.
I've been practicing with bots.
I hope he's kidding.
Relax, it's a joke. One that slayed with my AI girlfriend, but it doesn't seem to translate to humans. I'll make note of it.
I better sleep now or my dark circles will scare you off.
I very much doubt that. Besides, you're the one who does all the dumping.
I don't think you have to dump fake boyfriends. They kind of disappear on their own, like Inspector Gadget's communications. They self-destruct.
I don't plan to self-destruct.
I gulp. What does that mean? Is he saying this isn't as fake as it seems? Could my stupid white lie to my parents actually... I stop myself. That's crazy. He's being funny or surprising or doing me a solid. He's not really my boyfriend. No matter how hot I think he is, or how smart, or how funny. He doesn't have girlfriends, and this isn't real. I shut my phone off and go to sleep. When I wake up the next morning, like an addict, the first thing I do is check my phone.
I'm kidding. Kaboom!
He texts.
You either went to sleep,
He texts again.
or I terrified you and you blocked me. Am I going to be handcuffed tomorrow by some kind of European police officer? Because don't take this the wrong way, but I think I could survive a beating from a European with a billy club. In fact, I might knock him out and beat him with his own stick.
And then an American flag emoji.
Real cops carry guns. I'm just saying.
And then a white flag emoji.
Okay, fine. I surrender. I'm finally going to sleep. I doubt I can do any more damage here.
I smile while I brush my teeth. I beam my way through breakfast, even when Mom shoves muesli at me. Oats aren't ever very appetizing, but cold, soggy oats? Blech. Even that can't ruin my morning because Jim, never have a girlfriend Jim, blew up my phone last night. He was stressing that he messed things up. Someone who doesn't care, who doesn't stress.
You're happy this morning,
Cole observes. Being home suits her. Mom is so clueless, but she means well. Yeah, I say. It's nice to be home. I actually have missed it. My phone buzzes and I glance at it under the table. Having fun on the beach? Mary texts. I can't believe you went without me. I suffer a twinge of guilt after reading that, instead of the heart-pounding good morning jolt I was hoping for. Although, I can't really fault Jim for not texting me again. He's probably not sure why I never texted him. Weather is perfect, I text Mary back. Then it occurs to me. What if Jim texts Luke? What if he mentions where he is or the bizarre coincidence of running into me here? Sorry, passed out, I text to Jim. Didn't get your texts until this morning.
I was worried you died.
He immediately replies. I'm alive. Can you do me a favor? I ask. Don't mention seeing me to Luke or Trig or anyone.
Are you texting under the table?
Mom asks. My head snaps up. Well, yes. She sniffs.
I had hoped in almost 9 years your manners might have improved. She was in America, Mom. Be glad she's not wiping her mouth on the tablecloth,
Cole says. I roll my eyes. Oh, please. I hope you won't be this snobby in front of Jim. Even if you can't stand him, he owns the controlling interest in Beck Telecom.
Does he text through meals?
Dad asks. I don't know whether he's eating right now, I say, but I can ask.
Oh, is that who you're texting?
Mom's face relaxes.
Do tell him I can't wait to meet him.
Sure, I'll pass that along. Never. But I will use the excuse to see whether he replied.
Luke and I don't text daily, but now I feel strangely compelled to tell him.
Don't you dare!
Can't always control what I say or do. Occasionally that even gets me into trouble, like fake girlfriends.
I will come over there and take your phone.
Is that a threat or a promise?
His flirting makes me smile.
What did he say?
Mom asks. He's looking forward to it too, I say.
I'm almost to your house. I figured I could pick you up.
I jump out of my chair. I'm still in my pajamas and my hair's not even combed. I better get ready.
What's going on?
Dad asks. Jim's almost here, I say. Make sure they let him in at the gate, but then stall him until I'm presentable. Cole's laughter follows me upstairs. He's still a jerk. It's nice to know some things never change. The thought of my family making small talk with a man I like but barely know terrifies me. I've never gotten dressed or done my eye makeup so quickly in my life. I'm racing down the stairs in jeans and an ivory t-shirt I particularly like when I hear Jim's laugh rising through the entry hall. Oh my word, he's here! You're early, I say.
Did we agree on a time?
He asks.
I just hopped in my car when you texted.
I grit my teeth. His inexperience with girlfriends is showing.
I'm sorry if that was a blunder. I was just so excited to see you.
He cocks one eyebrow, his mouth full of suppressed laughter. Only, I wish he wasn't kidding. So I duck my head to hide my frown. Right.
Are we ready to go?
Cole asks.
Or do you need to race up the stairs at light speed again?
Jim can't quite suppress his laughter this time. Older brothers are evil, the absolute worst. You're lucky you're an only child, I say. Jim slings his arm around my shoulder.
I think it's cute that you're still motivated to look nice for me, even after all this time. How long has it been?
Cole asks.
Because I was there in March, and I don't recall hearing your name.
Now I want to kick them both.
I met her at my friend Luke's wedding,
Jim says.
At Easter. Do you celebrate Easter here?
Cole laughs.
We do, but that's longer than I thought. She sprinted up those stairs like you might dump her if you saw her without makeup. It was more like first date terror than a boyfriend for months kind of stroll.
I'm going to kill him.
She certainly has no reason to try so hard,
Jim says.
It's obvious she was already about 3.5 levels higher than me. A 9.5 to my solid 6. And that's before I knew she was a princess.
I fling his arm off. Why am I only a 9.5? Cole laughs.
Rookie mistake, my friend.
Hello. My mother got ready almost as quickly as I did. Jim gulps. Hey, Mom, I say. Jim sticks out his hand.
James Fulton, Your Serene Highness,
he says. She shakes her head, but his reaction broadens her smile. None of that, young man. You're dating my daughter, so you're family. It's wonderful to meet you.
The pleasure is all mine, and it's easy to see who Paisley resembles. She has your eyes and your nose.
But she has always smiled exactly like her father, Mom says, turning to me. He has a good eye, this man of yours. All right, I say. Well, we better go. So soon? Mom asks. We have a long day of touring factories ahead, I say.
We need to convince this captain of industry not to sell our parts off like a chop shop,
Cole says. It's almost imperceptible, but Jim flinches. What kind of rental did you get? I ask. Because if it's too small for all of us, Cole can drive.
So I have a date later,
Cole says.
I thought I might drive separately. I'll meet you around front.
He heads for the garage. I forgive my boneheaded brother for telling Jim I raced upstairs. In fact, I could hug him until his eyes bulge right this very second.
That's probably for the best,
Jim says.
The back seat of my car isn't very big, and he's a tall guy.
When I walk out the front of the palace, down the broad steps and into the car park, I look around to try and figure out which car is his. A Citroën, a Skoda Octavia, a Ford Fiesta, and a Fiat 500. They're all pretty small, but I totally expected Jim to be a sports car rental kind of guy. None of these fit my expectation. Which one is yours? I ask.
Can you guess?
I look at the cars, scanning for information. I could smack my forehead. Only one has an Avis sticker in the rear view. Really? I ask. I didn't take you for a Fiat man. Jim pulls keys from his pocket and mumbles,
I was supposed to leave today, so I didn't have a rental at all.
This was the best they could do last minute, I guess. He shrugs.
I figured for our very first date, I should drive, even if the car isn't too impressive. Riding in the backseat of your brother's car seemed silly. But now, looking at this...
Our first date. My heart soars. Our first date is driving to tour my family's factories?
Speaking of,
he asks.
Can I ask something a little intrusive?
Since you're my boyfriend, I joke, I think most everything is fair game.
Why do you care about this company at all? As the royal family, can't you just raise taxes if you need more money?
Small correction, I say. Americans won't be familiar with the difference, but we're technically the princely house, not the royal family. Jim shrugs.
Okay.
He opens my door for me, and I try not to swoon. But, to answer your question, I settle into the seat and wait for him to walk around to his side. Watching him fold himself into the tiny little car he's rented is hilarious. And it draws even more attention to his broad shoulders and height. Luckily, I'm sitting down so I don't swoon. You're too tall for this car, I say. He scowls.
I'm too tall for most cars. I usually buy sedans for the extra legroom.
I can see why.
You were about to answer my question, though. Don't let mocking me sidetrack that.
Right. Now that I'm done laughing, I can get back to it. He rolls his eyes. We do have revenue from the government, although we put all of that back into governance. We support ourselves through our family investments, other business interests and estates, not from taxes. But this is something else entirely. We use the income from Berk Telecom for other pursuits.
That's an impressively vague answer,
He says.
I'm seeing the European in you for the first time, but I'll let it go at that, for now.
I smile. Fair.
Now, tell me where to go, and while we drive there, tell me why you don't want me to tell Luke I'm here with you, at your castle, where you're a princess who goes by the name of Holly, instead of the secretary he knows as Paisley.
That's a tall order. I point at the road. Turn here. About 3/4 of the 62 square miles of our country is either agricultural or forest. Our first factory is here, just outside of town. About 1/4 of the people in town work there.
Okay, but I'm going to circle back around to this. I want to know why I'm supposed to lie to my only friend before I do it.
I sigh. It's complicated, Jim.
Call me James.
Excuse me?
My employees call me Jim. My family and one friend call me James. I figure that should include my girlfriend.
I turn to look out the window so he won't see my smile. Okay, James.
Fine. If you don't want to talk, I'll tell you my guesses.
This should be good. Okay, let's hear them.
You killed someone, and instead of going to prison, your family sent you to America, on a boat, with only $1,000.
I snort.
Fine, you don't look guilty enough for that. Unless you're a sociopath.
I shake my head.
You fell in love with a married man then,
He says.
Oh, tell me it was Prince Charles.
I laugh out loud this time. You're ridiculous.
You're allergic to sheep?
He points out the window.
Because that would make living here miserable.
There aren't that many sheep, I say.
There are a lot of sheep.
We drive for a few minutes in silence, which is much more effective in making me talk than any other strategy. Fine, I say. Fine.
Fine what?
He asks.
You're admitting to a severe sheep allergy?
I bite my lip. Something really horrible happened. But I didn't kill anyone, okay? James catches and holds my eyes long enough that I point at the road. Drive,
I'm sorry something hurt you badly,
he says. We're here, I say. James follows the signs for the car park and pulls into a spot.
I won't press any more.
Someone really close to me died, I say. Everywhere I looked, there were memories. Good ones, bad ones. I couldn't stay here, and it felt like I couldn't be myself anymore.
But you moved to the United States and became a secretary.
I wasn't an anything here. I moved when I was barely 18. And don't think I don't hear that patronizing tone, James Fulton. I recognize judgment when I hear it, but I refuse to be bothered by it. Secretaries help people. They do good work, things that need to be done.
Hey, I love my secretary.
Oh, you do? I raise my eyebrows. As your girlfriend, how worried should I be?
She's pretty gay, so I'm fairly sure she'd Krav Maga me to the ground and then sue if I ever so much as winked in her direction. But she's saved me 1,000,000 times.
I can't help a side smile. Well, I love working for Mary, and I love living in America. Liechtenstein isn't like the United Kingdom, or anywhere you're familiar with, probably. My dad literally goes jogging and says, "Hoi!" to everyone he sees. Or he did before he started going blind. I doubt if he still does. But when we leave our boundaries, it's not that familiar, not that comfortable, not that normal. Having servants and people who waited on me, I'm not sure how to say this the right way. I never liked it. As soon as I was old enough to understand, it made me uncomfortable that someone was doing something I could do for myself.
I'd guess that's fairly uncommon,
James says.
especially for a young person. You thought it was weird even though it's all you knew?
Well, we did a lot of things for ourselves here, and when we went elsewhere, we had to maintain appearances.
And you actually prefer the nonstop hustle in America?
James lifts his eyebrows. I was lonely at first, I say. But then I met Gio and she needed me. And then I met Mary, and in a different way she did too. And then Trudy, and now Trig, and Brecca, and Rob, and Luke, and Paul. They're as much my family as my parents and Cole are. I think serving someone bonds you to them. And I had never served anyone in my life. It wasn't allowed. Not here.
And you left the misery and bad memories behind.
He gets it. I don't know how or why, but he understands. You can text Luke, I say. I know that I can't stop you, but I wish you wouldn't. They'll never look at me the same way again.
They're going to find out.
James says sadly. Why do you say that?
Don't you think your visit will make the papers?
He asks.
Or the fact that you're working with an American investor?
I shrug. It will locally, for sure. But it's not like Liechtenstein is really headline-worthy, even in Europe. We're small potatoes, truly. James opens the door.
I hate lying,
He says.
but if you want to keep this quiet, I suppose that's not really my call.
Thanks, I say.
I will tell you that I think it's a mistake.
James offers me his arm like he's escorting me to a ball. Duly noted. I take his arm and follow him into my own factory. We spend hours with Cole meeting the workers, examining equipment, and looking over the extensive inventory. Our storage rooms are literally crammed to bursting with top-quality cordless phones. I feel a little sick. How did it get this bad? It hurts a little bit that none of the workers remember me.
You're investor from America?
Eric asks in English when I smile at him. I open my mouth to tell him that, no, it's me. I used to twist his mustache back when he had one. He gave me piggyback rides. But he doesn't remember, and I don't see the point in reminding him. I'm an American, I agree. Nice to meet you. Cole frowns, but he doesn't argue. Maybe he's given up. I lose track of time, but my stomach doesn't. It rumbles loudly, and Cole chuckles. What time is it? I ask. Cole pulls out his phone.
Almost 4 o'clock. I better head out soon.
Oh no, I say. I wanted to take James to see Wildschloss.
There's time,
Cole says.
if you hurry.
But I might eat his face if we don't get dinner soon.
That sounds disturbing,
Cole says.
but I have some crackers in my car. I'm more than happy to donate those to save poor James' face. Mom would be so sad if he came back as ugly as me. My nose thanks you for your willingness to share,
James jokes. Crackers? I sigh. I suppose as long as we can get into Marais after we hike up to Wildschloss, I'll survive.
Marais,
Cole asks.
you have fancy taste for a secretary.
Fine. I put my hand on my hip. But Subway closes at 6:30 in Vaduz. I pin James with a stare. So you better hike fast.
Whoa,
James says.
we're hiking to the castle?
He lifts up one foot. He's wearing pretty nice leather loafers, and he scrunches his nose.
We may need to stop by my hotel so I can change.
Then we really need to go, I say. Did you get what you needed here? I can't read James' expression.
I did.
Okay, well, good luck, Cole. I'll see you back at home. Cole winks at me, and I have no idea what that means either, but it reminds me of something Noel would do.
Hey, are you all right?
James asks. I shake my head to dispel the memories and walk toward the car park. The employees wave goodbye, and I wave back. I'm fine. It was nothing,
If you say so.
James says.
But you looked upset.
I'm fine. But I grab my own door handle and let myself in before he can come around and open it for me.
You knew we were hiking,
He says.
That's why you're wearing Brooks.
He jabs some buttons on his phone, and a map to his hotel pops up. I smile because I doubt I need a map even now. It helps to know the area.
I suppose it does.
Did you pack sneakers? I ask.
I had my assistant send me some.
He says.
They should have arrived by now.
You have an assistant and a secretary? Color me impressed. He shrugs.
My schedule is insane. It makes sense to let someone else handle the details I hate to manage.
I guess it does. But why did you have them send sneakers at all?
I had him send a variety of things, including workout clothes.
Are you a big runner? I try not to judge. I mean, Trudy loves to run. Paul loves to run. People sometimes like doing it. Just not my people. He shakes his head.
I lift weights mostly.
Having seen him almost exclusively in suits and tuxedos, I'm now curious. What does he look like in a t-shirt? Interesting. It's good that I know that. As the girlfriend, I mean.
Are you a runner?
I don't choke or bark out a laugh, which makes me happy. No. Not unless someone very scary is chasing me, anyway.
What do you do to keep in shape?
I think about his question. Nothing, I guess. He frowns.
You're going to make every woman in America hate you if you say that.
I don't eat a lot, I say. For one, I mean, I'm picky about what I eat. But also, I do things, but nothing particularly to stay in shape.
You're talking gibberish.
I'm not. Look, I like to try new things. I like hiking if I'm actually going somewhere. I like to go rollerblading. James laughs. I slap at his arm playfully, noticing there is some heft there after all. Now I'm really excited for the hike. Some people spend so much time judging other people for what they do that they miss everything fun in life.
That's actually a little profound,
He says. A very close friend of mine made me promise to always do anything that looked fun, no matter how silly or stupid or juvenile it might seem.
And have you?
Absolutely, I say. If I want a Mickey Mouse ice cream on a stick, I get one. If I want to rollerblade in the park, I do it. If I want to swim in the lake, even if it's boggy, I do that too.
You can end up with flesh-eating bacteria.
Nope, I say. None of that.
No science?
He asks. It's the adult reflex, I say, to always think of the reasons not to do things. I look for reasons to do them.
And this hike we're about to take,
He asks.
how long is it exactly?
Oh, please, you big baby. It's a mile. I notice where we've arrived. Whoa, you're at the Park Hotel? He nods, a little nervous almost. I buried the corpse of the man I killed here, I say. James pulls into a spot and slowly turns to face me. I'm kidding, sheesh. But seriously, we would have come here anyway. It's the closest place to park for our hike, so this is brilliant.
Almost like fate guided us.
He says softly. Maybe, I agree, my heart racing.
You should come with me then,
He says.
I'll change and we can leave immediately.
It's either that or wait out here in the car. I hop out and follow him to the front desk.
Mr. Fulton,
The clerk says in clipped English.
a large package was delivered to your room an hour ago. Thank you,
James says. When we reach his room, a part of me wants to stay in the hall. Something about walking into his room, however innocent, makes me nervous. But he walks inside and holds the door for me. I hesitate.
I won't bite,
James says.
or at least, not unless you ask.
My breathing hitches, and I grab the doorframe like an idiot, like he's going to drag me inside. I force a laugh. I know you won't bite.
Are you coming inside?
He lifts one eyebrow. Of course, I say. My feet don't move.
Now?
He asks. Right, I nod.
Are you sure you didn't kill someone in here?
He asks. I'm not going to sleep with you, I blurt out. The laugh that pours out of James' chest is full, loud, and unrestrained.
I certainly hope not. We have a castle to explore.
I practically run through the doorway, propelled forward by the total hilarity he felt at the prospect of sleeping with me. You have a nice laugh, I mutter. James freezes then, every part of him utterly still, like a bird of prey sizing up a mouse.
You have a nice everything.
He leans forward slowly, his eyes meeting mine, his face drawing closer 1 inch at a time. And when I think he'll turn away, he doesn't. He kisses me then, with no one around to see, and I practically melt. My knees wobble, my hands shake, my brain turns to mush. I would be a terrible rabbit, so drawn to the hawk that I wouldn't even attempt to run away. He pulls back abruptly.
I need to change.
He grabs his clothes and practically bolts for the bathroom. Moments later, he emerges from the bathroom in dark, slightly distressed jeans and a red t-shirt that clings to a surprisingly large chest and beautifully defined arms. I can't quite stop staring, which probably makes me look dopey. I stand up and practically jog to the door. We better hurry or we'll lose the sunlight.
Oh no.
James slaps his forehead.
You never got your crackers.
Right. Whoops. He rummages around in one of his bags, pulls out a small package of Biscoff cookies and holds them out to me. Where did you get these? I look at them, but don't take them.
Plain,
He says.
but I wasn't hungry.
You kept them anyway? He shrugs.
Never know when you'll meet a damsel in distress who's practically starving.
I'm not in distress, I protest.
Of course not.
He says. But I'm lying. Because my heart is on the verge of an attack, and I feel the need to run for cover, just like my spirit animal, the rabbit. I take them so he doesn't keep standing there staring at me. Thanks. He grabs a backpack out of his enormous box and tosses a bottle of water from the desk inside. It's a mile, I say. We don't really need provisions.
Even so,
He says.
better safe.
I suppose so. I leave the hotel room, James on my heels, and walk toward the trailhead. It's only a mile to the top, and about a 750-foot rise from there. But the air is thinner than I'm used to, and I realize that I'm pretty out of shape. Maybe I should be doing some exercise, I say sheepishly. You seem to be fine,
Need a piggyback ride?
he asks. I hope he's kidding. No. I don't have the energy to talk much, but that doesn't mean I shouldn't pry some information out of him. You know all my secrets.
All of them?
Maybe not every single one, but the big stuff. I put one foot in front of the other. But I know nothing about you. Care to share something?
Like what?
He asks.
My account passwords?
As your girlfriend, maybe you should tell me those. I mean, if you ever forget them, I could help. Also, I might need that information to go shopping, and it benefits you because I'll look even nicer than I do now. I beam. James laughs. But seriously, I huff. It's your turn to talk. Tell me something you'd tell your girlfriend. It should help you fake things better at my party in 2 days.
In the interest of the charade,
He says.
I suppose I should, but I have no idea what to share.
Tell me about your parents, I say.
How much time do you have?
He asks. All night, I say, and most of tomorrow.
Well, that's way too much time.
He takes my hand, and I completely lose any thoughts I had formed. His parents. I was asking about his parents. Why?
They're not very complicated. My mom cares only about herself. She married my dad, but they were miserable from the start. They divorced, and she's been married 4 more times. She's currently single, but even that won't last very long.
I'm sad now.
You should be. Her life makes me sad. But she doesn't even have the insight to realize that she's the problem.
5 marriages? I ask. And 5 divorces? Really? He squeezes my hand.
Don't worry. She's healthy enough to aspire to 5 more.
Oh, wow. I'm sorry. He shrugs.
At least no one fights over where I'll be going home for Christmas.
My heart breaks for him. My mother isn't perfect, but she loves me. She has always loved me for every second. And she loves my dad. What about your father? He shakes his head.
He's worse.
Worse? I lift my eyebrows. How?
He only cares about his company. He spends every second of his life working.
I don't mention that so far the only thing James has talked about is his job.
He remarried after he divorced my mother, and he's still married to Chris. But the only reason they've stayed together is that Chris kind of lives her own life, entirely separate from Dad. She gets access to his money, his name, and his country club membership, and he has someone to take to parties or go on vacation with if he ever gets bored.
My lip curls. Really?
I know, it's horrible.
I'm understanding a little more why James never bothered with a girlfriend.
But don't feel too bad for me. I hardly ever saw my parents, really.
Who raised you then? I ask.
Well, boarding schools raised me, if I'm being honest. But when I wasn't at school, I mostly lived with my grandmother, my father's mother. My mother's parents made her what she was.
Your grandmother? I ask. She's kind? Oh, how I hope she's kind.
She was the kindest person I've ever met.
Was. She's gone. I can't talk past the frog in my throat, but luckily I don't have to. We've reached Wildschloss. I take James' hand and spin him around so he can see the entire valley below.
That's breathtaking,
He says softly. I'm not sure how long we stand there, staring at Vaduz beneath us. After a moment, I worry he'll ask me something I can't answer. So I turn and head down the path to the ruins of the old castle. I scramble over piles of rock, walk past countless weeds and overgrowth, and duck underneath the low doorway into the main keep.
How many times have you been here?
He asks. Too many to count. It was Noel's favorite place. A few, I say, because I can't talk about Noel while I'm standing here. I just can't.
8. James. I should have never agreed to pretend Paisley is my girlfriend, because now I wish it was real. I keep forgetting it's not. Watching her scramble over rocks and rubble, cheeks rosy from the exertion, eyes sparkling with mischief, I want to wrap my arms around her and never let go. I want to kiss her until she forgets her own name. I want to wrap her in bubble wrap and take her home with me. I want too many things that I can't have. Dinner last night was practically torture. She didn't ask me about my grandmother, and I didn't ask her about what happened to drive her away from a home where she's clearly adored. I didn't ask her why she became a secretary instead of a doctor. I didn't badger her at all. I just enjoyed spending time with her. She shines like the sun at noonday. Her laughter lifts my heart in a way I didn't know it could lift, like it's being hauled upward with hundreds of helium balloons. My phone has been ringing for 20 minutes. I finally roll over and pick it up. After all, what if Paisley's calling? She's not. It's stupid, irritating Cooper. What? I grumble. Someone is crabby this morning. Ready to fly back to New York yet? What do you want? I ask. Just tell me. I've been looking into this whole blurg debacle. Burk, I correct him automatically before I realize he's probably mocking it. Right, whatever. The point is, once you're done with your little vacation, I think you need to face the reality that trying to turn this particular company around was as big a mistake as you told me it would be. We need to go back to selling this one off in chunks because this company isn't dying. It's dead. Have you looked at their current contracts? 3 more canceled in the past 2 months, which means they only have 2 left. I actually think we can fix this, I say. I mean, the people are bright and motivated, the plant is in good shape. They just need a new product, and then some solid contracts to produce under. Do you hear yourself? Cooper asks. I mean, the contracts and the product, that's the entire company. You're basically saying the car is good. It just needs a new engine and a new body. Relax, Cooper, the transmission is fine. We may as well sell the parts that work and buy a whole new car. Look, I've got a lot of contacts and a few ideas for a product that, with a few minor modifications and a few new pieces of equipment, they could manufacture. Dude, I know your girlfriend is hot, and if that's your reason, that's fine. You own this, after all. But if you guys break up, and I feel the odds of that are high, then you're stuck with a corporate corpse. Her family is totally incapable of managing it, obviously. So we hire a manager, who you'll have to fly down to manage yourself. I mean, if you want to relocate to the Alabama of Western Europe to start selling widgets, that's your prerogative. But this is way out of right field, and I want it excluded from my numbers for my annual bonus. You're lucky I pay you a bonus at all with the way you're talking to me. I'd fire him for insubordination, except he's very good at what he does, and he's saying the exact same thing I'd have told myself last week. I'm trying to help, Jim. If you want to make your grandpop's deadline, you should be doubling down, not playing house. $100 million. That's what I'm supposed to be focused on right now. It won't take the rest of my life, but I've got another $60 million to go in less than 4 months to close that gap. Cooper's right. This may be my only real chance to ever pay Dad back. My list. I dropped the grudge against Paul, who's now getting married from what I hear. I didn't ruin his last tech, which was a wireless EKG. And that's when it hits me. With 2 modest purchases, the plant we toured yesterday could manufacture those EKGs, and Paisley knows Trudy fairly well, I think. If she's willing to call in a few favors, she can make her family's company profitable. We need to talk, I text. We're going to see the other plant today, aren't we? I assume it's a lot like the one we saw yesterday? Dots. Then they disappear. Finally, she texts. Do you need to go home now? I can't quite help my smile. No, but I have an idea. I'm just worried you won't like it. Because to ask Paul for this kind of favor, she'll need to tell her friends who she really is. I don't know why she's been hiding it, but the only way to save her family company is if her 2 lives collide. Do you want to come here for breakfast? She asks. Can I pick you up? Less interrogation from her mom that way. And if she decides to tell me why she's kept her past a secret, well, her family won't be there to judge.
I think so. Let me clear with the parents.
I shove the jealousy down deep. It's not her fault she has a family who loves her. It's not her fault she had exactly what I always wanted and threw it away. Maybe if I grew up with it, I might have thrown it away too.
Okay, I'll be ready in an hour, but I have to be back by 3. Mom's insisting on a new gown for my stupid party, and I need a fitting.
Surprisingly, I'm actually looking forward to her fancy party. It's almost like a redo of Luke's wedding, except she knows what I did, and she looks at me like a slice of vanilla cake anyway. I have just enough time to work out and shower before I need to pick her up. I change and rush to the gym. It's small, but the weights are passable. I hate chest day, but it's a necessary evil. I've missed so many days that my chest is actually sore when I head back upstairs to shower. I waffle back and forth between a polo shirt and a suit, but in the end, I pick the polo shirt. When I reach Vedut's palace, I'm kicking myself. I'm picking up a literal princess and I opted for the polo shirt? Idiot. But Paisley's already waiting in the car park and she's wearing a bright yellow sundress. She's always been a breath of fresh air, but she looks like walking sunshine today. I don't deserve to be picking her up. I don't deserve to kiss her either. But I'm not sure I'll be able to stop, not until she makes me. I park the car and she jogs over.
Hey there, you.
I try not to smile like an idiot and fail miserably. Morning. Where should we eat?
I know this sounds stupid, she says, but I really do like Subway. I've been kind of craving a turkey sandwich since I joked about it last night.
Then hop in and tell me where to drive. She does. I try to focus on her direction so I don't look like a half-wit, but her graceful hands, her elegant fingers, her sideways glances, her dark eyelashes against her pale cheek, they all conspire to distract me.
And we're here,
she says with a smile. We order our subs, which strikes me as an odd choice for breakfast, but from what I understand, Europeans like their meat and cheese in the morning. It's certainly far healthier than a donut. My backside has barely hit the chair when Paisley kicks things into full-on interrogation mode.
Why do we need to meet for breakfast? She asks.
I'm going to level with you, I say. I invested in Berg Telecom with the intention of selling the assets, the plant components, the land, the remaining trade contracts. After all, the few contracts they still have could be filled at a much larger margin in China. Paisley gulps. My team is pushing me to sell. Hard.
Why did you come to Liechtenstein at all?
Her eyes are flinty.
To take photos for possible buyers?
I can't stifle my laugh. Photos? I shake my head. She scowls. Look, I'm not laughing at you, or I shouldn't be. I'm sorry, genuinely. I actually came out here because I had a change of heart. I wanted to see whether we could somehow preserve the business, turn a profit, or repurpose, perhaps.
But it's a dead end,
she asks coldly.
And it's time to cut your losses?
My heart twists at the chill in the air. The woman from behind the counter drops off our subs and practically runs back to hide behind the glass. I don't blame her. No, look, I still want to save it, but things are bleaker than we had hoped. I'm not sure how viable my initial hope is in light of further contracts canceling. Or at least I wasn't sure until I had a thought. What Berg Telecom needs is some new products. Diversity. Since you have 2 plants, the smaller of the 2 could easily handle the remaining contracts for landline phones.
Only the Vedut's plant has packaging.
I shake my head. That can be reconfigured. The point is that if we transfer the current production to the smaller location, we still have the personnel and a lot of the equipment we need to make something new. Something like medical equipment, especially products with small components and profiles similar to the telephones.
Okay, Paisley says. That sounds great. Almost too good to be true.
Well, it's a competitive field, I say. So you need to find someone who's willing and able to pay for quality in their manufacture. New products, especially those under patent and in heavy demand, are our best bet.
That makes sense, she says. But it sounds like you might have something in mind already.
She's too smart to be a secretary, honestly. I do.
What?
She lifts one eyebrow. You already know that Luke's brother isn't really my biggest fan.
You want me to call Paul and ask him to let us bid on making his new doohickey?
Wireless EKG, I say. Yes.
Paul has no idea I'm even in Liechtenstein, much less that.
She trails off.
But you've already thought that through. So we're here today because in order to save my family's company, or even have a decent shot at saving it, I need to call and ask my friend for a favor, which means I have to tell them I've been lying to them for almost 9 years.
Technically, you haven't lied, I say. I mean, have any of them actually asked you whether you're a princess?
They think I'm in Miami right now, she says flatly. Gio gave me beach recommendations and offered to loan me her favorite swimsuit.
That's a little awkward.
But I take your point. It's not like it's something that harmed them, and Paul certainly has no room to preach about the harms of lying.
That's for sure, I say. And Luke and Trudy both forgave him.
They're family,
she whispers. So are you, I say. I saw you at that wedding. She pokes at her sandwich, not taking a single bite. When she starts peeling the lettuce off and piling it up, I decide to intervene. Hey, if you didn't want lettuce, why did you ask for it?
I ask for things I don't want a lot.
She drops her sandwich on the wrapper and shoves backward in her chair.
I need to think about this.
I have some people I can contact, I say. But by far our best shot is Paul.
Fine, she says. I get it, okay?
Should I take you home? Please say no. Remind me that you wanted to take me to that old cathedral.
That's probably a good idea, she says.
I have plenty of work to do at the hotel, I say. So that's fine. Let me know when you're ready to talk.
Yep.
Great. I'm trying to help her, but all I've done is broken us, and I have no idea how to fix it. I may be more like my dad than I thought.
9. Paisley. Mom? I ask. My mother is arranging flowers for tomorrow on the dining table. She spins around, her hair perfect, her makeup pristine, her dress beautifully pressed. She beams at me. Every time I see you. She shakes her head. I can't describe it, but my heart is full. You could have come to visit me in Atlanta, I say. Her face falls. I couldn't have. Why not? I ask. You weren't Holly Paisley von und zu Liechtenstein in Atlanta. I inhale. I would have brought to your front door what you left to escape. She's right. I ran, and she could have chased me, but it would have destroyed my safe place. And now James is asking me to destroy it myself. James thinks he has a solution for Berk Telecom. Maybe. Mom's eyes light up. That's wonderful to hear. He might not sell it off then? I swallow. But I would need to ask a favor of one of my friends back home. Mom's eyes flutter when I call Atlanta home, but she doesn't argue with me. A friend who doesn't know who you really are. I really am Paisley, Mom. I'm happy there. In a way you weren't here? I couldn't find joy here, Mom. Not after. Mom's eyes well with tears, and I wish I could snatch my words back. I never know what to say. I never know how to behave. Not here. Not anymore. You would have found it again eventually, Mom says.
But did it ever occur to you that when you left, I lost 2 children instead of only 1?
Noel. I close my eyes. I can't talk about this. I just can't. Which is why I can't call Paul. A simple favor, albeit a large one, would require me to lay my entire life bare.
James knows, Mom says. And what does he think? If he believes you should come clean to the rest of your friends, maybe you should.
He doesn't have a clue. He knows I'm a princess and that I left. That's it. I shake my head.
What will happen if you don't try to call in this favor? Mom asks.
I didn't ruin Berk Telecom, I say. It's not my fault we're in this position.
Mom drops a white rose and it hits the marble floor, several petals dislodging in the process. You didn't. But if you have the power to repair the damage, you'll have to live with the knowledge that you didn't.
I can hear Cole on the main stairway from the very first step, and turn to watch him lumber down. You still sound like a buffalo when you walk, I say.
And you still sound just like an American,
Cole says.
We don't have buffalo here.
Your loss, I say. Their meat is delicious. Cole's lip curls up.
You're kidding.
Where are you going? I ask. Another date?
Oh, please,
Cole says. What?
I didn't have a date.
My mouth drops. Are you kidding? He grins at me.
I figured you two could use a little alone time. You looked uncomfortable with him being here, with being outed. I thought you might have some talking to do.
He glances from Mom, who is focused intently on the flower arrangement in front of her that looks completely done, back to me.
I expected you would be with him right now, honestly.
I was supposed to be.
And?
Cole lifts his eyebrows.
Did he go home early?
Wouldn't you just love that? I look sideways at Mom.
Don't point that hostility my direction, Mom says. I actually like him. I've looked into his family. There's no royalty in America, but if there was...
I roll my eyes. And if he was a plumber? Mom throws her hands up in the air.
Why do you always make everything harder than it needs to be? He's not a plumber.
And he's not my boyfriend either, but I don't tell her that. Too much fallout. And as I've already proven time and again, I'm a complete coward. Where are you going? I ask Cole.
To the workshop,
he says. My eyes light up. Really? He grins.
Want to come with me?
I really do. I rush upstairs and grab my purse. Cole and I arrive even faster than I remember. I have more fun at the workshop than I've had in a long time. And, as a bonus, it keeps me from obsessing over the fact that James hasn't texted or called. I also manage not to think about what to do about Paul or my friends in Atlanta. I didn't put Berk Telecom into the situation it's in, but I wasn't here to help when Dad began his decline. Which means it's sort of my fault, any way you look at it. I'm sorry, I say to Cole on our way home.
For what?
He asks. I never thought, until today, about how my leaving made life harder for all of you. Cole keeps his eyes trained intently on the road, even though it's almost entirely straight, and he's driven it 1 gazillion times. When Noel died, I shake my head. It broke me.
It broke all of us.
I know it did, I say. But
you two were closer,
Cole says.
You two were part of some super secret club the rest of us never could join.
I've never heard my brother sound so bitter.
I know he loved you more than the rest of us,
Cole says.
But we loved him too. And when he left, we lost you both.
Now I'm the one looking out the window. I know. And I'm sorry.
And then you never came back.
At first it hurt too bad, I say. I couldn't come home. I wasn't sure I'd ever breathe right again.
I know the feeling,
Cole whispers. But then I met people in Atlanta, I say. And it was so different there. No one knew me and no one treated me like a princess. I had to work hard, harder than I've ever worked, but I did it. I learned things. I tried new things and no one watched to snap photos when I failed. No one expected anything of me, or mocked me when I messed up.
which means you didn't let anyone down.
I'm sick of people acting like my being an executive assistant is a disappointment. I clench my hands in my lap. Why do people have to make $1 billion or conquer something or be the best person in the whole entire world for someone to be proud of them? I finally look at my brother. His hands clench the steering wheel. His shoulders are tense. I'm sorry for yelling at you. I guess it's a sore point. I grew up being pushed and prodded. Piano, dance, flute, manners, language lessons, tutoring in every subject. I was shoved, cajoled, and chivied into becoming some pinnacle of achievement. So that what? I can arrange flowers while people do everything that matters for me?
What does that mean?
Cole asks. I like cleaning my own toilet, I say. I know that sounds gross. It sounds stupid, but it's dirty, and then I spray toilet cleaner, and I use a sponge, and it's clean. I didn't even know how to do that before I moved to Atlanta. My roommate Gio had to show me. And she was this model, Cole. She was the most stunningly beautiful person I'd ever seen, much more of a princess than me. And she taught me the life skills I never learned.
You could have learned those things here,
Cole says. I shake my head. It never even occurred to me to try. My leaving wasn't about that, at first. But in the process of surviving after Noel died, I made friends there, Cole. I made a life, one that I liked. I choke. I almost said one I like more than being here. It's true, but saying that would be unnecessarily hurtful. I like who I am as Paisley, a working American girl.
But it's a lie,
He says.
and it hurts people. It hurts me.
He's right. If I don't ask my friends for a favor because I'll have to tell them the truth to do it, I'm hurting my family with my lie. You're right. I doubt you heard me tell Mom this, but James found a way I might be able to save Beck Telecom. I need to call a friend of mine and ask for a huge favor.
Which means you'll need to tell them who you really are.
I grit my teeth. I think they know who I am, but I have to tell them where I came from. That much is true. Right.
Then I'm sorry for attacking you. I didn't know that, and I didn't have an agenda. I swear.
I snort.
Fine, I didn't have that agenda. I did want you to tell them who you are because then you'll come home more often.
Americans are weird about this kind of thing, I say. They're going to treat me differently.
Worried you'll lose your cushy job?
Cole smirks. I slap his arm. I'm actually worried I'll be mocked there. I'm worried. I pause. Actually, I'm not sure exactly what worries me. But I'll have to tell them about Noel, about all of it, or they'll never understand. He sighs. I do, too. But now I know what I need to do because I know the right thing to do. I'll do it after the party. Cole looks at me sideways. He's a jerk. I really will, I say. But I can only worry about one huge thing at a time.
And this party is a huge thing?
He lifts his eyebrows as he turns into our garage. It's the first party that anyone has thrown for me in 10 years. So yeah, I'm going to say it is. He smiles.
Fine. I'll cut you a day's worth of slack. But I'm going to remind you Thursday morning that you said you were going to call. And then I'll hand you the phone.
Not a landline! I feign horror. But seriously? Landlines! You should have told Dad years ago what a bad idea that was. We should have been branching out by 2010 at the latest. Cole sighs.
I'm not a business mogul, you know. And Dad spends almost all of his time on government stuff.
I know he does. I shouldn't be so critical. I wasn't even here. The second I walk in the door, Mom captures me for the longest fitting in the history of mankind. After that, dinner with the entire family takes forever. Even so, when I reach my room at 8:30, I don't have a single text or call. I think about how we left things. Maybe I'm the one who needs to text first. Feel like going for a drive? He texts back immediately.
Have you seen the price of gas in Europe? Are you trying to bankrupt me?
I smile. I'll drive.
You're not planning to drive out in the middle of nowhere so you can hide my body, right?
Please, I'd just send the police for you. Dots. I love the dots. It means he's typing something long.
I've been here 2 days and never seen a single law enforcement officer.
We only have 91. Laughing emoji. Put your pants on. I'll be there in 5.
How did you know my pants weren't on?
Capital O, period, lowercase o. What's that little capital O, period, lowercase o thing? Laughing emoji again.
Luke started using it. I think it means, are you peeking in on me? It's supposed to be eyes. I thought it was a girl thing.
Between Mary and Amy, Luke's girlier than me. I bite my lip.
Note to self. Do not copy Luke's texting oddities. Girlfriend questions masculinity.
My heart races. It's fake. I know it's fake. But yesterday he kissed me with no one around to see it. And now he's calling me his girlfriend in a private text. Probably ironically. But it feels pretty real. I missed you today, I type. Then I delete it. Too much. Too risky. I put my phone down and force myself to walk away from it while I retouch my makeup. Then I borrow Cole's Range Rover and head for his hotel. James is standing outside, staring at the mountains, oblivious to my presence. I admire his broad shoulders and his dark, slightly longish hair before I roll down the window and whistle.
You do not act like a princess.
His double dimples still make me swoon. Get in, hot stuff. He opens the door.
It's chilly here at night. I should have grabbed a sweater.
I've got a heater. I roll up the window.
Where are we going?
He asks. I don't know, I say. But I wanted to see you, and I couldn't invite you over. You'd have been grilled. And I couldn't invite myself into your room. His grin turns hawkish.
Why not?
I shake my head. Danger, Will Robinson?
You're surprisingly well-versed in American pop culture.
That's basically the entire world over there, I say. And it's not like Liechtenstein has a booming film industry I was raised on instead. He laughs.
But you don't even have an accent.
I put the car in park. Okay, that's why I wanted to see you. I've decided to call Paul and tell him. James' eyes widen.
You wanted me in the car for that?
Of course not. But I wanted to do a trial run. Really, I think I just want him to know, to understand why I left. I need to know how they might react.
Well, I already know you're a princess, he says. I think I took that pretty well.
I haven't been lying to you about it for 10 years, I say.
True.
He rubs his hands against the dark scruff on his chin. And I don't want to talk anymore. I want to lean across the center console and touch his jaw myself. I lick my lips instead. I thought I'd tell you why. Then maybe you can help me figure out how to tell them and who to tell first. James frowns.
I'm not exactly fantastic with the interpersonal stuff.
I gathered that much, Mr. No Friends.
But you're a veteran at it,
He says.
I'm sure you know what to do.
My shoulders slump.
Why did you leave?
He asks, so softly it's almost a whisper. You've met Cole. I grip the steering wheel like the car isn't parked.
I have?
Mom was married before she met my dad. Cole's my half-brother. James puts a hand on the center console. Not demanding, but he's there. He's not as bad at the interpersonal stuff as he thinks. But then Mom and Dad had 2 more kids, an heir and a spare.
Excuse me?
James asks. I turn to face him. You haven't heard that? I can't help my half-smile. It's kind of standard. At least it is here. Every titled family needs an heir and a spare. My throat closes. Because I'm the spare, and they needed me.
Okay, so you have another brother.
I nod. Hans Knoll. And he was brilliant. So funny. Tears well in my eyes. Handsome and good. The quintessential prince.
Was.
I nod, inhaling deeply to try and hold the tears at bay. I haven't talked about Noel in almost 10 years. I wasn't born for 3.5 years after they had him. He probably should have ignored me, or at the very least taunted me. Cole did both in turns. But not Noel. He loved me from the first day. Or that's what Mom says. James frowns. I plow on. My earliest memory is of him feeding me. He played this game. He would duck below the table and then pop up and I would scream. Mom and Dad hated it. But I opened my mouth and he would shove something inside. No matter what it was, I ate it. Peas, green beans, carrots, whatever. James shifts, but he doesn't move his hand.
You remember that?
I remember everything about Noel. My heart cracks a little. And that never changed. As I grew and Noel grew, we just did more things together. We played hide and seek. I hated dance lessons, but he stepped in to teach me and made it fun. I abhorred piano, so he started teaching my lessons himself. He played like a professional.
You play piano?
I played chopsticks, I say. But Noel helped me memorize enough songs to satisfy Mom and Dad.
What happened to him?
James asks. He got cancer, I say. Chronic myelogenous leukemia. It was horrific. Our hospital in Vaduz. I shake my head. He had to go to Zurich.
How long was he in treatment?
Almost 2 years. Luckily, I was a bone marrow match. I shudder. He went into remission. James doesn't look optimistic. He knows where this is headed.
I've heard bone marrow donation is miserable.
I shrug. It wasn't a big deal, really. For once, I was doing something for him. I would have done... I choke. Anything.
How long did his remission last?
18 months, I say. He ended up with cataracts thanks to the chemo, and during the treatment for those, they realized it was back. Everything had to start all over again. He hadn't even been in remission as long as he'd been sick.
What did he do?
James asks. How does he know Noel did something? I wipe at my cheeks. We did another bone marrow transplant, but it didn't work. Noel went on Gleevec.
What's that?
I take his hand, his fingers warm and strong. It's a cancer drug, but it kind of holds things on pause where they are. Or it would have. I squeeze and James squeezes back. His face swelled up. He threw up a lot. Then he got a rash.
He stopped taking it.
I turn to face James so fast it gives me whiplash. How could you possibly—
I would have, probably.
My hands shake, and James leans closer and wraps his arm around me. He died because he just gave up, I say. He could have stayed. He should have kept fighting. He didn't even tell us. He didn't even tell me. He hid his pills and he got worse and worse, and then he died. And then I was alone. So alone.
You were angry,
James says. I shouldn't have been angry, I whisper. I saw him. He was miserable. I know why he did it. But he could have told me. I would have understood.
You would have done anything, you said. I'm guessing that means you would have tried to stop him.
Sobs rack my body. I don't know. Maybe.
After he died, you couldn't stay?
James asks. No one believed that I didn't know, I say. They all blamed me. And I blamed me. I should have noticed. I should have done something. And every single place I looked, Noel was there. Suddenly, I wasn't the spare, I was the heir, and I sucked at it. I dropped things, and I said the wrong stuff, and I hated everything. I had our deputy prime minister make me a new identification, with Paisley as my only name. I told him I needed it to surprise Mom and Dad, and he believed me. I lean against James' shoulder. They were furious with him and with me when they found out. But I used it to apply to a dozen schools in America.
That's where you met Gio and Trudy and Mary?
Atlanta, yes. I met Gio first. I didn't have a plan. For once, no one was telling me what to do. And no one knew about Noel or who I was. I could bumble, I could mess up, and no one cared.
How often did you come home?
This is my first time back. James whistles.
Seeing a little more why your mom wants to throw you a party.
They want me to stay.
I guess so.
And I'm realizing that what was better for me must have been harder for them.
They lost that heir and their spare at the same time,
he says. I know, I whisper. I'm a terrible person. James shakes his head.
You were suffering from trauma. The rules of triage are that first you treat what is the most critical. You had to survive. They had to do the same thing.
I can't tell Paul all this on the phone.
I get it now,
James says.
Why you didn't want to tell them.
But I'm going to do it. I sit up straight and James relaxes his arm and leans back. You're still coming to the party tomorrow night? He meets my eye.
Of course.
Phew. So, once that's done, I'll call and tell them Thursday morning. But should I call and explain all of this to Trudy or Mary? What do I do?
You met Gio first.
he says.
I'd call her first.
Right. Of course. Then I'll call Mary. I can reassure her that I'm not quitting, and then I'll call Trudy. Once they've had a day or two to process, I can hit Paul up for my favor. James leans his head back in the seat.
That sounds like a good attack plan.
Is your team okay with waiting? He laughs.
Does it matter? They work for me.
Right,
I'm assuming this is a tuxedo kind of party?
James asks. It is, I say, which is sort of a shame.
Why?
He raises one eyebrow. A lock of hair falls over his eye, and my poor, broken, battered heart perks up just a bit. He may not be great at the interpersonal. He may never have had a girlfriend. But he's been here for me. I've sobbed on his chest, and he's been a champ about it. I had no idea how hot you were until I saw you out of that tux. All those muscles wasted under bolts and bolts of fabric. Both dimples. I love the double dimple smile. I reach up and brush his errant hair back, and he catches my hand. Although, I bite my lip, maybe I don't want anyone else to know how hot you are. There will be a lot of really good-looking ladies at the party tomorrow.
I'm taken,
He says.
right?
I gulp.
At least that's the story.
The story. Yes, I say. So don't forget that. No flirting or asking for numbers, no matter how tempting.
I'll try my best.
He kisses the top of my hand and then turns it over and kisses my palm.
But don't forget, I'm a bad guy, so I can't make any promises.
I won't forget. But I wish I could. I'd like to forget he's just humoring me. I'd like to forget that he flies home Thursday. I'd like to forget all of it. I should tell him that. I should say that I might forget. Would that be so bad? I open my mouth to say it, to tell him I wish it wasn't fake. My phone buzzes and I jump. James hands it to me without looking, without breaking eye contact. I look at the screen to see who it is. When are you coming back? Mom asks. I groan. Trust Mom to have the absolute worst timing.
You should get back,
James says.
because hawks are always hungry, and we destroy things like adorable little rabbits.
There's that smolder, the one that killed me at Mary's wedding. I nod my head and turn toward the steering wheel. Boy, that was some drive. James puts his hand on my arm and my stomach lurches.
We wouldn't have seen anything in the dark anyway, but I'm glad you came over and told me. I think your friends will understand.
I hope he's right. Thanks for listening,
I may not be a very good person,
he says.
but my grandmother Greta, Gigi is what I called her, she taught me to listen. Even if you're not really my girlfriend, if you ever need to talk to someone who won't judge you, you can call me.
I don't cry again until he's out of the car and I'm driving back. It's small, but I'll take every win I can right now.
10. James. It's almost easier to work from a hotel than from my office. I accomplish as much in 3 hours as I usually do in 9 or 10 back home. Or I would have, if I hadn't spent the morning texting Paisley. Or Holly. I'm not sure what to call her. Her number is now saved in my phone as the girlfriend, which still makes me laugh a little when it pops up. Gigi's surely smiling up in heaven. Because I wasn't kidding when I told Paisley I'm not a very good person. I'm certainly not a good enough person to date her for real. When she told me about her brother, I felt for her, I really did. But I was also jealous. I can't tell whether I was jealous that I didn't have a sibling at all, or whether I'm jealous at how much she loved her brother. Her own brother. I was jealous of how much she cared about her dead brother. I'm a terrible person. Which is why I'm flying out on the flight my assistant booked out of Vienna on Thursday morning, no matter what. I can't stay in Europe another second. The more time I spend with her, the more time I want to spend. I care just enough to know that I would be a disastrously bad boyfriend for Holly Paisley von Unzu Liechtenstein, hereditary princess of Liechtenstein. But oh man, if I married her, my parents would both crap a brick. Even the thought makes me laugh. I would need to have the invitation to the wedding hand-delivered with a hidden camera. It would be worth any amount of money to see them each open the announcement to attend a ceremony in a palace in Europe. Their screw-up son, the one both of them cut off without a backward glance after Harvard kicked me out, the one who does nothing but knock over blocks, marrying a princess. The whole idea, no matter how absurd, makes me smile. The party doesn't start until 8 p.m., but Paisley says it's a 1-hour flight from Innsbruck to Vienna, plus driving time, plus we need to arrive early. I finish with everything I need to do urgently before noon, so I shower and shave and put on one of my regular suits. I'm sure there will be somewhere for me to change into a tux once we reach this garden palace. My assistant has arranged for the rental car agency to pick up my terribly small car, so I drive straight over. When I reach the front gate, the guard doesn't even make me roll down my window. He waves and lets me in with a smile. I'm a regular at Vadut's castle, a personal friend of the princely family. Crazy. I park in the car park and walk to the front door. Usually I have to wait on their butler, but today the door hangs open while people stream through. I'm not sure why there are so many people here. After all, the event is in Vienna, but since I've never thrown a party, I don't have much of an opinion. I walk inside behind a woman carrying a bag with some kind of clothing inside. I stop in the entryway and look around, but I don't see anyone I know. So much for being a family friend. Hello? I call out. Wer bist du? A woman in a smart red business suit and black heels asks. I blink. Who do I tell her I am? Ich bin Holly's Freundin. The woman bursts into peals of laughter. Because I said I'm Holly's girlfriend, I smack my forehead. Freund. Her laughter subsides. The American. I took a few years of German, but to call it rusty would be a compliment. Ach, Americans, always good for laughs, she says with clipped consonants. Right. Holly room is at top of stairs on left. Door is blue, she says. I'm housekeeper, Marguerite. Ah, I say. Thanks. I jog up the stairs, relieved to escape the tide of people ebbing and flowing in the entry. When I reach the blue door, it's closed. I tap. Nothing. I tap harder. Still nothing. Maybe she's not inside. I'm about to turn around and head back downstairs when Paisley opens the door with a whoosh. Thank goodness you're finally here. Her hair is piled on top of her head in a messy bun, and she's wearing only a bra and very small shorts. My mind completely shorts out. I can't breathe, much less think. Oh no, you're not Hilda! She shrieks and slams the door in my face. I blink several times, but the image appears to be burned into my retinas. I stand there stupidly, clearly not Hilda, as she already noticed, but unsure what to do or where else to go. A moment later, she opens the door again, this time wearing a shirt. Sorry about that, she says. I have no idea why I shouted. I was just surprised. I open my mouth, but I have no idea what to say. She grabs the front of my suit and yanks me inside. Come in, you can't just stand in the hall all day. I'm so sorry, I say. She giggles. You'd see me wearing less if I went swimming. It's no big deal.
I was waiting for Hilda to help me choose my dress and do my hair. You're early.
Right, I say. Sorry about that. I finished early and thought maybe I could help or something.
Maybe you can. Mom always hogs more than her share of time.
I glance at her hair helplessly. I'm not sure what I could possibly do.
You don't have to do anything with my hair.
She grins.
Relax.
I do know how to zip, and I have a decent hand with a button, I say, if that's all you need. But I'll probably like every single dress you show me.
How are you with necklaces?
She asks.
Because those clasps can be obnoxious.
I smile. I think I can figure that out.
Perfect.
Now that she's smiling and not shouting at me, I glance around her room. It's fussier than I expected. Embroidered pillows, knickknacks on every surface.
Oh no, she says. Don't do that.
Do what?
You're judging me, and this is so not my room.
Your housekeeper insists that it is. She flops back on her fluffy, massive four-poster bed.
I assure you it isn't. I haven't touched a single thing in here since I left.
So this is Holly's room. I sit down on an embroidered footstool. What does Paisley's room look like? She blows out a big breath, her hair flying back adorably.
Oh man, actually now that you mention it, judge me on this one.
You're not the neatest person, I ask. She shakes her head.
It's embarrassing. Growing up with a bunch of people who clean everything for me every day didn't leave me very tidy, I'm afraid.
She perks up.
But I like the actual scrubbing and sanitizing part. My floors are always mopped and my toilets are always clean. I'm just not very great at making my bed or picking up clothing. I mean, if I didn't wear it very long, I don't want to wash it. And is it really that much worse if it sits in a pile on top of my dresser instead of resting neatly in my drawer?
I have no idea how to reply to that.
Oh no,
She groans.
You're a neat freak.
I shrug.
Wow. If you really were my boyfriend, this would ruin us for sure. I would make you insane, I know it.
Or I'd hire a team of people to follow you around picking things up. She snorts in a very unprincessly way.
I hated that so much.
They could come while you're at work.
Brilliant.
She beams.
It's easy to see why you're a captain of industry, Mr. Fulton.
I like it when she says my name.
Okay, I need to pick out my dress so that I know how to do my makeup and hair. I have 3 options. Are you ready?
I suppose so. She ducks into her closet and emerges a moment later in an ice blue dress that bares her shoulders and back and hugs the rest of her body from her chest right down to the ground. This is worse than when she answered the door in her underwear. I can't talk. I can't think. I can't even smile.
Can you zip me up?
She walks toward me and spins around. I'm suddenly faced with 2 feet of the most gorgeous skin I've ever seen in my life. I'm supposed to do something with it, but I can't. I just stare.
James?
She asks. Yeah?
I said, can you zip me up?
Her voice sounds funny. I clear my throat. Right. Work, fingers, work. I reach for her zipper, my fingers stiff, and finally manage to tug it up about 3 inches.
Is it stuck?
She asks.
Because if this dress is too tight, I might die of embarrassment.
I pull harder and the zipper flies all the way to the top. Got it.
Great.
She spins around and smiles at me.
What do you think about this one?
My mouth is so dry I can barely speak, but I force out the words. I like it.
Well, that's not what I'm going for, she says. Unzip this so I can show you the next one.
She spins around again. I put one hand on her shoulder and turn her back to face me. I don't want to see any others. This is the dress. Her eyebrows rise and her mouth parts a tiny bit. Okay?
Sure,
She says, her mouth curving up in a smile. Now what?
Well, she taps her lip. I need to take this off and put it in a bag to take with us. And then I need to do my hair and makeup, but honestly, that's pretty boring to watch. Maybe there's a video or a podcast you can watch on your phone?
I doubt I'll be bored. I've never watched anyone do their hair. She cocks her hip.
Never?
No girlfriends, I remind her.
But you do your own hair.
She eyes it thoughtfully.
It has something in it, gel or mousse or I don't know.
I run my hands through it. Nothing. I do pay a ghastly amount for my haircuts, which I'm overdue to get.
Life isn't fair.
I look away from her when I unzip her dress this time, and I keep my eyes averted while she returns to her closet. Thankfully, she comes back out in black pants and a blue blouse. No more show-stopping dresses or bras and tiny shorts. My brain might go permanently offline. I follow her to her bathroom then, where she appears to have multiple burning-type things plugged in. What is all of that?
This is a flat iron.
She holds up tongs.
And this is a curling iron.
She holds up a long rod.
But you should know this last one. You can do it. I know you can.
I do recognize a blow dryer, I admit.
Well, Mr. I won't get bored. Here we go.
She turns on the blow dryer and pulls her hair out in the messy knot on top of her head. I'm surprised by just how much hair she has. It blows 15 different directions, and it's impressively puffy by the time she's done. Then she uses the flat iron for 2 seconds. It appears to do something to the hair in the front of her head, and after that she's off with the curling iron. In 20 minutes, she looks like an adult version of Shirley Temple. That was not boring, I say. Also, I can't believe your hair curls like that. She shrugs.
The upside to having way too much unruly hair is that when I take the time to do something with it, it holds.
Then she pulls out a brush and begins to pull it through her hair. Whoa, I say. What are you doing?
I curled it so that it would have the right amount of body,
she explains.
Now I'm putting it up.
I take 2 steps to where she's standing and touch one of the curls. Don't. She freezes.
Don't put it up?
I shake my head. It looks so pretty down.
I look like I'm 5 years old,
she objects. Even in that old t-shirt, I say, you look nothing like a child. She glares at me.
I want to make my boyfriend happy, but I can't go to my party like this.
She points to her reflection in the mirror.
It's way too curly.
It'll relax, right? I ask. I heard that once. Curls fall out. She shakes her head.
Mine don't.
Fine. I sit back down on the footstool. She pulls the brush through her hair a few times and then sets it on the table. Then she spends a few minutes with a teensy tiny black brush and some wands doing things to her eyes. She picks the hairbrush up again and then sets it back down. She puts a few sparkly pins in her hair, a few near her temples, and another on her crown.
All right. It's not so bad with my makeup done. If you like it, I'll leave it.
I stand up and grin. I do. I really do. She spins in a circle.
It covers the neckline and back of my dress.
Trust me, I say. It's fine. But do you need a crown or something? She laughs.
We lost our crown somewhere. Dad thinks grandmother had it made into some other kind of jewelry, but she would never admit it.
A princess with no crown, I say. That seems wrong somehow. She ducks her head.
I'm not much of a princess, honestly.
I lift her chin with 2 fingers until her eyes meet mine. I disagree.
I don't think I've thanked you enough for coming,
she says.
I don't think I could bear being thrust at a whole line of men like some kind of burnt offering. I was too young before, but I think Mom's trying to make up for lost time.
I'm happy to help. I doubt that I like the line of men idea any more than she does.
We better get downstairs. Let me just grab my necklace.
She ducks back into her closet and comes out with a sparkly silver locket. A locket, I ask. Do I sound terribly American if I say that I was expecting a huge diamond rope, or maybe rubies as large as my thumb? She hands it to me.
Noel gave me this the Christmas before he died.
I'm an idiot. She lifts her hair to expose her neck. I'm struck with a sudden impulse to run my finger from her collarbone to her ear, just to see if her skin is as soft as it looks. Luckily, I'm not that big of an idiot. I manage to work the clasp well enough to put it on her, and she drops her hair. She throws a smile over her shoulders at me.
You ready to go?
I nod dumbly.
Maybe we should come up with a story, she asks, before we start getting hit with everything.
What do you mean?
You're about to suffer through half an hour in the car and an hour on a plane with my parents and my brother. I'm worried they'll pelt us with questions like where we met and when we became a couple.
Oh. I lean against the wall, bumping into a picture of a winterscape featuring a bright red bird. Well, we keep as close to the truth as possible. We met at your friend's wedding, but instead of being an idiot, I actually called you. Paisley looks at the ground.
Why didn't you call?
She touches the locket at her throat.
Are you not done with Paul?
I drop that, I say. I think I would have anyway. Trudy is working for me still, you know.
Is she?
She looks up at me. She even does some research for me from time to time. She has a quick mind. She gulps and frowns for some reason.
That's nice.
I don't know why I didn't call. I can't tell her it's because I'm not good enough for her. No reason to point that out in case she hasn't noticed.
Well, okay. So we met then, and you called me, and took me out when?
Oh, I'd have taken you out right away.
How?
She frowns.
You live in New York, remember?
I have a private jet, I say. I don't use it all the time, but I flew here on it. I just sent my team to the appointments I'm skipping in that, so I'm flying home commercial. Her mouth rounds into the cutest little O I have ever seen. I flew right out to take you to dinner at your favorite place.
Homegrown.
Sure, I say. In May, but we decided not to tell anyone because we didn't want our friends to get too involved.
That sounds good, she says. But you come visit me whenever you have time away.
Which has been never in the past few months. Sure.
Okay.
I take her hand in mine. I think I can sell this. Don't worry. She inhales quickly, and I want to kiss her so badly it hurts. I want to kiss her until the frown is gone. I want to kiss her until her hair is messy. I want to kiss her until she begs me never to stop. Because I'm a terrible person who destroys things, which is exactly why I shouldn't kiss her like that. I walk toward the door. Ready? She follows me out and then down the gracefully curved staircase, her dress in a bag over her arm. Should I drive to the airport, I ask, or ride with your family? Paisley hooks her arm through mine.
You're stuck with me.
She drops her voice to a whisper.
At least until tomorrow.
I hate the thought of this all ending tomorrow, but I suppose there isn't much point to the charade once I leave. My fingers itch to text my assistant and extend my stay. But what reason would I give to her? The next step for her company is to call Paul, and I certainly won't help there. If Paul can't help, I say, let me know and I'll work my contacts. Paisley smiles up at me, and I can't help but smile back.
Thank you for being willing to come at this from another direction, she says. It means a lot to my family.
We really do appreciate it, brother, Cole says with a smirk.
Seriously, Cole.
Paisley rolls her eyes.
No odd nicknames. You're going to have him running for the exit.
Cole drops his suitcase. I don't think he's a runner. He swivels toward Paisley. You're the runner. Watch out, Jim. This one sprints away at the first sign of trouble. Paisley ducks her head, and I realize that's what she does when she's embarrassed. Actually, I say, I heard she only runs when chased by someone big and scary. Her eyes cut toward mine, the corner of her mouth quirking upward. But either way, I'm not worried. I run fast enough to catch her. I snag her bag and toss it over my shoulder. Now, where are we taking our stuff? Because I have a lot of crap in my car outside. Cole doesn't poke at Paisley while we load up, and she perks up enough that I don't actually step on his foot like I was considering. When Cole climbs into the driver's seat and her parents climb into the back, I glance at Paisley. "Where are we supposed to sit?" I whisper.
Do you want to chat with Cole in the front?
She asks. "I'd rather talk to you," I say. "Don't you have a guard detail or something? Maybe one of them can sit by him."
I told you the entire country only has 90 police.
She smiles.
Do you really think we had guards? It's not Serbia.
"There's no unrest in the country?" I ask. "None at all?" "Our people love us," Cole says from the front. "But you can sit in the middle and canoodle with my sister. It's cool."
Canoodle?
Paisley snorts.
That's not a word Americans actually use. Please delete that from your English vocabulary immediately.
"Noted," Cole says. "But seriously, I've got podcasts to listen to up here." I don't waste any time arguing with him. I slide into the middle seat and Paisley climbs up next to me. After we buckle, I take her hand. Gotta keep up appearances with her parents after all.
You two make a cute couple,
her mom says. "Thanks," I say. "I agree." "What do your parents think?" her dad asks. I swallow. "They don't know." "You haven't told them about Paisley at all?" Her dad leans forward.
James isn't close to his parents, Paisley says. They don't talk very often.
Try never. I squeeze Paisley's hand. I think the last time I spoke to my mother was more than 3 years ago. "Perfect in-laws for Holly." Cole snickers. Paisley bumps my leg aside to kick the back of his chair. The entire 30-minute drive passes much the same, but luckily the Innsbruck airport is small and easy to navigate. We survive security and board their family's jet. This is a much nicer jet than mine. I'm impressed, truly impressed. I spin around. Wow. We do all right. Prince Hans Michael holds tightly to his wife's arm as she helps him find a seat. I take a seat near Paisley and Cole sits on my other side. "Here's what I don't quite understand," I say. Maybe it's none of my business, although technically it's exactly my business. You're concerned about the failure of Berg Telecom.
Right,
Paisley agrees. But your family is clearly not hurting for money.
I told you already, she says. We have money. Our family has quite a lot of art, several palaces, and we own more land in Austria than exists in the entire nation of Liechtenstein.
Then what's the issue, I ask. Why not let me just sell off the factories and move on? Cole leans forward and pins Paisley with a stare. You didn't tell him anything, did you? She blushes. Not even why Berg Telecom exists. Cole rolls both eyes toward the ceiling. Far be it for me to give relationship advice, but you two need to talk more. At a baseline, she should have explained why it's owned by a trust. You've seen the paperwork, so you know that my dad's the trustee. When he dies, Holly takes over, but we don't take a dime of that money. Berg Telecom funds the annual distribution. Paisley groans next to me. What's the annual distribution, I ask. Is that something I should understand? Paisley's looking at her toes. I turn toward Cole and his smile is a little unnerving.
He hasn't signed anything,
Paisley hisses.
I can't tell him about it. Not without a confidentiality agreement, at least.
Oh, please, Cole says. Your boyfriend is hardly going to hand this over to the media. Now I really want to know what this annual distribution is.
Fine.
Paisley turns toward me and opens her mouth. Then she shuts it.
You're not going to understand because it's weird, okay? But it's like this thing that has been going on for more than 200 years, and I didn't even realize it was weird until I moved to America.
What's the distribution? I ask, now desperate to know. Paisley exhales and her bangs fly up in her face again.
My dad is Santa Claus, okay?
I'm terribly afraid she's not kidding.
11. Paisley. Stupid Cole and his big mouth. He doesn't know that James isn't really my boyfriend. He's not really hopelessly devoted or even smitten. This whole thing is a big joke to him. And now we've told him our biggest family secret, so that tomorrow, when he flies back home, he can tell the world. I have less than an hour on this flight to try and explain so that he gets it. Mary would love this. She'd keep the secret to her grave. But this guy? James has probably never gotten a single thing from Santa in his life. Cole is laughing in his chair, hard enough that I can feel the vibration. He sticks his headphones in and tunes out entirely. I want to slap him.
Define Santa Claus,
James says softly next to me. What do you know about the history of Santa? I ask. His shoulders slump.
He wears a red suit?
Oh, boy. So, the whole thing comes from the stories about St. Nicholas, a saint from Patara, which is near Turkey. He was born in 300 AD or so.
Okay,
James says. Don't worry, I'll try to keep this to a highlights reel, I say. But the point is that this guy gave all his riches away and helped the poor, like, for his entire life. After he died, he only grew in popularity. In fact, the people of Holland loved him. His Dutch nickname was Sinterklaas, and Dutch immigrants in the early 1800s still loved him.
Okay,
James says.
but what?
I'm getting there, I say. Be patient. So around the same time in the late 1700s, things were a little hard here in Liechtenstein.
The late 1700s?
James asks. Yes, stay with me here. Things were hard and the winter was a rough one. My family owned all the land but never lived there, and the few people who actually lived in Vaduz, well, they were struggling. They were freezing, in fact. So my great-great-great-grandfather ordered that a bunch of trees on his land be cut down. It all happened to be ready to deliver on Christmas Day, so they did. The first distribution took place on December 25th, 1796.
Your great-great-whatever gave people firewood.
I nod. Exactly.
I don't mean to argue with you, but I've heard that Santa gives gifts. Naughty children receive coal, I've heard, but I've never heard firewood.
Coal and firewood, translation issues, I say. But the point is this. The people were so grateful, and we're a Catholic country, so they erected a monument to St. Nicholas to thank Alois I. They all left little offerings there for weeks. He was prince, but he reported to the Holy Roman Emperor at the time.
Wait, he reported to whom?
Never mind, I say. Look, by all counts, Alois was a silly man, frivolous even, but he loved trees and horticulture, and cutting those trees to save the people was a real sacrifice for him. It touched him that they cared about it enough to thank him. So, when he made an absolute killing mining for iron ore or something, he started a little factory there. At the time, it processed some of his ore, but he pledged the income to a secret fund. Every single year, he would take the proceeds and spend them on some kind of gift for the people of Liechtenstein. He didn't distribute the gifts himself, but he took an active interest until his death in 1805 in what was provided and how the people responded.
So Santa's real name was Alois?
I shake my head. The people always credited St. Nicholas, and they would tell any visitors who came that St. Nicholas brought them gifts on the eve of Christmas every year.
Wait, didn't you say that's around the same time as Santa caught on in America?
I'm getting there, I say. Okay, so after silly Prince Alois, his third or fourth son ended up taking over. That son wasn't silly at all. He loved trees and stuff too, but he was also a general in the Napoleonic Wars. And when he found out about the mining proceeds going into this fund for Christmas gifts, he was wild for the idea. He loved his troops, his people, and the common man, but in addition to giving helpful things like firewood and blankets, he added a new element. He wanted to give people what they needed and also reward the people who are working hard, the ones who were good.
You are kidding, right?
James asks.
All of this is some kind of family joke, like Snipes.
Like what? I ask. What is a snipe?
You're not making a big joke?
He asks. You can look most of this up, I say. I mean, you'll see that my history is essentially right. I may be off on dates or maybe names, although those were kind of drilled in pretty hard. But look, this isn't a joke. Not to us. I drop my voice to a whisper. I could kick Cole for telling you, but he doesn't know this whole thing is just a joke to you. He thinks you really love me or something. I look down and fist my hands. I need to stop babbling. Okay, where was I? I think. Military son. Johann Josef took over and he started compiling lists about citizens. They all got firewood. That stuck. But he also gave the kids toys. He gave the hardest workers and the poorest people more. Coats, candy sometimes. It was expensive and hard to manufacture, which made it more exciting.
All right,
James says. I can't tell whether he thinks I'm crazy or not. Well, it continues. I won't bore you with any more dates and times, but this guy came through Liechtenstein on a trip to Europe. His name was Clement Clark Moore. He was a professor or a minister or something, but he wrote the poem you've probably heard, calling Saint Nick a right jolly old elf or something. He wrote about the bowl full of jelly and all that. The reason is that Johann hired someone to handle the whole thing, Ivan something or other, and Ivan ate half the candy himself. The man was fat, and he wore a red coat, which was stupid expensive at the time. But he did deliver on all the things Johann wanted, rewarding the good kids and hard workers.
You're saying that the reason Americans celebrate Santa Claus is that your family actually has flying reindeer and gives presents to kids on December 24th every year?
I roll my eyes. Obviously, the reindeer and the flying and the magic and chimneys, that all just sort of grew around the truth. None of that is real.
But your family really does deliver gifts to people on December 24th every year?
We have for more than 200 years.
And Berg Telecom?
The leading export from Liechtenstein this decade, believe it or not, is false teeth. But just behind that was always phones. It has changed dozens of times over the years, but it all started with the mines my ancestor Alois donated 200 years ago.
And I thought the fact that you were a princess would be the shock of the year.
James stares out the window of the plane until we begin our descent. Our family could sell a few paintings and refund the entire thing, I say, but it would attract a lot of attention. We've avoided that for years and years because it has been self-sustaining. And, of course, we really do employ a lot of our people with Berg Telecom. That wasn't a lie.
How many of the Liechtenstein citizens know about this?
He asks. All of them, I imagine, I say. I mean, we deliver everything on December 24th. But we don't have flying reindeer. We deliver them to their wood box. Some traditions don't die off.
Wait,
James says.
You deliver these?
It takes a team of 50 or so people, but yeah, traditionally the entire family is involved in delivery. Even Great Uncle Alois.
This is a lot to take in,
James says. I know you're leaving tomorrow, I say, but I can send you photos of the workshop if you'd like. our name for the factory where we manufacture or store the goods we're giving that year. We don't work year-round, of course, but we do make a lot of the toys and some of the textiles. We figure the more things we can make ourselves, the more jobs we're providing for our own people. The plane touches down, and I have no idea how much of this James believes. I whip out my phone. Actually, I went with Cole yesterday. I scroll through photos. Look. I spin my phone around and show him a few selfies Cole took of the two of us. In the first, I'm painting a block that will have to be completely redone. I have no artistic talent, obviously. I swipe to the next. But in this one, you can see some of the amazing puzzle boxes they make.
You are not the person I thought you were at Luke's wedding,
James says. I have no idea whether he means that as a compliment. But you won't tell anyone, right? The belly laugh surprises me.
What would I say? Should I tell the New York Times that I'm dating Santa's daughter?
Actually, my dad wants to retire.
Right,
He says.
Of course he does. So that makes you who? Santa's sister? I'm dyslexic,
Cole says.
You're dating Santa himself. Herself. What does being dyslexic have to do with anything?
James asks. I keep saying that same thing. I unbuckle. I mean, he has assistants who can help him with the lists.
Elves.
Cole says.
They're called elves. Whoa,
James says.
And your name is Holly.
Oh no, here it comes. True.
And his name is Cole, as in Coal, Cole?
I shake my head. Coincidence. Happy coincidence for my crazy parents, probably. Remember, he was named before Mom even met Dad.
Right, but they named your other brother Noel.
He scrunches his nose. He's too smart.
Was that for Noel, like the first Noel? It was,
My dad says.
and we're not the only ones who thought that was a funny theme. If you examine our family tree, you'll find far more than a regular number of Christmas-affiliated names.
I haven't seen Dad's eyes twinkle like this in the entire time I've been home. I grab my garment bag, but before I can even pick up my overnight bag, James plucks my garment bag out of my hands and slings the strap to my overnight bag over his shoulder.
I can get those for you, Santa. Wouldn't want you to strain a hamstring before the big night.
I can't help my smile. I have plenty of time before Christmas. Don't worry,
Will you help with the distribution this year?
he asks. I promised I'd come home to help. Yes, I say.
Wow, I am so in.
James says. I poke his belly to remind him not to overplay this. They need to believe that he dumped me next week when I tell them. I'm so distracted by the defined muscle there that my poke turns into more of a belly rub. James cocks his head sideways.
What you doing there?
I lean closer and whisper in his ear. Don't overplay this. I have to tell them you dumped me next week. His grin is evil.
Why do I have to dump you? I think you should dump me.
Oh my gosh, I say. It doesn't matter,
It matters to me.
he says.
And besides, you said you always do the dumping.
He has me there.
You're the one who said it needs to be believable.
Fine, I whisper. I'll dump you. He makes puppy eyes at me.
What did I do?
I roll my eyes and march off the plane, James trailing behind me.
How can I fix this if I don't even know what I did?
He wails. I spin around. Knock it off.
You don't even like chocolate. What can I send to make this right?
His eyes sparkle. I haven't even dumped you yet, I say. Why would you dump him? Mom says from the top of the stairs. See? I hiss. Be quiet. I raise my voice. No reason, Mom, just a bad joke. She does make bad jokes a lot, Mom says. I can't seem to get her to stop. We better get to the palace quickly, I say. Not much time to get changed and make sure all the small details are right. Mom's eyes fly wide. You're right. Oh my, let's hurry. Cole winks at me.
Still got it.
The Suburban is waiting for us when we reach the exit. Why are our cars always black? I ask. Why not red or blue? Dad shrugs.
Or bright yellow. I can see bright yellow much better.
Let's start ordering yellow cars, I say. I think it would make a statement. That's exactly the point, Mom says. We want to blend in, not draw attention. Oh, fine, I say. But it's boring. James loads my bags and his into the back of the Suburban and climbs up into the seat. I settle in between him and Cole, and he smiles.
There's a driver this time, so I don't have to feel bad about leaving Cole up there alone. But watch your hands, sir,
Cole says.
Because I do not want to have to defend my sister's honor, but I will do it.
Traffic is horrible, of course, Mom laments.
This is nothing to New York,
James says.
Or Los Angeles. I'm sure we'll arrive with plenty of time.
Mom still checks her watch 14 times in the 20 minutes it takes us to reach the right part of town. It's not even 4 in the afternoon, Mom, I say. We have loads of time. Finally, we turn the corner and the Garden Palace comes into view. It has always been my favorite of our palaces. 6 high columns in the central section, and 4 on either side. 3 grand floors tall. It was our family home until Grandpa moved us to Vaduz. I'm glad we don't live here, but I used to love the annual balls. I had forgotten how much fun we had. I danced with Cole, with Noel, and with most of their friends. The gardens are spectacular, which makes sense because it's called the Garden Palace, but I hadn't considered it much before.
That's...
James splutters.
It's tremendous.
Thanks, Mom says. We're excited to have an excuse to use it, and we're lucky it wasn't booked for any events tonight. James widens his eyes.
You rent it out?
Cole's idea, I say. But it pays for almost all the expenses of upkeep, and those are pretty steep.
I can imagine,
James says.
Smart.
Okay, everyone knows which rooms they've been assigned, right? Mom asks. I sigh. I have to check the ballroom, which is pretty unfair. It's the biggest hassle.
I'll help you,
James says. And he does. In fact, he's the perfect boyfriend. He helps me look over each floral arrangement, talk to staff about the food, and discuss where we should be standing when I receive guests. He even makes several suggestions, like bringing snacks out during the receiving line instead of waiting until it's over. To us, too, I say. I'm always starving.
Good idea,
he says.
I'll feel bad eating all that food while you're shaking hands unless you get some too.
Nice try, I say. His brow furrows.
Come again?
I said, nice try. You'll be standing right there next to me, shaking hands too. His mouth hangs open. You're my boyfriend. People will want to meet you.
Are you serious?
I nod.
But what will they say? Here's the ruling prince and his wife, the Countess of whatever, and their 2 children, Fancy Cole McAmazing, and Holly Paisley von Under Importance. And then...
His tone goes flat.
Here's Jim.
I laugh. James.
They don't know me. They can't call me James.
I laugh more. You're James Fulton IV, of the North American Fultons.
That does make me sound more distinguished.
Good, because that's how I told them to announce you. His face blanches.
I'm being announced?
Of course. I lean close. Now go change, James Fulton IV of the North American Fultons. He complains, but when they actually announce us, he holds my arm smoothly, walks out perfectly, his broad shoulders square, his hair perfectly imperfect. My daring hawk, scowl smiling like a natural royal. We make hideous small talk for over an hour before Mom dissolves the line. I want to sink into my chair and fall face first into my plate, but I don't. After all, it's soup. I might drown. Don't slurp, Mom whispers. I never slurp, I protest. You always slurp, she says with a plastic smile. I remember why I hate these things, I whisper to James.
I don't know,
James says.
I've never shaken more gloved hands in my entire life. I lost count at number 56. Gloves. Who knew? I thought that was a dead industry. But maybe we can start making gloves and selling them to your titled pals.
They aren't my pals, I say. I didn't know a single soul that was here tonight.
Then explain to me how Count Francisco knew you had a birthmark under your right bum cheek.
Heat floods my face. I don't remember him, but apparently we went to Havis Lake together once as kids.
Where is that?
James asks.
I find that I'm strangely jealous, in spite of the close resemblance his nose bore to a dill pickle.
It's in Hungary. I recall the trip, but I don't recall anyone that obnoxious following me around.
I do believe the good Count might remember that trip a little too fondly,
James says. Oh, please, he was just trying to be funny.
Maybe, but if so, why is he waving at you right now?
I turn toward where James is pointing. I've never seen a real, living person look more like Mr. Collins from Pride and Prejudice in my life. Kiss me, I say. James smiles so big that both dimples appear.
Happy to oblige.
He sets his fork and knife down and leans toward me slowly. My heart skips a beat. Then it skips another. He moves so slowly, I wonder whether his mouth will ever reach mine. But it does. Oh, it finally does. And I feel it all the way down to my toes, which manage to curl even in the stupidly uncomfortable heels that I wear with this dress. Applause and flashes. Oh no. I pull back and realize half the people in the room are staring at us, smiling and whispering behind raised hands. Well, I say against James' mouth, I think we sold it.
Are you sure?
He asks.
Because I'm not one to do something halfway. I'm willing to...
I peck him again just to shut him up, and then I sit up straight and go back to eating. The rest of the night passes just as well. I almost forget he's not really my boyfriend. But of course, he isn't. We're waving goodbye to guests around midnight when James gasps next to me. What? I ask, a little alarmed. I've been around him pretty often in the last week, and I've surprised him with several pieces of odd news. He's never gasped, not once. He's looking at his phone like it might contain the cure to cancer. What's wrong? I prompt again. He spins his phone around.
The New York Times featured article.
Time slows when I look downward and focus enough to read the tiny font on the small rectangular screen. Real live Princess Diaries. Princess Holly Paisley von und zu Liechtenstein, living in Atlanta for almost a decade.
Did you tell Mary and Trudy yet?
James asks. I shake my head. I really should have, because I'm guessing they're going to see this. My phone buzzes and I swivel it around slowly. Tell me this isn't true, Mary texts, with a screenshot of the same article. We need to talk, I text back. I wait for the dots. I wait for a phone call. But no more texts, no more calls, and no dots at all.
12. James. I leave before Paisley wakes up the next morning. I've never stayed in an actual palace before, and I wish I could stick around to enjoy it. But I have to catch my flight, and if I stay longer, I'll just come up with another reason to delay. This fake boyfriend thing was fun at first, but now it's starting to hurt. I learned at an early age to avoid everything that causes pain. Besides, I can't help Paisley with what comes next. She has to talk to her friends herself. If she needs to talk to me, she knows she can call. I told her that, which is why when my fingers itch to text her before the plane takes off, I don't. I turn my phone off instead. I need to get my head back in the game. I review the emails from Cooper and Anastasia and Thornton on my laptop the entire flight, and I calculate figures in my head. If all goes according to projections, I'll still be 30 million shy of grandfather's required 100 million by Christmas, and nothing ever really goes according to projections. I need to be closer. Much closer. I'd prefer to have a margin of error, actually. A buffer so that if anything tanks, I still clear the bar. I click on the latest email from Cooper. Boss, you're not going to believe this. Checked out the data on this gem I found. For your new goals, it's perfect. All we need to do is pull a Reddit until this takes off and it will triple. If you leverage a few of your connections to get this moving on social media, especially your girlfriend, with all the media hype, this could be huge. Cooper. I scan the financials, which are abysmal, and I realize he's right. We could pick this company up for a song. The idea is solid. The foundation is there, but it needs a media frenzy to really take off. Unfortunately, even with the horrible financials, infrastructure has value. It will cost at least $20 million to buy it, and since I've been holding on to every promising company and attempting to grow them, I'm strapped for extra capital right now. But I'm fairly sure I can parlay this $20 million investment into 50 by Christmas, which makes it the perfect solution. But the only way I could buy this is to sell off Berg Telecom. I close my eyes. Even if Paisley gets Paul on board, I doubt we can secure contracts that would be worth what I need. I should cut my losses on this deal. And I would. If it wasn't for Paisley. Ugh, this is exactly why I never have girlfriends. Or any friends at all, really. It's bad for business. When I land, I turn my phone back on to call Cooper. He should be at work already at 8:15 a.m. on a Thursday. I could take a nap, but I'd rather catch up on the pile I know is waiting at the office. Before I can call him, my phone rings. Irrationally, I hope it's Paisley calling to chew me out for not saying goodbye. I know just how her eyes will flash, and exactly what her tone will be. But it's not. It's the opposite of Paisley. It's someone I never thought would call me, and I almost don't answer. Talking to her is always a nightmare. I only have her number saved, so I won't be caught off guard. But just before it goes to voicemail, I hit talk. Hello, Mother. Jamie. I cringe. She and Father are the only two people on earth who ever call me Jamie. What do you want? She splutters. I'm hurt you think I want anything. The last time we spoke was 3 years ago when you showed up at my office. And you made it quite clear that I shouldn't bother you like that. So see, I'm calling instead. You came to ask my bank to fund your current husband's terrible Ponzi scheme. I hold the phone away from my ear because I know her volume is going to skyrocket. It does. Howard was the worst kind of scoundrel, and you were so wise to see that.
But don't worry, I divorced him later that year.
I heard, I say. Or rather, I figured it out when I got your new wedding invitation.
Yes, well, that's sort of why I was calling, she says. I just can't believe that you're dating a princess.
She squeals. I should have kept the phone away from my ear a little longer. Right, I say. It's a real dream come true.
Those photos are everywhere of the two of you kissing in front of hundreds of lords and ladies.
She sighs dramatically.
I am just...
She trills in a way I've never heard.
My entire book club is dying to meet her, and you, of course.
She has got to be kidding.
I'm calling to find out when you can scoot up for a visit.
I'm not flying to Boston, Mother, and I'm certainly not going to meet anyone from your book club. Her giggle is like nails on a cheese grater.
I've forgotten how hilarious you are.
It's probably easy to forget when you go years and years in between seeing me, I say.
Right, and that's my exact point. We really need some good mother-son bonding time. She sniffs. And of course, I just must meet your girlfriend before you propose.
I can't handle her. I never should have answered. I am not proposing, and you are not meeting Paisley. She would... I almost said she would hate you, but I try not to be out-and-out rude to my parents. She's far too busy right now.
I completely understand. I'm sure it's a whirlwind to be home again, and I hear her father is sick. Everyone is speculating that they may be changing the laws to allow her to take over when he... well, you know.
When he dies? Trust my mother to be eyeing the throne already.
And I hear their art collection rivals the Royal House of Windsor.
I'd lay odds on my mother not having been able to point out Liechtenstein on a map 2 days ago. She might not have known it was its own country, but now she's a walking trivia spouter. She could do tours of the place. I can't speak to that, I say, never having dated a British princess, but I'll say this, that golden carriage is pretty amazing. I better throw her a bone or she will show up at my office. Look, I'll text you a photo of Paisley and I in the carriage last night, okay?
Why do you call her Paisley? Mother asks. Isn't her name Holly?
I sigh. She goes by her middle name, preferentially. There. Now she'll have a photo to plaster on social media and some inside information to share. Maybe that will be enough for her to leave me alone.
Oh, this is just so exciting. I'll send some dates and times to your assistant, okay? Look them over and let's try to get something on the books.
Sure, why not? I'll be sure to tell Kimball to delete any and all emails from her pronto. There's absolutely no chance I'm putting some kind of lunch or tea party or photo session on my calendar. But look, Mom, I really need to go, okay?
Of course.
She squeals again.
Oh, is she calling you on the other line right now?
She sure is. The line goes dead immediately. Why didn't I think to say that before? I tap the contacts list to call Cooper, but before I can hit talk, my phone is ringing again. Maybe it is Paisley. Oh, come on, really? Hello, Dad.
Son, how are you?
Fine. I can't even fake enthusiasm, not this time.
I saw an interesting news article this morning.
Along with, apparently, everyone in America.
You didn't even mention you were dating anyone,
he says. That's because we never talk.
But I thought you might mention if you ever actually had a girlfriend. I sort of figured you were gay.
Oh, for the love...
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Uh-huh.
Well, I just wanted to say congratulations.
For what?
You know that you... Well, because you're dating...
Because I'm dating someone way better than me, I ask.
That's not what I was saying.
Only because you realized it sounded horrible.
Look, there were some photos in the article and you looked genuinely happy. You don't talk much, as you mentioned, and it was a real treat to have a window into your life, especially because I got to see you smiling.
It might interest you to know that Paisley is a secretary. For one of my friend's wives, actually. That's how we met.
Ah,
I had no idea she was a princess until a few days ago. Total fluke.
the story did mention that she had been hiding out in Atlanta, and I wondered how you met.
Well, now you know,
It has been too long since we've talked.
he says.
I feel pretty bad about it.
We have talked exactly 4 times since I was kicked out of Harvard for cheating. I actually feel a pang of guilt for being so rude, which is bizarre for me. Look, you don't need to feel bad. I haven't been sitting around hoping you would call, okay?
I know, but I shouldn't have been so harsh. I think maybe I felt like it was my fault, and I don't do a very good job of accepting blame for things, so I punished you, probably in excess of the crime.
I am not ready to have this conversation. Okay?
I would like to see you.
Mom called me right before you, I say. She wants me to come and meet her book club, and she's dying to meet my princess girlfriend.
I see.
I told her to jump in a lake.
My intention is not to try and introduce you to anyone,
My father says.
I would like to see you, on whatever terms you can accept, even if it's a video call. And if you want me to meet this girlfriend or any future girlfriend, I promise, I'll be on my best behavior.
I'll think about it, I say. Or what if I want you to meet my boyfriend? I can't help myself. He gulps.
Right. Or that.
Huh. I'll let you know.
Son,
Yes,
I am proud of you. Your mother and I didn't teach you how to trust anyone, but you're figuring it out on your own. Based on your business model, I never expected it. But I am impressed.
great. My father, who has never been impressed with a single thing I've done, is impressed by my fake relationship. Okay,
Well, tell Holly, or did you say her name is Paisley? Tell her that I say hello, if you want to.
okay.
All right. Well, goodbye.
He hangs up. And my dad and I win the prize for the world's most awkward phone conversation. It's hard not to feel like my parents have been judging me and finding me wanting all this time. They don't call me for years. Then they hear about one relationship, a celebrity one, and they both call immediately. Or maybe they're feeling guilty because they learned about my relationship from the New York Times. Serves them right. When I reach the office, a mob of cameramen are waiting in the lobby. Flashes, loud voices, the whole 9 yards. I hold one hand in front of my face and shove my way past them. Don't let any of them inside, I tell Mandy. Not a single one.
Yes, sir.
She sounds chipper, but she looks exhausted. I'm glad to see you. Cooper meets me in the hall. What a circus! No kidding. I wade my way through a pile of letters, a heap of standard legal issues, and a weighty amount of number crunching by lunchtime. I've almost forgotten about the mob from this morning, but when I glance out front, thinking of ducking out to grab food, dozens of people are still hovering. Don't they have anything better to do? I ask Anastasia. She shrugs.
It appears not.
Fine. Order me a sandwich. I run back to my office, and I understand a little more why Paisley didn't want to tell anyone. Finally, I can't keep from texting her. Fame sucks.
Figure that out on your own, Sherlock?
I laugh. Media hounding you?
I'm still home, but we had to bring in the security team. Obnoxious.
I want a security team, I text. But then I realize that's not true. But I wish I could just use yours.
I shouldn't tell you this.
Tell me what? My fingers shake so much that it's hard to type.
People tell their boyfriends they miss them, but they don't tell their fake boyfriends they miss them.
Do you miss me? I'm grinning like an idiot, but no one can see me, not in here.
Maybe.
I definitely miss you. I'm sorry I didn't say goodbye, but if I had, I wouldn't have gotten on the plane this morning.
You should definitely have said goodbye then.
I'm way behind at work.
Right, work. Speaking of, I tried calling Mary and she wouldn't even answer her phone.
I close my eyes. I wish I could fix this for her. I can call Luke.
I doubt that will help.
Probably not. I can kidnap Mary and tie her up, so she has to listen to you.
That idea has merit.
Great, I'll call a guy. Give me 3 hours. Dots. More dots. I hate dots. I wish I could see what she's thinking, not just read the things she decides to send.
I probably shouldn't let my fake boyfriend get himself thrown in jail over my mistakes.
I wish she would drop the fake, but I don't want to scare her off. Maybe you should call Trudy instead.
Tried already. No go.
What about your other friend, Trig's girlfriend?
Trig's wife, Gio? I didn't even think of that. I'm an idiot.
You're stressed. That's not the same thing. Call her. I bet she answers. From what Luke tells me, Trudy and Mary have some trust issues. Maybe Gio isn't as bad.
Brilliant. I'll let you know what she says.
And no pressure, but if we can't find a good deal, I will need to sell Burke. I type. Then I delete it. Because this may be a fake relationship. But it feels real to me. And I'm afraid if I try and pressure her, I stand to lose something I can't ever recover.
13. Paisley. Gio picks up on the first ring. Oh my gosh! Her voice is 3 octaves higher than it should be. Hey. Holly Paisley von Unterbotten Liechtenstein. Oh my gosh. Not even close to correct, but she tried. Yeah, so we have some stuff to talk about. I cannot believe I know a princess. An honest-to-goodness princess. Oh my gosh. Can you bring your crown when you come home? I want to wear a real crown so badly. That crown just keeps coming up. So, my family doesn't actually have a crown. I don't understand. I could kick my great-grandma. Apparently, one of my relatives found it ugly and had it remade into, like, earrings and a bracelet or something. That's bonkers. Right? I laugh. I'll have to look into it. You do that. But seriously, girl, how could you never have said a single word? It takes me an hour and a half to explain it all to her, and about 20 minutes of that is just me bawling on the phone, which makes her cry, and it's just, well, it's exhausting. Oh, Paisley. I hear a scraping sound like she's moving her chair. Wait, should I call you that? Or do you want me to call you Holly? She inhales. Oh man, should I be calling you like your Royal Majesty or whatever? I laugh. No, please, no. No one even calls me that here. Seriously. We're not even royal. Some real sticklers call me Her Serene Highness, but I hate that. We're the princely family, not the royal family. Believe me, just Paisley is fine. Okay. She drops her voice. But listen, if you change your mind and want to go by Holly again, that's fine. I'm so sorry about what you went through. I could have just as easily done that when Mark died, you know? Hidden away, changed my name, pretended it never happened. But you were too brave, I say. She laughs. Brave? She laughs again. Oh, Paisley, I wasn't too brave. You wouldn't have run away. First of all, I had Rob. He had been through the same thing, and he needed my help. If your brother, what's his name, Cole? If he had needed help, you'd never have left. But then there were also my parents. My mom got sick, and she needed me, and my dad did too. When you heard your dad was sick, you went home. 5 months after I heard. But I didn't really believe Cole. It wasn't like my dad called me himself. He really is frail, Gio. It hurts to see it. I shake my head. I should have come back for a visit a long time ago, but it felt like a step backward. Or I worried that if I came, I'd never get back to Atlanta.
Okay, so I haven't pushed, but it seems like you are never going to bring it up.
Wait, what? I ask.
You weren't alone in those photos, Missy.
James. She's talking about James. Right. So that's a weird story, too.
I'd like to hear it, she says. And I already had to cancel my lunch appointment, so you may as well tell me. You canceled. I texted while we were talking. No big deal. They'll reschedule. Now, spill.
It was the strangest, most improbable sequence of events. I tell her about the wedding, and how much I liked him, and my ultimatum, and how he never called.
You never even told me you hit it off, Gio says. I cry foul.
I'm sorry.
You tell me about all the guys you date, Gio says. You may not tell me about your secret family and your wealth beyond imagining or the many languages you speak, but you tell me about the loser meatheads you date. Always.
I didn't tell you about him because I wasn't sure if he'd call. And then when he didn't, it hurt too much.
Fine. Go on then. What's next?
I tell her about how I lied to my parents to try and stave off a disastrous evening, and then how my lie showed up on my doorstep. And then, in the most bizarre twist of all, he went along with it.
Why?
Gio asks.
Do you know?
I really don't. He said he'd never really lied, and he never had a girlfriend, so why not try both?
That's pretty thin.
Right.
And so that's it?
Gio asks.
He posed for some photos and took you to the ball, and that's it? You just go your separate ways?
I explain about Berk Telecom and how I need to ask Paul for a favor. I guess we'll be in touch about that, but I need to figure out how to not only get Mary and Trudy to talk to me, but then I have to ask Paul for this huge favor.
You know that Paul sold his company, right?
Gio asks. My heart sinks. I know, but isn't he still involved?
I don't know, honestly.
Oh, no. If Paul can't help me, the business is really out of luck. Well, either way, I need to figure out how to get Trudy or Mary to call me back.
Let me call them, Gio says. I think a little berating about trusting their friends is in order.
I lied to them. My voice is smaller than I meant it to be.
You were protecting yourself, Gio says. And your lie never harmed them, not in any way. You were there for us, for all of us, every single time we needed you. Sometimes you were there for me when I didn't even know I needed you.
Thanks.
They owe you an apology, Gio says. I wish I could reach through this receiver and give you a big Southern-style hug.
I do too. Bawling alone in my room is kind of pathetic. I wish I was flying home today.
Spend a few more days with your family, Gio says. But then, come back to us, because I miss you.
Me too.
Oh, and you let me handle Mrs. Trudy and Mary. They'll be calling you within the hour, I swear.
I laugh, but it's at least half a cry. Okay. But while I wait for Gio, I get to thinking. I forgot Paul sold his idea to 3M. Or maybe I intentionally didn't think about it. I have no idea whether he still has any sway at all. I need to tell James that. Otherwise, I'm not being honest with him. My hands tremble when I pull up our text chain. Flirty, fun, probably about to be over. I haven't talked to Paul yet, but your idea to call Gio was spot on. She and I talked, and we are okay. 3 smiley faces. But she reminded me that Paul sold his company to 3M. Nothing. I close my eyes and bite my lip. Now I will have no reason to keep talking to James at all, because he's going to sell off the pieces of Berk Telecom, and that's it. And also, I'll have to tell my parents I totally failed them. We can sell a piece of art or two and start over. Doing what? I don't know. But the media will be watching us like hawks right now. Although, the sale proceeds from whatever James sells should float things for a few more years. I worry about the factory workers who will lose their jobs, but maybe the workshop will survive.
He should have transitional rights.
I breathe a huge sigh of relief.
But if he doesn't, I'll need to cut it loose. I actually need the capital I have tied up for another deal.
Another deal. Of course, James is moving on. It's what he does. This whole thing has been strange from the beginning. Cole said Dad sold to a chop shop, and James told me himself that he tears things up. Why was he even considering anything else? I want it to be because of me. Or maybe I don't, since he appears to be bailing. I don't know what I want. But I'm gripped with a burning, irrational desire to know exactly why James has waited this long. What's his motivation? I call him. He doesn't answer, and my heart breaks just a little. 2 seconds later, he FaceTimes me. I can't answer. I'm wearing sweatpants. My hair isn't done. I haven't even looked in a mirror today. Can't FaceTime, idiot. I look like Medusa.
I like snakes.
He FaceTimes me again. Oh, come on. I answer, but direct the phone at my wall. Look, I say.
I can't look. You've got the phone turned the wrong way.
I'm not turning it around either. I told you.
If it helps, I haven't put on a single speck of makeup today either,
James says. I laugh, and I finally turn the phone around. There! Are you happy? Both dimples show up when he smiles.
I am, actually.
Look, I know you're busy, and I'm sorry to bug you, okay?
I'm never too busy for my girlfriend,
he jokes. I'm sick of joking about it. I need to know something.
What?
Why are you delaying selling Berk Telecom? I frown, but I realize it makes me look even more horrifying. Wow, I hate looking at myself on this.
Then you have no taste,
he says.
And about the company, I told you. I usually sell things off, but I've been looking for some companies with growth potential lately. I'm keeping a select number of businesses.
But why? I ask.
Yours had good employees with a decent facility.
No, I cut him off. Not why are you keeping my family company? What I mean is... I lick my lips. Why are you changing strategies? He opens his mouth, but doesn't say anything. You don't have to tell me, I guess, but I feel like I've told you every single thing about me. Even some stuff that I really shouldn't have shared.
It's my grandfather.
He looks at something on his desk.
Okay?
I don't understand.
I haven't told anyone.
He looks back at the phone.
Not even Cooper. The rest of my team is really scratching their heads about it.
Are you going to tell me?
My grandfather is a real piece of work.
He pauses again. Clearly, this isn't something he has talked about much.
I've hated him my entire life, right along with my dad. Neither of them has any idea how to deal with family. My grandfather has been married so many times he can barely keep his wife's name straight.
That's sad.
It's atrocious,
he says.
But it is what it is, right? I mean, I didn't think about it much. But when Harvard kicked me out, I asked my grandfather for a loan. He gave it to me. A big one. I went to him with my business plan, and he pushed me hard to make sure I knew what I was doing.
So he's the reason you have what you have?
I'd like to think I'd have gotten here no matter what.
James says.
But yeah, he gave me my start. $5 million with a decent interest rate.
You paid him back.
I did, with the interest we agreed upon, which was a market rate at the time. But I doubt I'd have found anyone else willing to loan me that kind of money.
Okay, I say.
I'm not sure I talked to him again, between then and now. But his first wife, her name was Greta.
That's your Gigi, I say, right? He smiles.
You were paying attention. She raised me in as much as anyone raised me. I spent nearly every summer with her, and she never said a single bad thing about my grandfather, which was impressive because he's a creep, truly.
Okay.
But she left me some things to do when she died.
He leans back in his chair and has to rearrange his phone so that I can see his face.
The first one was easy. But the second one, she wanted me to forgive my grandfather. And that was hard. I tried all year, but I could not let go of my anger that he left her.
Did you do it? He nods.
I went to see him. It was a horrible visit, but he told me about his time with my grandma and how things went wrong. They lost a child, and it kind of broke them. And some other stuff. He didn't trust her, and she couldn't believe him after that.
But it was more complicated than you thought? James frowns.
A lot more complicated. And a lot more normal. I don't know if I really succeeded, but I got a lot closer than I thought I could. And while I was there, my grandfather offered me something. He has put the bulk of his very extensive estate in a trust, an irrevocable trust. He's going to name a trustee at the beginning of the year, a trustee who will also be the sole beneficiary.
Why would he do that? I ask.
He's keeping several $100 million,
James says.
more than enough for anything he could need, and he's giving some to each of his multitudinous offspring. But he wants someone to run it all, the most successful of his progeny.
It's you? He shakes his head.
It's my dad.
His tone is flat, with a hint of frustration. Is your father extremely wealthy? James shrugs.
He's made $50 million or so more than me, but I've made my profit from tearing things apart. Grandpa thinks that's not as good as building something, like Dad's insurance company.
Okay, I say. But do you care?
He set me a challenge,
He says.
If I can make up the difference between my dad and me, I get it all.
But that's not fair. Your dad has had way longer to create his.
Grandpa sees me as broken, and this is his chance to fix me. He's trying to make me learn to build things and not just tear them down.
I don't get it.
I have to close the gap by fixing companies, not by selling them.
Oh. But don't you have a bank? That's something you built. He smiles.
You're a good person, Paisley. Too good. I built that bank as a wrecking ball.
So walk away from his dumb stipulations. Wrecking balls provide value too, and it's nothing to be ashamed of. You don't care what your grandpa thinks. He may think you're broken, but that doesn't make him right. And he sure has no idea how to go about fixing anything, does he?
That's all true.
Then what am I missing? I ask.
My dad is the last name on my list.
Oh. His list of people he needs to repay. You want to beat him.
I do. Maybe that means I'm broken too. Maybe it means that even if I do this, I won't have fixed anything.
He coughs, and then looks back at the screen.
But I still want what I want.
Plus, what do you get if you win? I raise my eyebrows. I mean, it sounds like it's not a bad prize either.
Yeah, it's 3.2 billion, give or take.
I whistle. That's... I shake my head. Wow.
I almost have $1 billion now, but 3 times what I've got?
He shrugs.
It's not nothing.
Hey, what was your grandma's first request? I ask. And does she have more things for you to do? James smiles.
Trust you to notice that omission.
I'm a secretary, I say. It's my job to pay attention to the details. I'm good at my job.
I bet you are.
He shifts the phone again, and my view of his face is obscured by something. Maybe his thumb.
She made me set up a charity first,
He says softly.
but I'd rather not share the request she made for this year.
Strange. Okay.
But look, I found another company, a brilliant one. I can buy it for a song, and I'm pretty sure I can grow it in time for Christmas.
If you can get your money out of Berk Telecom. I swallow. I get it. I may only be a secretary, but I'm not an idiot.
You're mad.
I shake my head. It is what it is, James. You said that yourself. I may not like it, but it's not like you're really my boyfriend. You don't owe me anything.
Right.
He bobs his head woodenly.
It's good that you understand.
So maybe I don't even need to bother talking to Paul.
No.
He shifts the phone again so I can see his eyes.
Talk to him. If he has the chance to get you a bid, do it. I can stall for a week or 2.
I don't cry. I'm really proud of that. Thank you.
Of course.
I mean, you owe your ex that much, right? I force a smile. For all that love we shared? James drops his phone. I'm kidding, I say loudly. Totally kidding.
So we broke up already?
When his face comes back on the screen, he's smiling too.
Over what?
You're a womanizer, I say. I just couldn't take it. He scowls.
Something else. That's definitely not true.
I giggle. My shoe obsession, then.
You could buy out Nordstrom's and I wouldn't care.
My heart soars.
Try again.
Okay. I tap my lip. Oh, I know. I point at my face. You finally saw me without makeup on, and my hair was a mess, and you didn't even recognize me. Game over. He rolls his eyes.
You look exactly the same.
Oh no, it's really sad now. It's your debilitating blindness that ended us.
I see you just fine.
James says. Fine, then you figure it out. He shakes his head.
I wouldn't break up at all.
Fine. In a fit of daring, I say, then we won't break up at all.
Okay.
James says. Okay, I say.
Well, I have a conference call in 2 minutes.
James glances behind his phone and nods at someone.
Check in with me later?
Right, I say, as soon as I talk to Paul. He's smiling when he hits end, but I feel surprisingly bad once the call is over. Because as much as I like this little game, and I'm glad we're not through yet, it feels more temporary than ever.
14. James. I'm sick of work. I've never had that thought before, not ever. But when I finally finish for the day and I find my way through the crowd of Uber-dedicated reporters still waiting, I don't want to go home to my apartment and look over case files. I don't want to watch C-SPAN. I don't want to read the Wall Street Journal. I drive home anyway, and I make polite chit-chat with my doorman, and I mash the button for the penthouse in the elevator. But what I really want to do is call Paisley, or better yet, FaceTime her again. What I really want is to have her show up at my front door with Chinese food. I want to sit next to her, talk to her, and maybe stroke her hair. I want her to poke at me and pelt me with questions. When my phone bings, I'm altogether too excited. When it's from her, my heart lurches in an unacceptable way.
Paul says he still has pull. He says to prepare a bid.
I drop my keys, but I don't even bother picking them up. I'm too excited about texting her back to think about anything else. Does that mean Trudy and Mary are fine? Laughing emoji. What the heck does that even mean? Dots. More dots. Finally,
Gio totally understood all of it. She called them and from what I can tell, yelled at them both until they capitulated.
Who uses the word capitulated? I pick up my keys with a grin on my face and open my door. That's good, I finally text back.
Are you disappointed?
The face with all the teeth. I've never really understood that smiley face. Is he looking at his dentist? Is he worried there's something in his mouth? Why would I be sad?
Not sad. Disappointed.
That's so much longer to type. Good grief, I call her.
Hello?
She asks. Hey, look, not everyone can type 700 words a minute.
What does that mean?
I can tell from her tone that her right eyebrow is cocked. Disappointed is like a triple word score in Scrabble.
Have you ever played Scrabble? She asks. Because the word doesn't determine the triple... Never mind.
Why in the world would your good news make me disappointed?
Oh.
She goes completely quiet. Or is this something boyfriends have to guess? She clears her throat.
If you want to buy that other company, maybe you were hoping this would just die on the vine.
She's so cute I want to scoop her up and squeeze her. No, I wasn't upset. I'm happy that we might save your do-gooder bankroll company, and all those cute little Liechtensteiny jobs, and all that firewood has to come from somewhere. Her words come out in a whoosh, like a little kid shooting out of a water slide.
Oh, that's good, I'm so relieved.
Oh no, I say. It's late there, like really late.
It's okay,
she says. You were awake at, I do the math in my head, 1:30 in the morning.
Well,
what does that mean?
I was asleep, but Paul texted me and I was so excited that I texted you about it right away, but I texted you, so I can't really be annoyed that you called.
I really should have FaceTimed, I say.
What does that mean?
I hear her yawn through the receiver. It means I bet your pajamas are absolutely adorable.
Shut up.
That's a very unprincess-like thing to say.
Don't forget it,
she says. I have a theory about that, I say.
Which is?
I think it's all because of the crown.
Excuse me?
If your grandma Who's It hadn't sold it, or hadn't made it into 17 pendants, I bet you'd have been brought up wearing a crown, and then you'd be much more royal.
So if only I had a crown, I'd act like I ought?
Your life would be totally different.
I'll consider that.
She makes a whingy whooshing sound, and I realize she's yawning again. You need to sleep.
I do, yes.
I wish I was there to kiss her goodnight. But I'm not. I'm here in stinky, loud, bustling New York. Okay.
Okay.
This is where you hang up.
I don't want to hang up,
she says. You don't?
Nope.
She yawns a third time, which makes me yawn, and I'm not even that tired. Well, you need to, so I'm going to do it for both of us.
Okay.
And I need to because I have to get some information nailed down so we can put together our bid.
Like what?
She asks. The cost of our new equipment, and Paul should send over some schematics.
He did. she says. And I forwarded them to you.
Oh, I say. Then I need to look over that and come up with some projections. Then I need to review your personnel data and figure out our costs.
Okay.
Look, this is probably better than counting sheep, listening to me talk business, but I doubt from the sound of your jaw cracking with yawns that you need a sleep aid.
Listening to you talking smart is actually kind of hot, she says.
Talking to me about work stuff is hot, she thinks. My brain blanks. I blink several times. I clear my throat.
Hello?
She asks. Well, I better get on this, I say. And then I can send you some figures to look over tomorrow with a list of things we don't know.
All business and no play makes James a dull boy.
It's Jack, I say.
Wait, I thought your name was James, she purrs. Or is it James to your friends and Jack to your girlfriend?
My mouth goes dry. What has gotten into her? That's a line from The Shining, or actually an old proverb quoted in The Shining. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy.
Oh, right.
Look, we have a lot of work to do.
I know we do.
All playfulness is gone from her voice, and it's my fault. Which is probably for the best, but it also makes me want to punch the wall. So once I get you this list, you can work on it tomorrow.
Right, she says. I have 2 more days here before I fly home.
Back to America. A short flight away from me.
So figure out what you need and let me know.
I will, and if this thing actually works, I say.
Then we definitely need to celebrate.
Exactly. With champagne. And strawberries. And kissing. A lot of kissing. Maybe we can talk details later.
Totally. We can.
But to do that, I need to hang up.
Do it.
I'm not sure I can. Her laugh is chocolate silk pie, a leveraged buyout, and the pulse of my Ferrari's engine.
Me either. What do we do?
She asks. Well, she could move to New York, then we wouldn't need to talk on the phone. Not sure.
On the count of 3, she says. I won't be 15 years old anymore, and then we can hang up.
I chuckle. Good plan, now that you mention it. This is kind of pathetic. Grown men don't struggle to get off the phone with their girlfriends, real or fake.
It doesn't feel so fake to me,
she says softly. My heart stops.
Hello?
I'm here, I say.
Well, I really should go.
She hangs up. I'm an idiot. I wish my grandma was still alive. Gigi always had the best advice, and I clearly need help. My dad's more right than he knows. I have no idea what I'm doing, and I'm messing it all up. But one thing I do know how to do is run numbers and compile lists of missing data. I'm up until 3 a.m., but I send Paisley a pretty comprehensive list of what I need before I drop into bed and pass out. The next morning, I work out before even checking my phone to give her some time. But after I shower, she still hasn't texted, called, or emailed. Because I didn't know what to say. And I said nothing. It's all I do. I knock over blocks. I've been fine with that my entire life right up until now. After all, there's a place for demolition, there's room in this world for destruction. But guys like me do not get the princess. I'm not suitable for someone like her. Someone who cares so much for everyone around her that people on 2 continents are vying for her attention. When my parents both called, shocked by the news article, that should have been my first sign that I'm operating way above my pay grade. My phone rings, and I hate how hopeful I am when I look at the screen. It's not Paisley, but it's the next best thing. Hey, Luke, I say. How's my favorite married man? Better every day, Luke says. That's encouraging. I loved being married the first time, but Mary is something else. She's driven and organized and hilarious, and she makes me absolutely insane. Well, that's a girl thing, I think, I say. Or that's what I hear. What I hear from just about everyone is that you've been holding out on me, old man. You're several years older than me. I don't think you get to call me old man. I do, when you're finally growing up, putting on some big boy britches at last. Stupid Luke. Well, I don't know what you heard, I say, but it's more a sequence of odd events than anything else. She told her family her boyfriend was named James Fulton. Luke pauses, probably for emphasis. I do have a pretty thick skull and things take time to sink in. She told them that before you showed up in all your stupid, muscly glory. I was the last guy she felt a connection to, she said. Right. And did you know that she called you hot guy? Trudy volunteered that information. We did hit it off at your wedding, I admit. And then? I didn't call her. Why not? Luke asks. I mean, really, when you asked about it, you seemed interested enough, so why didn't you? She's too good for me, for one thing. That's in your head, Luke says. Put there by your miserable parents. Luke has always liked me far more than I deserved. What else? He asks. I'm vindictive. She basically told me not to call unless I was done keeping score, and right now I'm working on repaying my own father. So let it go. I shake my head, not that he can see me. Can't do that. Why not? Wow, man, where should I send your payment for this shrink session? It's not like you've got anyone else to tell you when you're being stupid, Luke says. Or to congratulate you when you do something right. That stings. Only because no one else has seen through your stupid wall you throw up. You're a good person deep down. If you'd let anyone in enough to see it, then you'd have people beating down the door to be your friend. And this episode of My Little Ponies is brought to you by Luke. I'm done, Luke says. I won't keep badgering you when you don't want me to. But think about this. Paisley is a once-in-a-lifetime kind of girl. She's a literal princess. But that doesn't matter. I didn't know that, and I'd have said the same thing before I found out. Okay. I'm serious. She has always acted royal in my book. That woman runs to our house every time Mary calls. She never lets us pay her, and she's always there. She's as solid as they come. You are aware of why she's in Atlanta, I ask. She ran away. I'm gonna let that go, Luke says. Because you haven't ever lost anyone. My grandmother, nope. Let me rephrase. You haven't lost someone way before their time. I know Gigi meant a lot to you, but she lived her life and then some. I've lost someone early. I've lost someone under circumstances that felt like more than I could bear. Gio has too. If you want insight, call one of us. You have no idea what you would do if your best friend died. Or your sibling. I think about Luke dying and I want to throw up. Even right now, even while he's yelling at me. Don't judge her for that. Paisley is worth the effort, even if you swing and miss. He pauses, ostensibly for emphasis. Swing. At least you'll be able to sleep at night knowing you tried. Luke hangs up. So that night, I call her. We talk way too long. It's almost 1 a.m. in New York, I finally say, which means it's almost 7 a.m. in Liechtenstein. What are you saying? She asks. I miss you. I nearly choke trying to reel those words back in. That's what I'm saying, I guess. We've been talking for hours, but we haven't discussed anything that matters, not really. I miss you too. I hear a tiny inhalation and I know she's biting her lip. Hey, where are we on the bid? I finally ask. Oh, she says. I sent you everything about 5 minutes before you called. I thought that was why you called. Drat. Now I have a lot of work ahead of me. I didn't realize that. You need to go, don't you? Paul's email said we're at the end of their window. I know, she says. That's true. Bids are due tomorrow by midnight. You need to go. I do. Okay, she says. I should try to take a nap. You should. I'm smiling so big my cheeks hurt. Beauty sleep, I think they call it. All right. Good night. I force myself to hang up, and then I stay up almost as late as she did putting together my package. Cooper won't be happy to get a huge package to review on a Saturday, but that's why he gets paid what he does. I text him and go to sleep myself. I'm on the phone with Paisley for 2 more hours going over details after I wake up, but we finish the bid. Are you sure we should go with the higher number? I ask.
It's a risk, she says. But you're taking a risk on us, and you said you need that figure to have the EBITDA be high enough, right?
There's no guarantee either way, I say.
Look, every company that's bidding wants to turn a profit.
She shifts, and I wonder where she's sitting. I wonder what she's wearing. I wonder what she's thinking. That's true, but the lower our number, the more likely they choose us.
I'm sure if we send this over now and it's way too high, Paul will text us.
I hope she's right. Okay, I'm going to submit it, I say.
Do it,
she says. You know what? I ask.
What?
I slept so late today that I'm not even tired right now.
Me either, she says. But my parents and Cole are complaining.
Because she goes home in a day, and she spent all her time talking to me. Guilt gnaws at me. Then go, I say. Spend time with your family.
I'm sorry,
she says. It's fine, I say. I've got Netflix here, I'm good.
You have Netflix? She asks. You so did not tell me that before. Now I really wish I was in New York.
I laugh. Well, keep that in mind.
I will.
She hangs up, and it's like the light in my room goes out. I have no interest in eating, watching TV, reading, sleeping. I'm like a sad panda, which is not who I am. I force myself to lift the heaviest weight I've lifted in a while, and then I take 2 Unisom and pass out. When I wake up, I have a new email. It's not a good one. Our bid wasn't selected. I throw my face in my hands and bend over double. I don't want to tell Paisley. I didn't want to sell Burke Telecom before, but now that I'm swinging for her, I really don't want to sell it. We should have used the lower number. I should have never have clicked submit on the bid we sent. I don't care about my grandfather and his billions. I don't care about sticking it to my dad. I only care about Paisley. And I have to tell her we failed. I don't even care about that, not so much, but I'm terribly concerned about what happens to our fake relationship when there's nothing to keep us in contact anymore. Plus, she's flying home to her friends in Atlanta, most of whom wouldn't let me on their boat in the middle of a flood. I'm pretty sure this is when fake boyfriends drown.
15. Paisley. Bing, bing, bing. I blink and blink and blink. My eyes burn. What time is it? I pick up my phone and blink a few more times.
We lost the bid.
My eyes swim. We lost. I have no idea why this comes as such a shock. I was up late last night, late enough that I thought if our bid was bad, Paul would have let me know. I told him we sent it. He sent me a thumbs up text. Why did I think this was a lock? Because I live in a world of sunbeams and rainbows, where princesses always get the prince and hard work always pays off. Disney sold me a lie. Because in the real world, the guy doesn't call. In the real world, hard work often goes entirely unrewarded. The villain wins, the little guy gets buried. And when you shoot for the stars, you crash to the ground. Your bid loses and all your people lose their jobs. I got greedy and I wanted to make my boyfriend happy, and I hurt every person that works for us. All those little people, paying the price because I'm an idiot. I roll over and pull the covers up over my head. I cry until I fall back to sleep again. When I wake up, I force myself to give the bad news to my parents. Mom doesn't even flinch. Well, it was in trouble for a while, she says.
You tried your hardest,
Dad says.
and we really appreciate that.
Did you hear me? I ask. We've been doing the annual distribution for more than 2 centuries. The company that funded that whole thing just went belly up.
James will sell the factories?
Dad asks. I gulp. That's the plan. Not the factory so much as the land, the component parts, and the tech.
Doubt he'll get much for the tech.
Cole smirks. This is not funny, I say. This is a disaster. I don't stomp my foot or kick and scream, but I feel very much like throwing a tantrum. Why aren't they upset?
Here's the thing,
Dad says.
I've learned in my long years on this earth that some things are outside of our control.
What about our people? I ask, incensed. They're losing their jobs. Dad shrugs.
They'll get new ones.
Doing what? I ask. And living where? What if they move?
We'll get proceeds from the sale,
Dad says.
And our advisors will help us invest it. We can scale back on the scope of the distribution, or we invade principle of the sale proceeds until we figure out a way to contribute more and find another sustainable method to fund it.
We aren't giving up, Mom says. But we try not to get too upset about things we can't control. I'm upset about all kinds of things I can't control.
Was James angry?
Cole asks. I haven't talked to him about it, I say. Why not? Mom asks. Is it too early there? I burst into tears and run to my room.
Oh, man,
Cole says.
They totally broke up.
I cry for a long time. When I finally stop, I look at the other messages on my phone.
Sorry,
Paul texts.
I couldn't talk to anyone who was bidding. Confidentiality agreement.
Of course, I text back. I understand. Thanks for the chance. I've been ignoring the texts from James. I'm not ready to know what he has to say. Not yet. I shower. But after that, I make myself open the chain.
We can look into other options. We can bid on other contracts. I have a few people I can reach out to.
I think about what he's saying, and what he's not saying. He has one name left on his list. Maybe that's why he didn't call me after the wedding. He's not ready to change. He's a hawk. He has talons. I get it. But have I really thought about what that means since seeing him again? I flop back on my bed. James did something epically stupid and had the means by which to cheat on a test. He wasn't going to do it, but if he had needed to, he would have without any qualms. I got the impression it wasn't a one-time thing. He was mad at Paul for turning him in, mad enough to hold a grudge for more than a decade and make Paul pay when he saw the chance. Which means he's vindictive and patient. Instead of seeing being kicked out as a wake-up call, or taking his parents cutting him off as some kind of cold water to the face, he went to his rich-as-sin grandfather, whom he despised, and asked for a loan. I think getting that loan might have been the worst thing that could have happened. But he got it, and his entire worldview paid off. He made a list of people who screwed him and systematically punished each and every one. Except one of them. But he has that guy in his crosshairs. Never mind that it's his own father. That's my fake boyfriend. He's never had a real relationship of any kind. He was willing to give me time, sure. He was willing to allow me to look into ways to save my family business, but for all the wrong reasons. He didn't want to save the jobs for the people employed. He's not motivated to keep the 200-year-old charity running. No, he was only in Liechtenstein at all because his horrible grandfather wants him to learn to grow something. He's only doing that so that he can beat his dad and cross that last name off his list. Plus the $3 billion and change, but that felt like a bonus. Liechtenstein doesn't have zoos, but I've been to the Atlanta Zoo. And once I went when they were feeding the red-tailed hawks. They tossed a few mice inside the enclosure, and those hawks swooped down and nabbed them immediately. Then they proceeded to tear the mice limb from limb and eat them. It's what they do. They can't change it. James is offering to delay what he would have done to Beck Telecom. He's willing to allow me a little more time to scramble around and try to make a belly-up company viable. But it's not what he wants to do. It's not what he's been trained to do. It's not what he's done his entire life. I've been giggling like a teenager over his texts. I've been gushing on the phone. Is it any wonder he's reacting strangely? Even if this has moved past being fake, I'm still the first girlfriend he has ever had. He has no idea what to do for people he loves because he's never loved anyone. I think about that for a moment. I've become so caught up in the thrill of a new relationship with a hot guy, with a smart guy, with a wealthy and refined guy, that I forgot that I need a good guy. Mary and Luke's marriage works not because Luke's so smart and handsome and rich. They work because Luke cleans the counters and sweeps the floor. He takes care of her, and he pitches in with everything that needs to be done, high and low. Gio and Trig work not because Trig comes from money, created his own company, and would give it all up for Gio. It's nice that he cares about her that much, but they work because Trig puts his love for Gio above all else in his daily actions. Trudy and Paul work not because Paul broke off and made his own company, not because Paul could beat up Trudy's ex, not even because Paul is a fantastic father to Troy. They work because Paul was willing to wait 3 lifetimes until Trudy was finally ready for him. She was his priority, always, above everything else. But Trudy and Paul and Mary have all warned me away from James. There's a reason for that. Falcons don't sheathe their claws. They don't make nice with mice, not for long. And they never, ever marry rabbits. Before the thrill I feel around James can confuse me, before I can change my mind, I pull out my phone. Don't bother. This deal is DOA. Sell it off and we will recover. I turn my phone off after that, and I don't turn it back on the entire time I'm traveling. The only way I survive the flight is thanks to the miracle of waterproof mascara. Also, the woman next to me looks like she has a bunch of grandkids, and she pats my shoulder periodically. I pretend not to speak English so I can't be drawn into some kind of conversation. She would have tried to help, and this problem can't be fixed. When I power my phone back up, I don't read my texts. I don't read my emails. I don't listen to my voicemails. I do text my brother. Breakups suck. Do me a favor and handle the details with James from here. I'm too tired. Then, before I can waver in my resolve, I block James' number. It's the only way I will hold the line. My hands shake so badly that the second it's done, my phone drops to my bed. I dodge dozens of reporters on my way to work the next day. I have to avoid even more on my way home. On the second day, I make the mistake of blubbering to one reporter that I've broken up with James, thinking maybe they'll leave me alone after that. When I leave the next day, there are 10 times as many reporters. Apparently, the only thing more exciting than a princess in America dating a rich guy is a princess in America who is newly single. But after a week or so of no real news and zero interaction from me, they thin out a bit. I wrap up in scarves and go down the fire escape, and I babysit for my favorite niece and nephews several times. Spending time with Amy, Troy, and Chase is the only bright spot for a lot of days in a row. But one day, about 2 weeks after I blocked James' number, I walk to the mailbox and no one is milling around. Wouldn't it be nice if they were done? I pull out a stack of mail and notice a letter. I've gotten a letter just like this every single month for 9 years, ever since my 18th birthday. It's a statement. I throw it away every month because it's made out to Holly Paisley von und zu Liechtenstein. But this month, I don't throw it away. I hold it in my hand for a few minutes and set it next to me on the table while I eat my TV dinner. I carry it into my room and set it on my bed. I stick it in my purse when I walk down the street to the pie shop. I order 2 pieces of pie, and I eat almost all of both. I wouldn't have dared with the media watching. I suppose the clerk could still snap a photo. I can already see tomorrow's headline, European Princess Eats Her Feelings. When I don't see anyone paying any attention to me at all, I pull out that statement. I hold it in my hands for a moment, and then I do something I haven't done in almost 10 years. I open it. Noel left me every dime he had in his will. He didn't leave it to our parents or to a charity or to our older brother. He left it all to me. Plus, we're technically the heirs of the family anyway. Thanks to Noel's will, my trust is exactly twice as large as Cole's. Even so, it's not a lot compared to my family's wealth. It came from my maternal grandfather, from the sale of his personal assets when he died. Which means this is mine to do whatever I want, without any interference from my parents or my brother or my friends. The number on the statement is much larger than I expect. Oh, no. Like the flash of a paparazzi camera, I realize what I need to do. I've always thought that this would be my retirement. It allowed me to splurge on extravagant shoes, concerts, and dresses I shouldn't have bought on a secretary's salary, not if I wanted to retire, ever. But I think about all the Liechtenstein citizens. So many good people, none of whom have a retirement now. I'm not a hawk. I don't pounce on mice and tear them apart. And I'm staring at the means to set this great wrong to rights. I call Trig without even thinking and explain my plan to him.
I can help with that,
He asks.
but wouldn't it be easier to just call James?
Why? I ask, noticing a note of panic in my tone and trying to eliminate it. Why would I need to call him?
He literally just sold the factories and all the stuff. I'm sure he could apply some pressure and get them back for the same amount as he paid, or maybe a tiny bit more.
I swallow hard. What happens if I don't want to call him? Trig sighs.
Well, the sale of the factories is public record. We can buy the land back, probably, but it's going to cost you more.
Okay. I tell him the amount of my trust and what we got for our half of the sale. Is that enough? He whistles.
It's more than enough, but are you sure you want to dump your entire inheritance into this? You won't get much back, and from what you're telling me, it's well invested right now.
I'm sure, I say. It shouldn't have been mine anyway. At least, half of it shouldn't have been. And I don't want the rest.
You really are the strangest princess I've ever met,
He says. I'm the only princess you've ever met, aren't I? He laughs.
I suppose so. Unless you count the many, many times Amy has subjected us to Brave, Frozen, and Cinderella.
Those movies are delightful, and you'll never convince me otherwise, I say.
Well,
He says.
the music isn't so bad.
So what do I need to do?
I can handle the approach, and my office can get the paperwork lined up. But you'll need to talk to your parents about their share, and you'll need to figure out what exactly the factory will be producing.
And I'm back to square one. Well, I choke and cough a little. I have to be able to say his name. This is pathetic. I force it out. James said we had a good setup for making medical equipment.
You need to call Luke,
Trig says.
He can set you on the right path there.
Thank you, Trig, I say.
No, thank you,
he says.
for being there for Gio for all those years, before I was around. You've been the best friend anyone could imagine, and she needed you a lot. This, what you're asking me to do, it's nothing.
It's not nothing to me, but I understand what he's saying. Okay. I stink at business stuff. Like, I really stink. And I'm so busy with the tax firm, the Sub for Santa charity, and talking to my own family that finding time to work on bids for contracts is hard. I spend a lot of hours pulling out my hair and even more crying. But I submit 5 different bids over the next 6 weeks. And Beric actually wins 2 of them. Cole calls me after I send him the news about the second one.
You,
he says,
are amazing. Noel would be so proud of you.
Thank you. When I think about Noel this time, I don't even cry. Maybe he would be proud.
Mom and Dad can't talk about anything else.
I reach up and grab the locket Noel gave me. I couldn't have done it without his trust fund. I ended up using all but $75,000, which is still more than most people have saved, so I don't regret my decision.
We made you a 30% partner, you know,
Cole says.
Trig's numbers say that 70% of the profits should more than cover anything we might need for the distribution each year, especially if we can maintain these contracts. If we can bring in more, then the citizens of Liechtenstein can expect a very exciting year.
That news pushes me over the edge and I swipe at my wet cheeks. I'm so happy to hear it, but I didn't need any portion at all.
It will take decades to repay your trust for what you did,
Cole says.
But you're young. Maybe one day you'll get there.
I sigh. I don't care about that.
Even now, your share is valued at almost $20 million,
Cole says.
So that's nothing to turn your nose up at. And hey, Mom and Dad are throwing a huge ball to celebrate.
To celebrate what?
Saving Beck Telecom. Although they're not saying that's the reason. They're calling it a winter ball. It's set to happen almost 2 weeks before Christmas. If you can come that early, they'd love to have you as the guest of honor. And Mother promises faithfully not to throw anyone at you, even if she's still mourning that you and James broke up.
I can't get that much time off work, I say. Which is too bad. I'm sure the party will be gorgeous.
I'm pretty sure she will have bought every single poinsettia and every white and red rose from every hothouse in Europe,
Cole says.
Mom has outdone herself on this one, judging by her mock-ups.
You do know that normal people don't have mock-ups for parties. That's, really weird.
Most people aren't princesses.
Don't I know it, I say.
Where are you going for Thanksgiving?
He asks.
That's a big holiday in America, and it's tomorrow, right?
I'm going to Mary and Luke's. They're hosting, but the whole crew will be there.
Who is the crew?
Trudy and Paul, who are the most disgusting engaged couple you've ever seen, and Trig and Gio, who, by the way, are pregnant, and also Brecca and Rob, who you don't know, but they're almost as sickening as Trudy and Paul.
So, 2 engaged couples and 2 married couples?
Cole could be asking me whether I'm going to like prison from his tone. And me. Don't forget little old me. And 3 kids. So it goes without saying that I'll be celebrating at the kids' table so that all the romantic innuendo and smoldering looks don't destroy me. Cole laughs.
Well, have a double helping of pie for me.
I'm picking up my contribution. 3 pies from that pie shop you tried in 10 minutes.
Well done.
I'm strangely sad when I hang up with Cole. I mean, we never celebrated Thanksgiving. It's an American holiday, so I've never missed my family on Thanksgiving. I have a new family, one that loves me right here. But now that I'm talking to Mom and Dad regularly, and Cole too, I miss them. I wish they were here with us, sharing out plates of dry turkey, sloppy stuffing, and overcooked yams. And if I'm honest, I'm sick of being the one who always shows up alone. I'm happy for Mary, Gio, and Trudy. I don't know her as well, but I'm happy for Brecca too. If anyone knows what it's like to struggle alone, it's her. And Rob deserved someone amazing. I'm happy for all of them. But this year, I'm not really looking forward to pasting a smile on my face and pretending that I don't feel sorry for myself. I hate feeling this way. I didn't feel sorry for myself before I met stupid James. Not at all. In fact, if I hadn't met him, I'd feel right at home with the kids. I'd be in my element harassing the pregnant ladies by slurping down sushi and shellfish. I'd be perfectly content out eating all the engaged girls who were trying too hard to fit into their dresses. But for the first time in a long time, I had someone I cared about next to me at that party in Vienna, and I liked it. It makes the thought of this holiday so much harder. I spend Thanksgiving Eve watching every breakup movie I can think of, which is stupid since I wasn't even really in a relationship with James, and technically, I'm the one who dumped him, and it happened weeks and weeks ago. Even so, I feel better when I finally fall asleep after crying my way through Someone Like You, Legally Blonde, My Best Friend's Wedding, and Bridget Jones' Diary. By the time I'm done with my hair and makeup the next morning, my armor is back in place, and it's cinched up nice and tight. I'm ready to be happy-go-lucky Aunt Paisley again. Because I can't bear to be a pathetic, moody wretch. I can't let anyone know that I miss my Hawk so badly that I want to weep. I won't ever admit that I've looked up his number on my cell phone account and thought about calling or texting him again. I will not kick myself for deleting our text chain. I don't need someone who can't make me happy. I'm plenty miserable all on my own. When I show up with 3 pies, Amy's face fills with unbridled glee. "I call Cherry," she says. I kick the door closed behind me. "It doesn't work like that. You can't call a whole pie." Standard shotgun rules," Amy says. "It does so count." I catch Mary's eye. "A little help here." Mary shrugs. "She'll forget." "Will not," Amy shouts as she sprints back to the playroom. "Cherry is mine. You can have the pecan." "Pecan's better anyway," I mutter under my breath. "Nothing is better than Cherry." Luke meets me at the door and takes 2 of the 3 pies out of my hands. "Once I set these down, I'll take that one and then help you with your coat." I turn my nose upward. "I don't need help. Haven't you heard? Liberated woman right here." Luke doesn't argue. In fact, no one argues with me today other than Amy. Not about anything. Even when I really poke and poke at them. It annoys me, like they've discussed my life and concluded that I must be treated carefully or something. "You look way more than 3 months pregnant," I tell Gio. "Are you sure it's only 1 baby?" Her eyes widen and Trig's nostrils flare. Now I've got them. "I think I'm just carrying high." Gio sets her hand on Trig's arm and he forces a grin. "Okay, that's it." I set my pie fork down and stare at Amy. "What gives? Did all the adults make some kind of pact to be nice to me today, no matter what I say or do?" Amy's head whips around toward Mary so fast it practically blurs. "I need help." I laugh. "Now I've got you." I grab Amy's hand. Didn't your parents teach you to always tell the truth? Amy's lip wobbles. I go for the kill. Did they say Aunt Paisley is sad and needs you to be kind? Amy shakes her head. Wait, they didn't? We're worried you'll move, Trudy finally says. So, no matter how cranky you are about your family not being here, we're not going to fight with you. They think I'm upset about my family. Well, they're not wrong. I do miss them. But that's not why I'm such a mess. On second thought, since Luke knows James, it's better that they don't know. I exhale gustily. Well, stop it! I missed you guys way more while I was back in Liechtenstein than I miss them now that I'm home. You did? Gio asks. Thank goodness. And you don't really think she has a big belly, Trigg says, his tone a little sharp. Right? I laugh. Of course not. That was an obvious ploy to get her to snap at me. Or you. It was my test. He makes prayer hands and whispers, Thank you. You just saved me months of her asking about her belly. I snort. You two are ridiculous. Wait until you're pregnant, Gio says. You'll be just as bad. It only takes me a nanosecond to recover from that gut punch. But when I meet his eyes, I know Luke saw it. I'm going to go get something to drink from the garage fridge, I say. All the Martinelli's bottles in here are empty. Luke follows me out, darn him.
I'll help.
The second we clear the doors, he leans against the wall.
Care to share?
I reach for the fridge, but he blocks me with his hand.
You don't need sparkling cider.
I don't need sparkling cider, I agree.
And you don't miss your family either, he says. At least, not that much.
I'm suddenly really interested in the bike rack next to Mary's Lexus SUV. I notice the pink bike with tassels on the handles has Dora's face on it. I didn't even realize people were still watching Dora the Explorer.
Paisley.
Luke's tone is so kind, he could be auditioning to play Mr. Rogers. Luke, I say.
You miss him.
I inhale and exhale. Him who? His smile is crooked.
He misses you too, pretty badly. But he says you blocked him. That's a pretty clear signal.
I flinch. I doubt he cared. I'm sure he's currently building his very own money bin for the 3-point-whatever billion dollars his grandfather is about to dump on him. I clap my hand over my mouth. I should not have said that. Luke tugs my hand down.
You don't need distress. He told me about that, and I also know that he's not going to make it. One of his businesses lost its FAA approval. He's going to be 20 million short, give or take.
Oh, that's too bad, I say. I suppose he'll have to console himself with his measly $1 billion.
I feel awful for him, too. One more paltry, almost billionaire.
Luke smirks.
We're a dime a dozen, I hear.
I was worried you might spring him on me, I joke. You know, invite him here as some kind of bizarre setup attempt. Luke cocks his head.
Would that have had a hope of working?
I gulp. No, I mean, I'm totally kidding. That would have been the worst. He narrows his eyes.
It would have been. No one even likes him except for me. Mary would have freaked if I suggested it.
Right. I can't stand him.
Because he's so selfish that he ruined your family business?
Luke's voice is too question-y for my taste. Exactly. And he's vindictive. I could never trust someone who destroys people like that.
He didn't tell you much about his parents, did he?
Luke asks. I shrug. They ignored him and they turned their backs on him. I get it.
It's far worse than that.
Luke opens the fridge and pulls out 4 bottles of sparkling cider, 2 in each hand.
It's not for me to tell you the extent of it. But suffice it to say that the reason James even had those test answers is that his father paid for them. One of his father's contacts had a man on the inside, and his father had those sent to his son's room. But when James got caught for trying to share them with someone he considered a friend and he was kicked out, his father cut him off.
That part I knew.
His father wasn't upset he was cheating,
Luke says.
As far as I know, James never cheated. But beyond that, his father wouldn't have cared. No, his father was upset that he was stupid enough to be caught. He told James that his willingness... No, what did he say? His stupidity in sharing the test answers was catastrophically flawed and that he couldn't fix someone that idiotic. I heard his dad yelling at him. His father distinctly told him, "Those classes are curved. Even beyond the judgment issues that displays, sharing the answers would have lessened your accomplishment. I can't believe anyone related to me could be so stupid."
His dad sounds like a piece of work. Luke closes the fridge.
Look, I'm not trying to insert myself into your life. I'm really not. In fact, until tonight, I thought you were well rid of him. Mary can't handle the guy, and neither can Paul, even though I've always liked him. Deep down, James has always wanted to do what's right. But imagine if you were blindfolded from an early age and spun around so many times you didn't know up from down. You might make a sequence of missteps that even your grandmother shouting Marco couldn't lead you out of entirely.
He's an adult, I say. Surely...
He's a grown man,
Luke says.
But I've watched him scramble around looking for North. And the closest he's ever come is when he was with you.
That was always a lie.
Was it?
Luke asks.
I'm beginning to wonder.
He turns and heads back inside, but I take a minute to think. And I have an idea. Probably a very, very bad idea. But it keeps growing in my head. Growing, and it won't let go. By the time I drive myself home that night, my idea has sprouted wings, its hooks sunk deep into my brain. I go ahead and book my flight to New York. Because if this is going to work, I only have a few days to pull it off.
16. James. I don't enjoy Thanksgiving, and I abhor Black Friday. It's a day of complete excess, followed by a day to celebrate avarice, and they wrap the whole thing up as though it's some kind of do-gooder celebration. Give thanks, they tell you, and then spend all your money, they whisper. Which is why I order takeout from a dozen places on Thanksgiving, eating a few bites of whatever I want, and then I pass out alone every year. It's still worlds better than when I sat at whatever boarding school I was attending alone, hunched over a box of cookies from Gigi. Even so, this year seems worse than usual. I wake up on Black Friday and work out like always, and then I open my laptop. I spend a few minutes scrolling through the barrage of emails trying to sell me something and don't find a single thing I want. What hurts the most is that I don't even have anyone to shop for, other than myself. Because I'm such a miserable sod, no one wants anything to do with me. Actually, I don't care about anyone other than Paisley, and she blocked my number. Pretty final, so at least I don't make a fool of myself pining. I pull out my leftovers from yesterday and eat way too much of all of it. Instead of sticking the rest back in the fridge, I toss it all in the trash. I already lifted weights for today, and the weather outside is absolutely horrible. But I have nothing better to do. Plus, I feel like punishing myself a little bit. So I change into my warmest sweats and tie up my favorite pair of Sauconys, and I go out for a run. Central Park is empty, which is a little odd, really. Do dogs not need to poop today? Are kids not snot-nosed and full of energy? Where did everyone go? I push a little harder than I should, and I'm utterly winded when I finally drag myself back to my building. I'm exhausted enough that I practically run over some poor woman lugging a suitcase into my lobby. "Excuse me," I say, my mind only half on what I'm doing.
"Oh,"
she says. My heart stops cold. It may never beat again, because I know that voice. I almost knocked over Paisley. I open my mouth, but no words form. I clear my throat and try again, but I have no idea what to say. "Are you lost?" I finally blurt out. She smiles.
No. I called Cooper, actually, and let me tell you, that man did not want to give out your personal address."
"You got my address from Cooper?" My brow furrows. "Seriously?" Her voice is practically a whisper.
"I didn't want to ask Luke, in case you say no."
I shake my head, worried I'm hallucinating. "I'm sorry, I just ran a really long way and I think my electrolytes are out of balance. Are you actually here? In New York? Standing in my lobby?" I glance down at her hands. Carrying a suitcase. The muscles in her mouth work and she swallows.
"This was a bad idea. I'm so sorry."
She spins around and starts walking toward the exit. I lunge for her and only manage to grab her scarf. "Wait!" Her head yanks backward and she nearly falls. I steady her with one sweaty hand. When she turns back around, her eyes are uncertain. Her lashes flutter like she's clearing her field of vision.
"Why?"
"You said, in case I say no." She bobs her head. "That means you came all the way out here to talk to me about something." She nods.
"I did."
Hope threatens to strangle me. "Okay, well, look, I want to hear it, whatever it is. But I'm really sweaty and I smell bad enough that I can't smell anything else, not even your lavender smell." I frown. That sounded pathetic. "Would you be willing to follow me upstairs and let me shower before you tell me why you came?" Her eyes widen. "Or," I hold my hands up in a way I hope is not threatening, "I'll call my driver. Oscar can take you to whatever hotel you'd like if you've booked one, or I can book you one. I can shower and meet you at whatever restaurant you want. My treat."
"That sounds like a lot of trouble."
Her shoulders slump.
"I'll just wait upstairs while you shower."
I smile. I can't help it. I hope it doesn't scare her off, but the thought of her in my apartment floods my chest with joy. I can't explain why, really, except I never imagined it would happen. "Okay, that's great. Follow me." I hold my hands apart. "But maybe give me some space. I wasn't kidding about the smell." She giggles, and I wish I could bottle up that sound for later. For when she leaves, my heart lurches at the thought. "Hey, Leonard," I say to the doorman. "Paisley and I are going up." He swipes his card on the elevator and hits the buttons for me.
"I hope you had a very happy Thanksgiving,"
Paisley says. Leonard beams. "I did, thank you, miss. How was yours?" She swallows and clutches her luggage tighter.
"Lonely."
Well,
Leonard says.
then I'm glad you made it here safely. Mr. Fulton was lonely too."
He winks at me. I don't know whether to hug him or kick him, but Paisley doesn't seem agitated, so I'm leaning toward a hug. Although Leonard would probably prefer a large tip, and that I can most definitely do. The elevator whizzes upstairs, my heart beating erratically along with it. Paisley doesn't say a word, and neither do I.
"Your hair is long."
She finally says at the same time as the elevator dings. I reach up and run my hands through it. I'm badly overdue for a haircut. "Right, yeah. I've been busy." I walk her inside and look at my apartment, seeing it anew as she must see it. Penthouse, modern, shiny everything, white, silver, black, windows overlooking downtown, black sofa, white floors. It's so boring, so clean, so sanitized, so unlived in. I hate it. How did I live here for 2 years and never realize how much I hate it? Well, it's too late to do anything about that now. I'll just be a minute, I say. She sets her luggage down and walks into my living room. I expect her to pull out her phone, but she pulls out a book instead. I tilt my head to see what she's reading. Displaced. Is that book any good? Her eyes shoot upward to mine.
Well, it's intense. I mean, I like it. It's this author that Mary loves, and Gio won't stop talking about her either now. I didn't read her first series because it's post-apocalyptic, and I find that so depressing. But this one is about...
She gulps. About what? I ask, interested in spite of myself.
It's about a princess,
She says.
who has a twin.
I don't laugh, but it's hard not to. So you're reading about yourself. She shakes her head.
The twins hate each other, and they're sisters, and Noel wasn't my twin. But it's still interesting.
Maybe I'll borrow it when you're done.
The author makes money when you buy the book?
I laugh. She's always thinking about other people. Okay, but if I like that one, maybe I'll buy other books she writes. Paisley smiles.
Fine, I'll loan it to you when I'm done.
Great, I say. I'm going to shower. She nods and tucks back into the book. I've never showered so fast in my life. I'm gripped with an unreasonable fear that she'll change her mind and leave. Or that I imagined the entire thing and Paisley isn't sitting on my boring black sofa that shows every speck of dust in New York. That she's not the only bright spot in my dull, monochrome life. But when I race out, barefoot, my hair dripping on my blue polo shirt, she's still there, and my heart eases just a little. Are you hungry? I ask, and then I wince, because I threw out every speck of any food I had right before she came. I can order something. She opens her mouth, and then she closes it. She sets her book on the end table and stands up. She clasps her hands and then releases them. What's going on? I ask, because you look really keyed up and I can't think of anything you might ask that I'd turn down. She laughs then, a high-pitched sound I've never heard from her before. She laughs so hard that her eyes water. Then she sits on the sofa, still laughing. Then she stops, just as suddenly as she started.
I've lost my mind, she says. I am so sorry.
I sit next to her and take her hand. What did you come here to ask? She's going to make me crazy too if she doesn't tell me soon. She reaches down into her purse and pulls out a small black box. I squint at it, but I can't quite tell what's inside. Then she drops down on the floor as though she lost a contact lens. I didn't even know she wore contacts. Before I can get down to help her look for whatever she dropped, she pops back up on one knee.
James Fulton IV, whose middle name I don't even know. Will you marry me?
She pops open a box and I stare blankly at a platinum wedding band. I've officially gone insane. Because there is no way that Paisley, Princess Holly, or anyone resembling her would come to my apartment and ask me to marry her. I sit in front of her stupidly for at least a full minute. She hops up and closes the box, sliding next to me on the sofa.
Luke told me,
she says softly,
that you didn't quite beat your dad.
I exhale a breath it feels like I've been holding for a year.
But I had this weird idea.
She drops the box back in her bag.
Clearly a really stupid idea.
To marry me, I say.
Well, I guess so. I mean, you helped me when I needed a fake boyfriend.
I don't understand. Do I need a wife? I ask, not quite able to insert the fake this time.
Well, it just so happens that I have a trust worth around $20 million.
Understanding dawns. If I marry you, then I'll be over the $1 billion mark, and marrying someone is building something. She beams at me.
Exactly.
and then I'll beat Dad and get grandfather's billions.
That's the idea, she says. Just like you helped me, I can help you.
You would marry me so that I can mark that last name off my list? My eyebrows have climbed so high I'm worried they'll rocket off my head. Her face crumples.
I said it was a weird idea. I'm sorry.
She stuffs her book in her bag. No, I say. I mean, I'm not saying no. I'm saying it's not a weird idea. It's a brilliant one. She turns toward me slowly and her beautiful, expressive eyes meet mine.
So that's a yes?
I think we need ground rules, I say. But it's a yes. My chest feels too tight, and it has nothing to do with lifting weights. She wants to marry me, even if it's for a strange reason.
Right.
She whips a notebook out of her bag.
I've been thinking about this all the way to New York.
Oh, I say. You have?
Well, it was my idea.
She taps her lip with the eraser of a yellow No. 2 pencil. Hit me with it. What are your rules?
It needs to look real, she says. But I'll tell Luke and Mary and the rest of them the truth. If I lie to them again, they'd probably never forgive me.
I doubt they'll be very supportive, I say. She shakes her head.
They might not be, but I can't hide it from them.
I grunt.
Is that a yes?
I shrug. Your friends, your decision.
Well, Luke is your friend too.
I grin. True, but you know the whole pack of them much better. If you want to tell them this is an arrangement and you trust them to keep it quiet, it's fine with me.
Okay.
She looks down.
Obviously, we don't
Her eyes dart toward my bedroom.
cohabitate.
I grin. Obviously.
Otherwise, we can't get an annulment.
Sure, I say. That makes sense.
But my family can't ever know it's fake, she says. They would never understand.
So where would we get married? I ask. Because this would have to happen fast.
How do you feel about Vienna?
She asks with a sly smile. I liked it last time.
Cole might have mentioned to me that Mom and Dad are hosting a winter ball.
That's convenient. You think it could be turned into a wedding? She shrugs.
I mean, normally Mom would flip about the idea of 2 weeks' notice, but she was so upset when we broke up, I think she'll figure out the details.
Well, I say.
Well, what?
Her eyes are so wide that she looks like a cartoon deer. It's Black Friday, I say. So you better grab your coat.
My coat?
She asks. Yes, I do not want to pay a dime more than I have to for the ridiculously large diamond I'm about to buy you. Her mouth splits into a beautiful grin. But you need to add a fourth stipulation. She freezes.
Oh?
You get half, I say. If you do this for me, you deserve to get half of my grandfather's trust. I insist on it. You can start a charity cancer hospital and call it Hans Noel. You can fund your family distribution for the next 2 million years. You can buy a llama farm. I don't care what you do with it. But half the proceeds will be yours. She frowns.
That's not why I'm doing it.
I reach my finger under her chin and lift it up. I want to kiss her so badly it hurts, but I want her not to be scared away even more than I want to kiss her. I know it isn't. You're doing it to help me. She nods.
Right.
I fold my hands in my lap. But those are my rules. If you're going to help a miserable hawk like me, you're going to take half of that money and do something truly good with it.
Okay.
She smiles.
But you aren't a miserable hawk. You're a beautiful one.
I can't breathe. I want to kiss her so desperately. My fingers tingle. They want to touch her face so badly. But I don't know how she would react. I don't know what would happen, so I tighten my hands into fists at my sides instead. Now tell me this. Do we need a prenup? She scrunches her nose.
I don't know. Do we?
Your friends Trig and Paul would insist on that.
Well, I doubt most of this would be legal.
I smile. Maybe not. Marrying to win a challenge and get half a trust? I laugh. I'm not sure any of it is legal.
My family has a lot of money, she says, but I only have the 20 million. That's all separate property when we get married, right?
I nod.
So it's not like your much larger fortune will be at risk either, and we won't be married long enough to commingle.
Her practical assessment reminds me of exactly what's going on. My heart slows, my fingers return to normal, my lungs work again. We won't be married long. I try not to frown.
If you want one, that's fine, she says. I'll sign whatever your lawyers draw up.
She gasps.
But,
What? I ask.
can you not use that Anastasia to draft it?
Did she say anything rude to you? Because I'll fire her so fast that her Botox check will bounce. She shakes her head.
No, nothing like that, but she's way too pretty. I know it's petty, but I don't like the idea of you working with her on it.
I laugh then. A belly laugh I haven't used since the last time I was with her. I don't want a prenup anyway.
You don't?
She asks. I shake my head.
Oh,
So that's easy.
it is.
She agrees. All right then, start thinking. One huge diamond, lots of regular-sized ones. What does your dream engagement ring look like?
We can't spend much, she says.
Why ever not? I ask.
We don't want your net worth to drop below $1 billion, she says. And you need my 20, right?
I laugh again, and it feels good. So good. Don't worry, I've got some cars I can sell if it comes to that. It's not like I need them in New York City anyway. Her hand flies to her mouth.
Where will we tell people we'll live? I can't have Mary thinking I'll quit my job.
Her job is a secretary, but a job she loves, with people she cares a great deal about. Her real life. Do you like working for her?
I love it,
She says.
I always have.
Then I'll move to Atlanta, I say. Of course I would. I hear the cost of living is much better there anyway.
My parents will push for us to move to Vaduz in Liechtenstein.
I love hearing her talk about where we'll live. I know it's not real. I know we're going to get an annulment. But I like it anyway. Well, maybe we can split time. After all, once your dad dies, which hopefully won't be for a long time, you'll be the new ruler, right? She grimaces.
Actually, females can't take over, and Cole can't either. Not unless I can get the dynasts to vote to change the law and allow adopted children to succeed the throne.
I lift my eyebrows. Is that likely?
Dad says no.
Well, we will deal with it when it comes.
Right.
She smiles.
Good answer.
I don't like the reminder that she's just playing at this, but she doesn't mention it again. Not at the jeweler, where she picks, with a little urging, a 5-carat emerald cut solitaire. It's boring, I say. Don't you want a fancy setting?
I like simple things,
She says.
It's already bigger than I would have chosen.
It's smaller than you deserve, I say. She blushes, and I want to take a photo. I can, I realize. We're engaged. I should be taking photos, in fact. I hand my phone to the jeweler, and he snaps one of both of us. The next time Paisley's not looking, I text it to both my parents. Take that, Mom and Dad. Of course, then I'm subjected to a barrage of texts in return, and I have to dodge 6 calls, 5 of which are from my mom. FaceTiming Paisley's parents is one of the most exciting experiences I've had all year. The unmitigated joy on her mom's face actually makes me feel a little guilty, but otherwise, it's sheer delight. Not even 2 minutes after we break the news, her mom is talking about modifications to flower arrangements and coordinating the design of the dress to thank you gifts for the guests. Why do we have to give them a gift? I ask. Aren't they supposed to be giving us a gift? My future mother-in-law's face falls in dismay. I'm kidding, I say. Of course. Even though I'm not, I don't like seeing her upset. I'll look up wedding gifts for guests later so I have some idea what she's talking about.
2 weeks,
She squeals.
2 weeks. We have so much to do in the next 2 weeks.
Her joy shifts a little toward panic, and I glance at Paisley.
Well, Mom, this just happened, so I have some celebrating to do, but I'll call you tomorrow. Right?
She says.
I understand, but I may text you a few questions tonight, like, are you sure you want to get married in 2 weeks? The winter ball is set for the Garden Palace, but we could do the dreamiest wedding in the spring at Wilfersdorf Castle. Just think of The Garden Palace is fine, Paisley says, and I'll be thinking of bridesmaids and colors tonight, I promise. And the cake, her mother says. Don't forget the cake. Right.
With every call, with every exciting step, my anticipation grows. Except our fake breakup broke me, and I'm beginning to worry that I might not survive our real annulment. The only reason I haven't called off the madness is that I begin to develop a plan of my own. I didn't try nearly hard enough the last time to turn something fake into something real. I wasn't sure what I wanted. But this time, I'm going to swing for the fences, because I don't want an annulment at all.
17. Paisley. Mary drops her bag and stares. Well, if I have to be a bridesmaid while I'm pregnant, at least you didn't delay the wedding. I'm sorry it's such a long flight, I say. I've heard flying while you're pregnant stinks. Everything stinks when you're pregnant. Her face is a little green. So don't feel bad. I'd be miserable at home, too. Need the extra puke bag? I offer the one I tucked into my purse. She shakes her head. No, I'm good. Amy and Chase bound up to me, Luke on their heels. This is the coolest house I have ever seen in my whole entire life, Amy gushes. Wait until you have to scrub the floors, I say. Her eyes widen like saucers. Did you have to do that? I laugh. I never even lived here. What? She points at the Garden Palace, its columns lit brightly. But you're a princess. I smile. We have 10 castles, 2 palaces, and a house. But my favorite one is very nearly the smallest one. James walks up behind me.
It's the very place I found out Paisley was a princess. Her family lives there all year round, almost.
I smile when he takes my hand. True. I still can't believe you two made up, Mary says. And not only that, but you're getting married. James squeezes my hand. I insisted that we tell them the truth, but then I couldn't bring myself to do it. I'm a little surprised myself, I say. Amy sighs. But I'm so happy you did, because I am missing a lot of school for this.
Happy to help,
James says.
I was a fan of missing a little school myself.
Did you hate it too? Amy asks earnestly. I love school, Troy says. That's because you don't learn anything at your school, dummy, Amy says. Mary's eyes snap. Oh no, you didn't just say that, Missy. Amy rolls her eyes. Sorry I called you a dummy, Troy. I'm learning my letters, Troy says. A is for apple. It's also for annoying, Amy mutters. Mary doesn't hear her, and I don't mention it. I do, however, snicker. Amy flashes a smile my direction. Well, is everyone ready? I ask. As ready as I'll ever be, Mary says. Because no matter what I wear, I look like a bowling pin. And no matter what I eat, I end up tasting it twice. I put one hand on her arm. I am sorry. Gio and Trig breeze by us. This house, Gio coos. I am just at a loss for words. Of course, she hasn't been sick a single minute, Mary mutters, sounding for all the world exactly like Amy. James glances my direction, and I realize he sees it too. He leans down and plants a kiss right on my mouth, and I almost forget it's not real. I almost forget he's putting on a show. All right, I take Mary's arm and we walk toward the palace. 2 hours until the wedding. Once we reach the front doors, Mom and her army of staff descend, and James is tugged away from me.
I'll see you soon,
He says with an impish smile. Yes, you will, Mr. Fulton. And soon you'll be Mrs. Fulton, Mom says with dreamy eyes. I hope she doesn't completely melt down when we annul this thing, but I can't think about that right now, or I'll start crying. In fact, I'm going to just pretend it's real until after it's over. James has been so solid through it all, so steady. He never pushes, he never worries, he never stresses. In fact, he has acted exactly like a real groom, other than the fact that he hasn't once complained about wedding costs. Not that Mom and Dad would let him pay for anything. Hilda does my hair while Mom hovers. I don't love how it turns out, but it's not horrible. Mom looks at the complicated twists and braids with a pinched look, and then she shakes her head. That's not going to work. It's not bad, but it's not stunning. We need stunning. Half an hour later, I'm pretty sure I've lost about 1/3 of my original hair. But when I look in the mirror, I decide it was worth it. James didn't want me to put my hair up, but if something is going to change his mind, it's this updo. A loose braid starts at my left temple and runs across the crown of my head and around to the base of my neck. A beautiful, elegant, I don't know what to call it, a puff maybe, floats away from the back of the braid, and the two join in a tangled but somehow neat knot at the base of my neck. A few soft curls around my face keep it from being too severe. Now it's time for the flowers, Mom says. I wave her off. That'll be too much. She smiles. This is your wedding. There's no such thing as too much. I don't have the energy to argue. But when she's done, I realize she was right. A few roses in the knot, and a few sparkly stick pins scattered throughout only accentuate the whole look. For the first time in my life, I'm channeling Cinderella. Or Belle. Or another unbelievable, unrealistic, over-the-top fairy tale princess. And it hits me then. A feeling I haven't felt in a long time. A feeling I've avoided. A desperate longing for my brother. I wish Noel was here in this moment. He would have known it was fake, of course. But he also would have understood why I was doing it. He would have stood next to me and he would have told me that I looked like an angel. He always said that, anytime I asked him how I looked, from the time I was very young until the day before he died. When Mom helps me into my dress, I'm almost sad that James isn't here to zip up the back and help me with my necklace. No locket this time, not with the dress Mom flew out to pick. She wasn't happy that I didn't allow her to badger the best designers in Europe, but I wanted something to represent Atlanta, and I didn't want to look like a swan or a cupcake. Those seem to be the two European options lately. Instead, I look like a golden statue of a Greek goddess in Rome. Mom was horrified that my dress isn't white, and even more horrified that it's off the rack. But the Zac Posen butterfly jacquard gown sang to me when I saw it. And when I tried it on, Mom stopped complaining. It's sleeveless, and it hugs my bust line and then bells out at the waist, with a little gold flare on my left hip to offset the added fabric there. And the train is long enough to elongate my figure without being obnoxious. The Egyptian-style filigree neck cuff Mom found accentuates the entire thing so perfectly that I almost don't recognize myself in the mirror. You are simply to die for, Mom says. I'm so glad you got my face and your father's mouth. The best of both. I giggle. I can't help it. She's not wrong about Dad's mouth being his best feature. and that mouth is smiling so big when I meet him in the hallway that my heart lifts at the sight. He's holding a cane in one hand, but he's ready to lead me down the aisle. With all the candles Mom had set out to line the path, he shouldn't struggle. Fiona, our florist, hands me my bouquet. Mom's white and red roses are exquisite, and the perfect foil to my gold dress. When the orchestra begins to play, I poke my head around the corner looking for James. "You bad girl," Gio whispers, walking up behind me. "You're not supposed to turn that corner until the wedding march starts." "I thought that was the wedding march that's playing." I smile. She slaps my arm. "Stop it." Mary finally reaches our side, and for all her complaining, the pure white dress she and Gio picked looks amazing on her. Trudy rushes over last, hopping on one foot while she finishes buckling her last strap. I wanted all my bridesmaids in white so that I would stand out in gold, like an inversion of a typical wedding, which I found fitting since this is secretly an inversion of a real wedding. "Why are you late?" Paul asks. "Paul isn't even here to slow you down, and you're not pregnant." "Actually," she says, panting a little, "Paul decided at the last minute to come. He didn't want to abandon me the whole weekend." "Wow," I say. "Has he forgiven James?" Trudy shrugs. "I don't know, but he did say he'd never seen a groom who looked more whipped. I'm calling that progress." I laugh. James is anything but, since he's not even in love. Maybe this is James' last real joke on Paul, dragging him here for a wedding that isn't even legit.
What's so funny, dear?
My dad asks.
Is there a joke that didn't translate?
Never mind, Dad. He pats my arm.
You look like a shining angel. I'm sure that Noel is here watching.
Noel. He just might be. I hope it's true. The lights reflect funny when I look upward, hoping to catch a glimpse of a white wing or something. Tears make everything look hazy. Waterproof mascara, Mary observes, is an excellent thing. I wipe my eyes, and then the wedding march starts. The second I round the corner, James comes into view in his black tuxedo, his hair recently cut. I almost wish it was falling in his eyes like it was the night I proposed. His eyes brighten when he sees me, like he's truly excited. I have to look away. It's too much. But after a moment, I'm there, standing in front of him. My dad lets go of my arm and I step up on the dais next to James. My best friends walk past me and line up to my right. Gio, Mary, and Trudy. I nearly stumble when I realize that James relented. Luke, Trig, and Paul are lined up next to him. Paul looks like he's constipated, but he's there. When I look back at James, I'm proud of him. He had to let go of a lot to welcome Paul, and Paul did too. For a brief moment, I wish this was different. I wish it wasn't some kind of deranged deal to beat James' dad or earn his grandpa's billions. For a moment, I wish he hadn't frozen when I asked him to marry me. I wish I hadn't had to explain my reasoning. I wish he had just said yes. But that's insane. I hadn't even seen him for weeks and weeks at that point, and we don't know each other. Not well enough to marry. Not even close. Plus, he's still a bird of prey. He's a handsome one, though, when he's wearing a tux and smiling so big I can see both dimples. And I can definitely see both dimples when the priest asks,
Do you take this woman to be your lawfully wedded wife?
He doesn't hesitate this time.
I do. And do you, Holly Paisley von und zu Liechtenstein, take this man to be your lawfully wedded husband?
I can't say it. In that moment, terror grips my heart. I don't want this to be fake. I don't want to pledge myself to someone who doesn't mean it. I can't say it. I can't say those two little words. But then James turns concerned eyes in my direction. Eyes that care whether I'm all right. He's not angry. He's not upset. He's worried about me. And in that moment, something shifts. I do, I say. I really do. The worry in his eyes evaporates, and both dimples return. James doesn't wait for the priest to tell us to kiss like we practiced. He grabs my waist and pulls me close, and then he leans over and presses his lips to mine. Just like the first time when I grabbed him at Mary's wedding, excitement spreads through my entire body, a thrill I've never been able to control or explain.
We really rock the weddings,
He whispers against my cheek. And then he kisses me again. He kisses me right there in front of the altar until I can't even remember my own name. In my defense, it's a really long name. At some point, the applause turns to cheers, and I pull away, my cheeks heating. James?
Can I help it if my bride looks like an angel?
He asks. And it feels like Noel really is there, whispering in James' ear. But instead of sobbing, it feels like my heart has taken wing. For the first time since he died, I feel like he's free. Like he's better wherever he is, maybe even up in heaven. I hope it's true. I hope he's happy and pain-free. And I hope that he can see me now in this dress, standing by the man I love. I turn then and look up into James' face, a face I've liked since the moment I first saw it, and I admit it to myself for the first time. I didn't fly to New York because I'm some kind of saint. I'm not an angel, like Noel said, like my dad said, like James just said. I proposed to this man because I wanted to marry him. He's flawed, and he's confused, and he's rough around the edges. He's a bad man in some ways. And I love him in every one of those ways. I hope he thinks the tears in my eyes are because I miss my brother. Noel used to call me his angel. James touches my face.
He was spot on. You look absolutely perfect.
We walk arm in arm down the aisle, and James even stops briefly to shake his father's hand and to let his mom hug him. I don't even mind when she hugs me, too. A princess in the family, she sighs, and I realize she has his eyes. James' eyes. I can love her for that, for giving him his amazing eyes. You've always had a prince, I say, and then I tug James along after me toward the dining room. You aren't eating much, Mom says a few moments later. This dress is too tight to eat, I say with a smile, and I don't even mind.
Well, I do. I can't have you starving on our wedding day.
James points a fork at my food.
Do you want to go change? Because I'm pretty sure you can eat whatever you want in yoga pants.
Mom laughs louder than I've ever heard her laugh at a public party. You Americans have the strangest sense of humor. James turns to me then, his head cocked sideways.
You don't like it when people smash cake on their face.
I don't understand. Huh?
At Mary's wedding.
Okay, I say.
You told me then that you hate when people smash cake on the other person's face. But everyone likes that. I didn't get it. I should have known then that you were European.
A few moments later, after we cut the second tier of our 6-tier rose-covered cake, I pick up the piece we cut and I shove it right into his mouth, smashing frosting all over his chin. I can be as American as you, I say. His shock is worth any price. But when he picks up the second piece, I whisper my warning. If you think turnabout is fair play, think again. I'm a princess. James' smile is mischievous, but he holds the cake carefully and politely while I take a bite.
I'd never embarrass you,
He whispers back.
my European princess.
A few moments later, when it's time for our first dance, he proves that statement correct. I was surprised at Mary's wedding, and I'm surprised again today, I say.
About what?
He asks. That you can waltz.
I took a ballroom class before I got kicked out of Harvard.
My eyes widen. Why? He smiles.
Lots of girls, not many guys.
I roll my eyes. Great,
I've been in training until now,
he says.
which is a good thing, because you're fairly high maintenance.
I purse my lips.
For a secretary.
Executive assistant, I say. I've been promoted.
Oh, well then.
James almost looks sad when he passes me off to my father. I do as much leading as Dad, but he manages better than I expected. Of course, the couples around us give us a pretty wide berth.
I'm glad you met him when you did.
Dad says. You are? I ask.
It feels like I was there for an important part of your relationship,
He says.
when he found out you were a princess. And that was a lot of fun. It's nice to be involved in your life again.
It's a small world, isn't it? I ask. I mean, what were the odds that he'd be the one to buy the shares in Berk Telecom? Dad smiles.
It's not a coincidence.
No, I ask. Are you saying you found out he was my boyfriend and the two of you planned it? I know that can't be true.
Of course not,
He says.
but Providence watches over all of us. It's no coincidence that my eyesight began to break down, which brought you home. And then I met your someone, and I was able to walk you down the aisle, all before my eyesight disappeared entirely.
I'm glad I could get married for you, I say, somewhat snarkily.
Oh, God found that man for you,
He says.
Make no mistake on that. But one of his tender mercies was that I was able to see it.
If my waterproof mascara survives this, it'll be a miracle. I dab at my eyes. Well, I'm glad you were here to see it, too. My dad has been through a lot. Noel's sickness and death, my departure, and now his health issues. I'm sure he's struggled with other things he never burdened me with, but he's always been there for me. He's always been faithful to my mom and served our people as humbly and as honestly as he possibly could. I don't give him enough credit. I love you, Daddy.
I love you too, dearest, more than you know. You always felt like you were the spare, and I imagine it felt to you that we lamented the loss of the heir.
My breath catches.
I'm old, but I hear the jokes. I want to tell you something that Noel knew as well as I do. You were always the perfect person to rule our people. He would have made an excellent prince. But you shine like a beacon. You brighten every room, and you care about every person. If you want me to pursue formally adopting Cole and trying to change the family law so that he can be my heir, I'll do it. He is every bit my son. But if you decide you want to fight to change the laws of primogeniture so that women are finally fairly treated here, I'll do that too. You could split time between America and Liechtenstein, and your people will be delighted with whatever time you're willing to give. Our country has had a lot of rulers who chose to make their homes somewhere else, but took care of their people still.
Thank you, Daddy. I dance a few more songs with James afterward, marveling with each one how sure how elegant and how confident my new husband is. And then I almost can't breathe at the thought. James Fulton IV is my husband. Eventually, the last song plays, and James rests his hand on my waist.
I think it's time to turn in.
His breath blows softly on my temple. The Americans hoot, including Amy, who is up way too late and has no idea why she's cheering. "Wait," Amy says. "She needs to throw the bouquet." I pick up my enormous bouquet off the table and toss it to her, nearly knocking her over. "You know I'm not giving that to anyone but you, little miss." Her eyes light up. "Thank you, Aunt Paisley." When James' hand finds mine and our fingers interlace, my heart races. It's time to go up 2 floors to the Rose Suite. I worry my heartbeat is so loud that James can hear it hammering. But James merely waves to the guests, laughs at their winks and knowing grins, and steers me up the stairs. We turn the corner, and I follow his lead down the hall until we're standing in front of the heavy, carved wooden door. My world has narrowed to the point where his hand meets mine. Nothing else matters. Nothing else even makes sense. I haven't had a single sip of alcohol, but I feel almost drunk.
Hey.
His hand releases mine, and my entire world shifts. I sway a bit, and he tilts my chin upward so he can see my eyes.
You look nervous, but you shouldn't. Remember the rules? I haven't forgotten, and I know cohabitate was really just a code.
I force a smile then. Right, the rules we made. I swallow.
Plus,
He says.
I have a surprise.
I gulp. What I really want is for him to tear up those rules. I want this to be legit. He opens the door and practically runs through the doorway.
I badgered Luke for this, so I hope it's right.
For what? I ask. He grins like a kid with a fistful of coins, standing in an arcade.
He told me this place is your favorite, and I knew you wouldn't be able to eat much in that fabulous dress.
He points at a table.
I had these brought in from a pie shop right by your house back home.
4 pies on the table. 4 pies made and probably packed by Judge Judy. Cherry, pecan, coconut cream, and chocolate silk. Hey, I say, I told you I don't like straight-up chocolate. He shrugs, his boyish grin almost too cute for words on one of the most masculine faces I've ever seen.
You can't eat 4 pies.
I shimmy out of my dress in the bathroom and into yoga pants. And then we spend the next 2 hours eating as much pie as we can and making jokes. I wash off my makeup and he pulls the pins out of my hair. And when I finally lay down on my wedding night in the enormous bed that rests in the center of the room, my husband lays down behind me.
Is this okay?
He asks. I bite my lip. A few hours ago, I was filled to the brim with anxiety. I had so many expectations. Then I realized that I loved James, and they only intensified. But tonight he didn't try anything. He wasn't smooth. He wasn't a hawk out to pounce on a rabbit. Tonight, James was my friend. And in its own way, it made me love him even more. It's perfect. He wraps his arm around my waist, and I go to sleep, feeling safer than I've ever felt in my life. And for the first time since Noel died, I don't feel alone either.
18. James.
James,
Grandfather says.
What are you doing here?
I have news, I say. A lot of news, actually. I set my briefcase on the floor of his study and touch Paisley's shoulder. She stands up and spins around to face my grandfather.
Hello, sir. I'm Holly Paisley Fulton, but I go by Paisley.
Grandfather coughs.
Fulton, did you say?
It happened very quickly, I say. I'm sorry I didn't send out formal invitations.
You eloped?
He lifts one eyebrow.
Because that's one of the stupidest things young people are doing these days.
We didn't, I say. We were married in the Garden Palace in Vienna. I shouldn't be as happy as I am to see him splutter. I hand him a small photo album. Paisley put this together for you. He takes the book and walks around to sit at his desk. He flips through the photos one at a time, the smile on his face softening as he does.
This is amazing. You pulled this all together quickly, you say.
He peers at me.
Is she pregnant?
Of course not. I fume.
My parents were already throwing a party there, one they were calling a winter ball, she says. So when I
bought Paisley's ring and we decided to get married, I didn't want to wait, I say. When we told her parents, they were delighted and offered to work with us to do it on the day they already had plans in place. Paisley leans her head against my chest, and my heart constricts like it always does when she shows affection.
I didn't want to wait either.
It must have cost a fortune to rent out a palace,
Grandfather says.
What did they have planned before?
Paisley clears her throat.
Well, my parents were celebrating.
Her parents own the palace, I say. Holly is the hereditary princess of Liechtenstein.
The what now?
Grandfather asks. Her father is the ruling prince of Liechtenstein.
I don't know what that is.
It's a very small country in Europe, Paisley says. It's not a surprise that you haven't heard of it. Most people outside of Germany and Austria aren't familiar with it, even in Europe.
Grandfather's laugh sounds like the bark of a geriatric seal.
That's wild.
He pins his gaze on me.
So you come here a few months ago, and you're the consummate bachelor. And now you come back to introduce me to your far too lovely wife, and she's a princess?
He slaps the desk.
I am impressed.
Thank you, I say. When I get a good look at my wife, I'm frequently impressed with myself, too.
When was the wedding?
He asks. 2 days ago, I say. We came to see you as soon as we could. Grandfather looks from Paisley to me and back again. Then he swears.
Why on earth would you do that?
You couldn't make the ceremony, I say. Dad told me you're not allowed to travel.
What does that have to do with anything?
He asks.
We'll leave on a honeymoon soon enough.
Paisley puts her hand on mine.
But we wanted to come and apologize for not holding the ceremony here in the United States first.
A princess doesn't need to apologize. Certainly not to me.
Well, I owe you a debt of gratitude.
Paisley beams at me.
Without you, there would be no James, and he has made my life better in a lot of ways.
Has he now?
Grandfather asks.
I'd love to hear those.
So would I.
Well, for one, he always thinks about little things. For instance, he had pie from my favorite place in our room on our wedding night.
Pie, did you say?
He snorts.
He makes me laugh every day, she says.
Is that all?
Paisley frowns, but I watch as she tries to be polite.
When dragons pursue me, he slays them.
Is that so?
Grandfather asks.
He slays dragons, eh?
Economic dragons,
Paisley says.
Well, he's always been good at tearing things up,
he says.
He builds me up,
Paisley says softly.
By always being supportive, kind, and helpful.
And I wanted to tell you that I managed to complete the task you sent me to do, several weeks early even. I pull a folder from my briefcase and hand it to him. I barely made it, but I've topped $1 billion, and every penny of the increase is from growth strategies. I own 12 new companies, all of which have increased substantially in value during the months I've owned them. Grandfather beams.
Now tell me this.
What? I ask.
Did you do what your grandmother asked? Did you forgive me?
I swallow and sit down. Paisley sits next to me. Gigi asked me the first year after she died to start a charity. That one was easy.
What did you do?
Paisley asks.
You never did tell me.
Gigi twisted balloons, I say. After he left her, grandfather gave her enough that she didn't have to work. But she was a busy woman who needed to work. She learned to twist balloons, and she made them into all kinds of things. Every animal you could imagine. Over the summer, every Wednesday night, we'd go to the local children's hospital and go from bed to bed. I carried her balloons, and she'd make those kids anything they asked for.
So you started a balloon twisting foundation?
Paisley asks. Grandfather chuckles. Not quite, but that interaction gave me a profound sorrow for those sick kids. They dealt with things I never even fully understood, much less faced. Paisley frowns. I funded a new wing for a children's hospital in New York.
You never told me that,
Paisley says. I shrug. I didn't want you to think I was bragging, especially not after I found out about Noel. Her hand squeezes my arm.
I wouldn't have thought that.
Grandfather's eyes bounce between us like a ping-pong ball. But in year 2, I sigh. Gigi asked me to forgive this old man here.
And did you?
He asks again. I did, I say. That doesn't mean I crave your approval or even particularly care what you think. But I'm not angry anymore. I let that go. I don't need to resent you on Gigi's behalf. She's the one who wanted me to forgive you, after all, and you helped me understand that things are always more complicated than they appear.
Not always, perhaps.
Grandfather looks down, reviewing the paperwork. His head snaps up.
What was this year's task? Or are they done?
Heat explodes in my face. She gave me another.
What was it?
Paisley asks.
I wanted to know too.
I duck my head, unable to meet her eye. Gigi told me to get married. Paisley's laugh fills the room and lifts my spirits.
Well, check and double check.
You two must stay for dinner,
Grandfather says.
I'll review this paperwork and then we can finalize things afterward.
If conversation was a little forced in Grandfather's office, dinner is borderline painful. Diane is so pregnant she looks like she could pop, and the flirty, forced cheer from my last visit is gone.
How wonderful you could come unannounced.
She glares at Paisley.
But now that dinner is over, I have some friends coming to meet me for one last night out.
She's going out on the town, a week before her baby is born?
What are you doing with your friends?
Paisley asks.
Fancy dessert, pedicures?
Diane's eyebrows shift almost imperceptibly, but her eyes flash with anger.
We're going dancing, of course. Right,
Paisley says.
Probably won't be doing that much after the baby comes.
Why not? Diane's lips compress together. Paisley gulps and looks at me. I laugh and she jabs me.
You're useless,
she mutters.
Well, always a pleasure to see you, James.
Diane purrs and then leaves the room, thankfully. Thanks for dinner, I say, but we need to be going too. Grandfather stands up and shakes my hand.
Well, I'm just delighted for all your good news.
Thank you.
But I'm afraid I won't be able to make you the trustee and sole beneficiary of my irrevocable trust as we discussed.
Paisley blinks.
But he met your terms.
He shakes his head.
No, I wanted him to build something for himself. Every dime of it. Your money doesn't count.
Paisley practically spits at him.
You think a marriage doesn't count as building something? It's a feat you never managed to carry for very long.
Grandfather's eyebrows rise.
Seeing as you've only managed 2 days, I don't think my grandson is in a position of strength yet either.
He turns toward me and shoots me a knowing look.
She's a real spitfire, isn't she?
I don't even know what to say.
You're every bit as horrible as James said you were, she says. And a liar to boot. Your grandson jumped through all your hoops and he did it gracefully. Well, I have news for you. We don't want your filthy money anyway.
She spins on her heel and storms out the front door.
Oh, James, he says. You must understand deep down why I couldn't really have given the trust to you. Your dad only has one child, so you'll get it all eventually. But the dangling carrot was the wake-up call you needed. Look at what you've done since I threw down that lure. Bravo, my boy, bravo. Now, don't screw this up like I did. You go, and you spend your life making that little spitfire happy.
I should be fuming. I should punch him in his age spot-covered nose for that stupid prank he pulled on me. But I don't. Because he's right. If he hadn't set me on this path, I'd have sold Burke Telecom immediately. I'd never have flown to Liechtenstein at all. I'd never have been given the chance to recover from my epic failure in not calling Paisley after Luke's wedding. I wouldn't love Holly Paisley von und zu Liechtenstein with every single corner of my twisted, broken, greedy heart if my grandfather hadn't dangled his gold-plated carrot in front of me. So instead of being incensed, I'm grateful. She never would have proposed without his lure either. I wouldn't have been able to swing for the fences. I wouldn't have seen her in that stunning wedding gown walking down the aisle toward me. I wouldn't have the opportunity that I have now to turn this into something real. Thank you, I say simply. Then I chase my beautiful, infuriating Spitfire princess of a wife out the door and to the parked car. She's already buckled when I reach her. I climb in next to her, preparing myself to be glum.
I've already emailed my lawyer,
she says, her face locked onto the window like a heat-seeking missile aimed at a furnace. Huh? I ask.
I'm sorry to have put you through all of that for nothing.
No, I say. It's not your fault. She turns to look at me then, and what I see in her eyes scares me. She's furious.
Of course it's my fault. I'm the one who had the stupid idea to begin with. I dragged you all the way to Europe and put you through this farce, and then you still didn't win?
I open my mouth to argue with her, but I realize it's a tremendous waste of time right now. I can't win this here in the shadow of my grandfather's mansion. In fact, if she's this upset about not getting that trust, I may already have lost.
19. Paisley. I have always loved my apartment, even if none of the furniture matches and it's all a little worn. Actually, maybe that's why I like it. I chose every single chair, every table, and every throw pillow myself. I worked to earn the money for them, and I put them right where they are. Nothing was passed down for 300 years from some old relative, and nothing had some intrinsic value that makes it something I have to keep. If I hate something, I trash it. I've never hung on to ugly pastorals or bizarre portraits because they're worth $100,000. But right now, I can't even look at my apartment. So I go to work. I always loved my job. I loved the lists, the routines, the scheduling. I loved the challenge of making things work, of finding efficiencies and providing a clear, calm, ordered life for Mary and her family. I'm sitting at the desk I picked out, in the chair Mary surprised me with, and I'm miserable. I had a job and an apartment and a life that I loved before I met James. Maybe I wasn't giddy with joy every single moment, but I had way more ups than downs. Not anymore. Since his horrible grandfather told me he lost, and I realized an annulment was looming on the horizon, I have hated everything, no matter where I am or what I'm doing. I don't understand why you came into work today at all, Mary says. You thought I'd leave you in the lurch? I ask. with Sub for Santa on high alert, and the office... I trail off, because the office is mostly dead this time of year. I mean, we have some accounting work to complete by year-end, but it's nothing like the crazy buzz around tax deadlines. People can say what they will about the IRS, but they don't ruin the holidays. You're the world's best executive assistant, Mary says. And I don't say that lightly. I'm embarrassed to say this, but when I heard you were a princess, my first thought was one of despair that you would quit, and I would be left all alone here. I need you, but we would have survived without you for a few weeks. You should be on a honeymoon. It was so last minute, I say. James couldn't have left work either. Mary frowns. Isn't he the boss? He doesn't even have a board. Who exactly does he report to? He can work anywhere. She plops down in the tiny seat in front of my desk. Look, I'm not trying to butt in, but this thing between you is new, and it will never get off the ground properly if you don't make time for each other. I'll repeat selfishly that I do not want to lose you, but you need to work out this living situation. You can't live in different cities. I burst into tears. I can't help it. I know it was fake, and we thought he was being paid $3.2 billion to marry me. But it felt so real to me on so many occasions. When that reason evaporated, right along with his shot at revenge, I felt like I did when Noelle died. I never wanted to feel that again, and I did this to myself. Only this time, running away hasn't helped at all. Mary rushes around the desk. Oh my goodness, what's wrong? Nothing. I wave her away. I can't have a pregnant lady frantically trying to console me. I need to pull myself together. I'm fine. You're clearly not fine. Is he unwilling to move here? Her face is a mix of sorrow and anger. I love that she wants to defend me. I'm not sure whether it's the pregnancy or the thought of losing you that's making me queasy, but I will say it anyway. As much as I want to keep you, I think you'd like New York. It's very high energy and it's exciting. Plus, people there would adore you. I know it. She clears her throat. Now there's bile rising in my throat, and I might puke. But I think that's the thought of losing you. But that's dumb, because phones work and we would still be best friends. I shake my head. Neither of us needs to move. Oh, Paige, she sighs. You might think you can swing it, but it's going to get old fast. You'll be sad whenever you're apart. You have to put your husband in front of your friends, however close we are. No, I hiccup. I don't need to move because we're getting an annulment. Mary's eyes widen. Wait, an annulment? I just assumed that you... Wait, you never... She clears her throat. Never mind. She looks at the wall for a second, clearly processing my about face. She turns back, her voice soft. I don't understand. You looked so happy. You know his story with Paul, I say, right? Mary leans against the desk. I know his story with Paul, and I've heard the basics of his story with Trig. Wait, I say, he has a story with Trig? Mary looks at her feet. No, I don't know. Oh, man. That's not the point, Mary says. You should know that Luke has always thought he was better than all that. Luke loves everyone. That's like saying a golden retriever would lick his hand. James is vindictive, I say. He holds grudges. Okay, Mary says. Has he ever done anything to you? Done anything? I shake my head. Of course not. Then I'm confused. Are you worried that he will? I mess up a lot, I admit. I'm a little prone to overreaction, like running away to America and never going home. Which is when it hits me that James didn't kick me out. He didn't get in my way when I flew home, but he never encouraged it. I never bothered to ask him what he thought about his grandfather's declaration. I have no idea how he really feels. He might not have wanted me to leave, but I didn't give him a chance to stop me. But surely he knows that, Mary says. You've told him what you told me? About Noel? About your relocation? He knows, I say. And you think that you might do something that makes him mad? Or you already have? No, I haven't done anything. Or I don't think I have anyway. We aren't exactly talking a lot. But I'm afraid that if I upset him, if I do something wrong or make a mistake, I'll end up on his list. Mary's shoulders slump. He is sort of a predator, isn't he? The tears are back, and I can't seem to stop them. Hawks attack rabbits. It's what they do. Mary pats my shoulder. I have no idea what you're talking about, but yes, they eat mice and rabbits and lots of things. Frogs, probably. You can't make a hawk marry a rabbit. I turn and sob against Mary's belly. Her voice is soft, like she'd use on Chase. You can't, but Paisley. What? I turn upward and meet her eye. He's not a hawk. He's a human, same as you and me. I know that. Of course I do. I'm not an idiot. But you know what I mean. She pets my hair. It should annoy me, but it doesn't. I've never known someone more motherly than Mary, including my own mom. I actually don't know what you mean. I think that in business, and perhaps in life, James has learned a certain way of coping. He protects himself as much as anything else. Right, I say. I agree. But loving someone is about dropping those walls. James isn't someone who will drop walls, I say. He's someone who goes in, guns blazing. He's never been in love before, Mary says. Luke said he hardly even dated. He loved his grandmother, I say. And do you think he'd ever have turned on her, even if she let him down? Why are you so smart? I ask. I learned this the hard way. My parents were a disaster, and I put up huge walls. For a long time, the only one inside of there with me was Trudy. I built a fortress around the two of us, but I never would have risked allowing anyone else inside. I wanted to blow up her first husband even before he did anything wrong. When Troy was born, that baby slipped right under and I would have done anything for him. But it took me a long time to figure out how to let someone else in. Mary's eyes well with tears. I almost missed out on Luke and Amy and Chase. I almost walked away because I was so afraid, so terrified of the idea that once I let someone else inside, they could decimate me. But oh, Paisley, if he lets you in, there's no one you'd rather have in your foxhole than James. I imagine he lobs a pretty good grenade at anyone who would ever wish you harm. I did just tell his grandfather that he slays my dragons. But I'm not sure he knows how to let someone in. What happened before? Mary asks. Before what? Luke says the two of you hit it off at the wedding. Then you obviously shared something back in Liechtenstein, but both times, whatever it was, fell apart. What happened? I lean back in my chair and Mary sits back too, perching on the edge of my desk. At the wedding, I told him he had to give up his vindictive list or he shouldn't call me. And, Mary asks, He never called. She frowns.
So he wouldn't give it up?
I shrug. Not sure.
And in Liechtenstein?
It's so embarrassing. But it's Mary. I can tell Mary, I think. The whole thing was fake. I know, Mary says. But why did that fake relationship, that was clearly predicated on real feelings, die? I don't understand. It was fake all along.
Was it?
I mean, I liked him, but he didn't ever feel the same way about me. So when the deal fell apart, that was it.
He didn't call you or text?
Mary's eyebrows rise.
I find that hard to believe.
I don't know. I blocked his number.
Oh, honey.
I scowl. I'm not an 8-year-old.
You're kind of acting like one. You think he didn't care about you, but you blocked his number, so you have no idea whether he did or not.
I stand up and my chair rolls behind me loudly. I am not acting like a little kid. I was protecting myself. I liked him too much, and he didn't even care about me. I had to block him, or I'd have started following him around like a pathetic sycophant. Mary laughs then. Great, yes, laugh at my pain.
I'm not laughing at your pain, you idiot. That man is in love with you. It was clear as a bell at your wedding. Even Paul saw it. It was so obvious that he told Trudy he doesn't hate him anymore. He said he knew that look because he'd looked at Trudy the same way. Paul told us the other night that he's actually really hopeful for the two of you, that he didn't think James deserved you, but he hoped he was wrong.
I blocked his number the first time around, and this time I flew home. I close my eyes.
You flew home?
Mary asks.
When? Yesterday?
I nod silently. She doesn't get it, because she doesn't know why we got married in the first place. So, you think after our first fake relationship, he liked me then?
Oh, I'm sure of it. He called Luke to ask for his help. But I'd say the biggest tip-off should have been when a guy who never even dates proposed.
Yeah, except I proposed.
Mary's jaw drops. Wait, you proposed? Are you kidding me right now?
Lower your voice, I say. The office is dead, but not that dead. Yes, I proposed. But then he went and picked me a ring the same night.
I think I need to hear this entire story.
Then grab a seat. It's a wild ride. And I tell her. All of it. Including the fact that I thought I was proposing to help him, but I realized at the wedding that I did it because I love him.
Okay, she says. I understand your hesitation now, but I still think I'm right. And if you'd given him an extra moment to consider it, I think he would have said yes to you regardless of the money from his grandfather.
There's absolutely no way to know what he would have said one way or another. Not now. I cover my face with my hand. And now I've done it again. Blocked his phone.
Wait, you blocked his number again?
Mary throws her hands in the air. Why? I mean, figuratively. I hold up my phone. I didn't block him. That's all cleared up. But I may as well have done because he hasn't texted me or called.
Would he text? Mary asks. He's a pretty proud guy. And you're telling me you've shut him down and run away twice now.
She's right. So should I text him? I ask. Or what do I do? Because I want him in my foxhole with me. I want him on my side. I'm just not sure how to get him here.
When do you fly back home to Europe? She asks.
Isn't it soon? I want to cry. I'm supposed to go back for my first distribution in years. I have to go. In 4 days? That's not much time, she says. Maybe let him suffer for a little while. Are you kidding me? Images of my super hot hawk going out for drinks at a bar and meeting another woman flash through my head. I'm not sure he should be suffering. I mean, I don't want him, I don't know, out there, meeting people. Mary laughs and stands up. He's not the kind of guy to go try and replace you. Believe me, he's not even a little bit like that, from what Luke says. But sometimes guys need a while to stew things over, especially when they aren't very in touch with their feelings. I gather that he blocked his feelings number years ago. He didn't stop you from flying back here, you said, and he should have. Not putting up a fight was his mistake. But it doesn't mean he won't fight for you. Give him until you're done with your family, and if he hasn't figured out what to do by then, we'll come up with an alternate plan. You don't think I should, I don't know, fly back? I don't. Why not? I ask. You said that he loves me, and I screwed up. I'm confused. Mary smiles. But I didn't know that you proposed. The ball is in his court this time. It was the pursuit of his family's money that brought you back together, and he needs to man up and fix this. He needs to come to grips with how he feels and figure out how to tell you. Okay. Because out of the two of you, James is the most emotionally stunted. Dealing with him right now is like tenderizing meat. You need to let it sit for a bit. Oh my gosh! I'm always comparing him to a hawk, and now you're saying he's a hunk of meat. We're kind of terrible people, Mary says. I mean, talk about objectification. He is gorgeous. I smile. If I had to fall for someone who's a total mess, at least he's nice to look at. Officially, I think he looks like a troll, Mary says. Luke is the handsomest man I know, and no one else comes close to comparing. Unofficially? I smile. Oh, James is hot. Like, really hot. I think about my gorgeous husband, whom I love so much that my heart aches. So you think maybe I haven't ruined everything? Some of that depends on him, Mary says. But unless I'm very wrong, your epic happily ever after is just getting started.
20. James. With all the work I've missed lately, I shouldn't be here. There's snow on the ground in Boston, and the air in front of me floods with fluffy white vapor every time I exhale. I wanted to buy the biggest tombstone in the entire cemetery, but Gigi told me not to, in her very first letter. She wanted something small, and she wanted a meaningful message from me inscribed on it. Nothing more. The message I chose was, small kindnesses make the biggest impact. I had to fight with Dad, but she got her modest oval stone with carnations etched in the center of the round message. Not that I can see it now, it's covered in snow. I should be working, and I really shouldn't be holding a stack of letters in my hands, 3 previously read and 2 still unopened. Gigi made me promise I'd open one a year on the anniversary of her death. I can only open the next letter if I've completed the task from the prior year. I squeaked under the wire and forgave my grandfather just in time, which meant I opened year 3 right on schedule. But I have months and months before the anniversary of her death comes around again, so I shouldn't be here, on her birthday, contemplating opening the last 2 early. I did complete her 3rd task already, and she's always been the only giver of good advice in my life. I miss her now, more than ever before. I need her help, and she wouldn't fault me for reading it early, I hope. I kick at the drifts of snow until her headstone is clear, and then I lay the huge stack of blood-red carnations across the base. No matter how many times I told you carnations were the cheapest flowers, you never cared. She loved carnations. Bubbly, easygoing flowers that know how to last and last, she always said. I miss you, I say. Of course, she can't say anything back, so I open her third letter, the one where she tasked me with the truly impossible.
Dear James, you are going to read this letter and you're going to laugh, but I don't care as long as you also listen. I watched you for years and years, and I know you don't allow yourself to love anyone because you're afraid. If you completed last year's task, then you have learned to let things go. You've learned not to let the past control your future. You also know that whatever path he's wandered down since, your grandfather and I loved one another deeply at the beginning. I want you to know that it wasn't all his fault. I'm not sure what he'll tell you, but I made mistakes too. When a great love falls apart, there are missteps on both sides. Always. I loved him so much that when he lost my trust, it gutted me. I never quite recovered. I wish now that I had, because I passed the remainder of my life alone, grieving the loss. That was a mistake. And unfortunately, I see you making the same mistake. Your parents failed so miserably to teach you how to love that you haven't made an effort at all. But this year, that is going to change. This year, you are going to love someone, and when you realize you love her, you are going to propose to her. Then you're going to marry her. Don't drag that part out. Marry her as fast as you possibly can, once you realize you can't live without her. You're going to be looking at this letter like you think I've lost my mind right now, because this seems so preposterous you can't imagine proposing to someone. But you're smart, you're stupidly handsome, you're talented, and you're organized. Once you decide you're ready to do things the right way, once you open your mind to the idea, you'll find someone. That nonsense that there's only one person for you is rubbish. There are hundreds, probably thousands of women you could find joy with. You both need to be aiming for the same target. But if you can get there, you can find happiness. That's your task for this year. It's time. Marry a woman you love, and if it takes more than a year, then that's how long it takes. But go out and look, and don't open that fourth letter until you've done it. My biggest regret for you is that I didn't get to meet her or see the two of you together. But don't let that stop you. I'm sure I'll be smiling down from above, and I'll do it with all of my teeth. All my love, now and forever. Gigi.
I carefully fold the letter and tuck it into my pocket with the other two. She told me to get married, and then Paisley dropped back into my life. And then she proposed. In the moment, I didn't even think about this, about my grandmother's advice, but now here I am, married, but alone. My wife is about to annul our brief marriage, and I want to crawl into the ground next to my dead grandma just thinking about it. The snow starts to fall again, fluffy flakes tumbling toward the ground. I pull out her fourth letter. It's not time, I know that, but maybe there's something in here I can use. In my entire life, I've never needed your help this badly. I rip the letter open.
Dear James, you're married. I can't tell you how delighted I am. I hope she cherishes you. I hope you cherish her right back. I hope you wake up with a smile on your face. I hope your life is the Hallmark card you always deserved. And if it's not, that's okay too. Marriage has bumps just like the covers on your bedspread. It takes time and effort to smooth those out, but if you do, you'll sleep much better at night. If you're struggling as you read this, that's okay. If you're worried, that's still okay. Read that again. If your marriage isn't perfect, then figure out what's wrong and make a plan, just like you would with any problem or threat to your business. Attack it with the ferocity you use at taking out your competition. But never attack her. You're on the same side. And that's a strange feeling since you've always been out there alone. But now it's not you against the world, it's the two of you against the world. Isn't that a blessing? I'm sure you're wondering what your task is this year. Don't worry, I didn't forget. This year I'm going to ask you to do something very, very hard. This year, I'm going to ask you to clean up my mess. I know that's not fair, but life is the furthest thing from fair. You have always been my greatest blessing. You have always been my delight. You listened to me, took care of me, and loved me, always. But I failed in something, failed badly. Your grandfather and I, we lost someone. We lost a little girl who we should have shared. It broke me in ways I can't even articulate, and I didn't take care of your father like I should have. And then, when my only son asked to leave me, when he told me he wanted to live with his father, I thought it meant I was a bad mother. I thought it meant he needed someone better, someone with more means, someone more successful at conquering the world around him. I felt like he was saying the same thing I felt your grandfather said, that I wasn't enough. So I did what someone who was lacking would do, and I let him go. I am so sorry I agreed. I am sorry I didn't fight for your father. I never should have sent him to live with your grandfather when he was only 12. I lost my son, and you lost the father you should have had. He never learned what he should have learned about caring for people in his life. You can't fix him, but I'm going to ask you to do something hard. I know you'll feel like I'm asking you to help your father, but I'm not. I'm asking you to do this for your own good. You've learned to love again, and you'll learn this year that there is freedom in forgiveness. That doesn't make sense, perhaps, but it will. I know your dad has hurt you. I know he has let you down over and over. I know that your mother doesn't know how to care for herself, much less you. I know they were the worst kind of parents. But in spite of all of that, I'm still going to ask you to forgive them. Let go of your anger. Let go of your hate if it's that bad, and your frustration and your disappointment. I don't know whether they've grown up. I hope they have. I hope they want to be part of your life, and they can do it in a constructive, supportive way. If they can't, protect yourself and your new bride, but forgive them anyway. Let go of those feelings because they are a cancer that will eat away at your heart. Be free of it all. That's my request for you this year. All my love, Gigi. Well, that was useless, because there's no way I'm about to forgive my dad or my mom. Not after what they've done and what they haven't done. I'd like to think I'm just not ready, but I don't see it happening anytime soon. Oh, Gigi, I wish you were here. I haven't missed you this badly since you died. I messed things up, I say. I wish we were eating birthday cake right now, because then, instead of a bunch of letters you wrote with no way of knowing how my life would go, you'd be here, in person, to tell me how to fix this. But you're not here. I shake my head. I'm alone, freezing in the snow, and I have no idea what to do. I would do anything to fix this. In fact, when Grandfather told me that he wasn't going to give me his estate in spite of the fact that I did what he asked, I didn't even care. Actually, that's not true. I was relieved. Because if Paisley stayed with me, I would know it wasn't because of some stupid game. It wouldn't be affiliated with my misguided revenge. If she and I stayed together, it would have been because she wanted me. I kneel down in the snow. Paisley is so good. She's a princess, a real, honest-to-goodness princess, and she doesn't even care. She left it behind. She values work. She values friends. She loves her family, and she is the most caring person I know. I choke. She reminds me of you, which is exactly why she should never have married me. Someone clears his throat behind me. I jump to my feet and spin around, snow spraying behind me. My dad has never looked less comfortable in his life. I'm sorry I didn't tell you I was here earlier. I didn't realize you were going to start talking, and then I wasn't quite sure how to interrupt you. I think the snow dampened my footfalls so that you didn't hear me.
Why are you here? I glare.
It's my mother's birthday, he says. I always come on this day.
He's holding a bouquet of flowers bigger than my head. Roses, lilies, even orchids, but not a single carnation. My dad didn't know his mother at all. But he's here. He loved her. I close my eyes. I should have realized.
You usually come on the anniversary of her death, he says. I didn't know you'd be here today.
The only way he can know I come on that day is if he has come too and seen me, or noticed the flowers. Something about that warms my heart. I'm not the only one who misses her. I'm sorry I came. I stick my hands in my pockets and walk away, brushing past them.
Look, son.
I stop, but I don't turn around.
I hate to run you off, and I know it's none of my business.
It is none of your business. My words are clipped, brusque even.
Nevertheless, I heard that you're having some trouble, and you came to, I don't know, try and get some inspiration, I suppose.
I ball my hands into fists.
I am probably the last person you want advice from, and I recognize that.
He's not stupid, at least.
But
he steps toward me, and his hand touches my arm. I take a step away, and then I turn to face him. What? I can't help my scowl. What would your earth-shattering advice to me be? My wife left me 2 days after our wedding. She wants an annulment.
I take it that you don't want an annulment?
Dad raises his eyebrows. Ding ding, I don't.
Then fight for it, Dad says. You've always been so good at attacking, but you can't attack that problem away. You have to dig down and do the work.
That's rich coming from him, the king of never connecting with any member of his family.
I haven't found much in my life that I thought was worth fighting for. But my dad...
He shakes his head.
He loved your grandmother, and he should have fought for her. He regrets not doing that.
So he told me, I say. Minutes after his wife told me she was expecting. Clearly he's broken up about it.
You're a better man than he is, Dad says. You're a better man than me.
His nostrils flare and his eyes flash.
You're more like your grandmother than anyone else in this family. I'm sure if she were here, she'd agree with me. I hated watching the two of you together. I was jealous of my own son, so I stayed away.
You stayed away? I can't keep from being sarcastic even when I know it's not helping.
Look, I'm not qualified, he says. I'm not the person to advise you, but I am here. And I was at your wedding, welcome or not. And that princess you married, she loves you. I think if you go back there and you tell her what you want and you tell her what you're willing to do to keep it, you can win this one.
My dad is the most emotionally constipated person I've ever met. But he might actually be right. I may not be able to forgive him yet, but maybe Gigi's advice wasn't as off as I thought. Maybe Dad serves a purpose, if only to help point me in the right direction at this pivotal moment. Dad, I say, I think I have an idea, and I happen to know that you just came into quite a lot of money. I want to do this right, and I can do a nicer job with a little help from you. Plus, you could really use some substantial tax write-offs, I imagine.
What did you have in mind?
He asks. It takes me a few moments to explain, but he agrees to look into it. It's more than I expected. I call Luke on the way home. After I explain what's going on and what I want to do, Luke laughs. You've called the right man, he says, because I'm an expert at convincing a woman to marry way, way down. I think we can fix this. But the key isn't some grand gesture. Those are easy. Now, the key to marriage, it's in the small things, done right. That's how you build trust, and that's how you nourish love. I learned that from Gigi. One kindness at a time.
21. Paisley. James doesn't call. Same song, new verse. Mary said I should let him fight for me, but I'm flying to Austria tomorrow. And every day that passes and I take no action feels like a year. I've been here before, and I think Mary's wrong. He's not ever going to call because he's not devastated. He's relieved. When my doorbell rings, I almost jump out of my skin. I'm packing for my flight tomorrow and agonizing over every outfit, which is stupid. My family doesn't care what I wear. And Mom has probably ordered 20 new things for me, which she'll say are for Christmas. But really, she'd have bought them for me no matter whether she had a reason or not. Who could be at my front door? My heart soars skyward with stupid, unfounded hope. Could it be James? I mentioned when I was going home weeks ago. Maybe he's here to go with me. Gio's spectacularly beautiful face is beaming when I open the door. My face falls. I can't help it. "That's not quite the welcome I was hoping for," she says. "Should I have called first?" I open the door further and wave her in. I'd hardly turn a pregnant lady away, not at Christmas anyway. She rolls her eyes and ducks past me. She hardly looks pregnant, even though she's already in her second trimester. "You're hard to deal with sometimes," I say. "I should be sorry." She plonks down on my plaid sofa. But I'm not. "You're too pretty and you're too cute, even pregnant, and you're too happy." Mary called me. I plop down next to her. Oh. I think Mary's wrong. About? My heart cracks a little, worried she thinks James doesn't care. Or worse, what if he called Trig? Maybe Gio knows he's happy to be rid of me. Just call him. That boy loves you, but he has no idea what to do about it. Oh? Expecting him to make some grand gesture is setting yourself up for failure. You think? I ask. Mary says since I proposed... Gio shakes her head. I know you did. She filled me in. But here's the thing. Your boy hasn't even had a girlfriend until you. And he doesn't have a sister to grab the ring in his nose and drag him around like Trig had. And Rob. Poor James. First a hawk, and now a bull. So, you think I should... what? Just call him right now? My heart races at the idea. I can't do it. Not right this second. What would I even say? Or maybe send a text? Gio sighs. It's 2 days until Christmas. You can let Mary's plan run, but that means you spend your very first Christmas as a newlywed couple alone. I think that's a mistake. I drop my face into my hands. My flight leaves in less than 12 hours. I know. What do you think I should do? Call him and ask him to meet you there. In Liechtenstein. Right, she says. I mean, it's not like he's going to have holiday plans. You know about his parents, right? She's probably right. My phone lights up. My mom. Hang on, I say. I should answer this. She shrugs. Hey, Mom, I say. Holly! Yes, that's me. I thought maybe you'd have moved your flight up to be here, but I promise I'll take a lot of photos. What is she talking about? I'm leaving tomorrow morning, Mom. I bought the tickets months ago, remember? Of course I remember, but I can't believe you're missing the dedication. Excuse me? The dedication of what? I'm standing in the center of the plot your husband picked, and I can't believe you're not here for the dedication of your brother's new hospital. I must have misunderstood her. For Cole's what? Honestly, what time is it in America? Did I just wake you up? Mom, tell me what you're standing on exactly. Your husband is about to cut the red ribbon, commemorating the dedication of the new site of the Hans Knoll Pediatric Cancer Facility. I can't breathe. I drop my phone, which terminates the call. Whoa! Gio stands up and puts her arm on my shoulder. Are you okay? I nod, and then I collapse onto the couch. I'm fine. Are you? Gio picks up my phone. Because you don't look fine. I gulp in breath after breath for a moment. Mary was right. Oh, really? Gio smiles brightly at me. I mean, I hate being wrong, but it doesn't happen much. And I'm obviously happy this is one of those times. Could you fill me in on what happened, though? Your phone speaker volume is set so low I couldn't even eavesdrop. Which is something you should look into, honestly. You must have the hearing of a dog. I can't help but laugh when Gio's around. But once I start laughing, I can't stop. Before I know it, there are tears running down my cheeks. What's wrong? She sits down next to me. I can't keep up right now. Me either, I say. But I think it's more like, what's right? Mom says that James is there, in Liechtenstein. He's cutting the ribbon on a new site for my brother's cancer institute. Wait, your brother has a cancer institute? My brother Noel died of cancer, but when he was sick, we had to drive into Zurich for his treatments. When I proposed to James so he could get his grandfather's money, he offered to give me half the money. I told him I'd spend a lot of it on a cancer hospital in Noel's name. Oh, Gio says. So Mary was right. He's there. This must be his grand gesture. I sure hope so. I toss the rest of my stuff into my bag without much thought at all. Do you maybe need more underwear and less shoes? Gio asks. Huh? I glance at my suitcase and realize I've packed 5 pairs of boots, 3 pairs of heels, and not a single pair of underwear. I run my hand through my hair. You have until tomorrow morning, Gio says. So let's take a deep breath, maybe go get some pie, and come back to this refreshed and less stressed. I can't. I need to be doing something. I need to get there sooner, I say. Sooner than tomorrow? Gio asks. Right! I have an idea. What about Trig's jet? Gio blinks. He's on it. My heart sinks. What's the point of having hugely wealthy friends if I can't even use their private jets to fly to Europe on a whim? Gio laughs. Well, maybe your next whim can be indulged. Sorry to have to let you down. Or I can call Brecca. No, I say. It's fine. I'm sure I can get there sooner, commercial. What about James? She asks. His jet will be there already, I say. By the time it flies here and back, I may as well just take my flight. Does he know your mother called you? She asks. I shrug. I don't know. I should have asked her more questions. I think about calling Cole, but I don't. I have no idea what they think, or what James has told them. I pick up my phone and dial Delta. 40 minutes later, 2 different representatives have assured me there's no way to reach Vaduz any quicker than I'm already slated to arrive. I flop back on my bed, knocking 2 pairs of boots to the floor. Well, at least you'll be there tomorrow, Gio says. And you can get a few hours of beauty sleep before then. I toss and turn, all night. So she's not quite right. But when my Uber comes, I'm ready to go, and I have underwear packed in my suitcase. I tap out a text to James. I can't wait to see you. The thought of hitting send nearly gives me a heart attack. So I delete it. I miss you. I take a deep breath and delete that one too. I can't believe you're in Vaduz. My finger hovers over the send button. I'm about to delete it when we go over a pothole, and I accidentally send it. My heart lurches into my throat. I haven't spoken to him since I climbed into a cab in New York City, headed for the airport.
What makes you think I am?
I stare at my phone stupidly. Was Mom confused? Did I misunderstand? Or did he go and then leave before I could get there? And if so, why? I don't know how to respond, so I don't. I bury myself in a new book series on the 3 flights it takes me to get home. And by the time the last flight finally lands, I'm a complete basket case. I walk off the plane, my eyes scanning the holiday crowds for someone I know. But there's no one.
Princess Holly?
A man says behind me. I spin around, hope rising in my chest. When it's a reporter, I can't quite keep from groaning in a very unprincess-like way. I'm sorry, I say, but
She hasn't seen her husband in a really long time.
A deep voice behind me says. This time, my heart flies into my throat, and I freeze like a rabbit when a hawk flies overhead.
If you could give us a moment, I'd appreciate it.
James says. I will not cry. I will not freak out. I will not race over and leap into his arms. I have no idea why he's here, after all. Maybe he has the papers all drawn up for the annulment. Maybe he's in a hurry to get me to sign. The thought cleaves my heart in two. Boot steps approach me from behind. Heavy steps. I close my eyes. A strong hand clasps my shoulder and my resolve crumbles. When I turn, James' impossibly handsome face is frowning.
Are you all right?
I nod, unable to talk.
I have your bag,
He says. You're here, I finally say. He smiles. I open my mouth to tell him I'm so glad he's here. And Cole walks up behind him.
You guys ready?
The words die on my tongue. I can't hash anything out, not now, not with my brother standing 2 feet away. Right, I say. Sure, we're ready.
Mom and Dad are kind of freaking out right now,
Cole says. What's wrong? I ask.
There has been a minor issue with the distribution,
James says.
Let's talk in the car,
Cole says. Right. James insists on carrying my bag, but with it between us, I can't even try to hold his hand. And once we reach the car, he takes the back, leaving me to take the passenger seat up front. Okay, I ask, what exactly is up, other than my stress level?
The ELF team. Oh, and can I just say,
James says,
that I think it's so funny that your acronym for your workers became the term for elves.
James is smiling bigger than I think I've ever seen. Engel des Lichts und der Freude, I say. In German, angels of light and joy. Of course, when your American friend visited, he simply noticed the signage. ELF. James' eyes sparkle.
I still can't believe your family created the entire Santa legend. It's wild.
I shrug. But what has gone wrong?
The adhesive on the labels we bought this year was not rated for the cold. All the tags fell off.
I groan. What have we done about it?
Your boy here is a whiz with lists,
Cole says.
I mean, I'm useless, but he's even better than you, which is especially impressive since he doesn't know German well, and I'm sure our names look odd to him.
Those are fighting words, I say.
My eyes are crossing,
James says.
so I'm glad you're here. We've been down at the workshop reorganizing every single spare second. We're almost done.
I twist around in the seat and meet his eye, my voice low. Mom says you broke ground on a new hospital? James shrugs it off as though I said he bought Mom a new pair of shoes.
Dad told me he needed to find a charity to offset some of the taxes from his transfer. I remembered you mentioned how your brother had to travel to Zurich.
He glances at Cole. A frog crawls its way up my throat. So much for a grand gesture. He was curious about the Santa thing, needed a tax deduction, and probably has papers for me to sign in his bag. Plus, he knew I'd be here. I can't burst into tears, though. Not right now. So I remind myself that it could be worse. He may only have started the process for the hospital to ease his conscience for my hassle in marrying him. He may be here to bring the annulment paperwork. But no matter his reasons, he is here. And he's helping. Which means I have a chance to change his mind. If I can think of a way to do that. I curl inward, my shoulders slumping. I don't say much the rest of the way home, but Cole and James have a lot to share about the steps they've taken to rewrap the gifts and prepare for tonight's distribution. I yawn.
It has been a little boring,
Cole jokes. I shake my head. I couldn't sleep last night for some reason, and then it's a lot of long flights to get here.
You should have let me send my jet for you,
James says. I'm not too good to fly commercial. I toss my head.
You're dumb for flying commercial,
Cole says.
We could have sent the family jet.
I'd probably look a lot better, I say. But after a power nap, I'll be back to normal.
You look amazing,
James says.
But we have things under control. You can sleep as long as you want. Mom and Dad don't like when you leave,
Cole says as he pulls into the garage.
But they're going to cry when James leaves. I think they like him more than they like me. Oh, please,
James says. But he looks pleased. I stumble when I climb out of the car. I don't think I realized quite how exhausted I would be. And now that I'm here, I thought I'd know exactly what James thought and why he was here. But I'm just as befuddled. Maybe more.
Here,
Cole says.
Let me take her luggage. I don't mind,
James says.
Lars will take it once I'm through that door.
Cole points, and James relinquishes my bag. I don't think I've had this many men trying to help me since I was first presented as a 15-year-old. James frowns.
I wish I'd seen that. Oh, you can,
Cole says.
Mom has it on video.
I shake my head. We will not be watching that. Not now, not ever.
Mom's already gearing up for our traditional Christmas Eve movie,
Cole says.
It wouldn't be too hard to throw in a little classic Holly beforehand.
I stop on the top step and stomp my foot. No! Do you hear me? Holly has been embarrassed enough lately.
How?
Cole asks.
You've got to be kidding me, right? It's been one long reel of Holly's life is perfect for months on end. I think James would enjoy seeing the whole thing up to and including the close-ups of that zit on your chin.
Sometimes I hate you, I say to Cole.
And sometimes you can barely breathe, you love me so much.
Brothers. It's times like this I miss Noel the most. I greet Mom and Dad, who really are delighted to see me. I tried to come earlier, I admit. Why didn't you? Mom asks. I couldn't find an earlier flight.
You should have texted me,
James says.
My jet's in New York right now. I could have sent it over for you.
I tilt my head. Why isn't it here?
Cooper had a last-minute meeting, and I won't need it for a few days.
James says. A few days? I want to drag him back to my room and interrogate him. It won't take a few days to snip a red ribbon and collect my signature.
But right now you're exhausted,
James says.
You should take a nap.
At least we have you to help with the last check-through at the workshop, Mom says. James grins.
True. Cole and I were just headed that way.
Be back by 5, Mom says. Carp, potatoes, cucumber salad, and nice fluffy rolls will be ready, and no one wants cold carp. Fluffy rolls? I rub my bleary eyes. Since when?
We asked James what his favorite Christmas food is,
Dad says.
He told us he loves bread, all kinds of bread. Apparently, he doesn't eat much bread in favor of loads of meat,
Cole says.
Which explains his disgustingly large muscles. But he indulges at Christmas.
James shrugs.
It's the one day I don't keep track.
He glances up the stairs.
But go get a nap. Dinner will be here before you know it.
So I walk up to my room in the middle of some kind of Twilight Zone scene. My parents walk back toward the garage, chatting with my husband in English. I don't think I'll be able to nap, trying to puzzle out exactly what's going on. But I do. The second my head hits the pillow, I fall asleep. I dream I'm Cinderella, and James is the prince. When I wake up, I smell the carp and the rolls. I change into my nicest black pants, a red silk top, and my favorite tall black boots. Then I grab my long emerald green coat with fur trim around the hood, and I jog downstairs. Mom, that smells great. Hilga and Franz outdid themselves, she says. And she made cinnamon rolls for us to bake tomorrow, too.
She won't be here?
James asks.
We always give the staff 2 full days off at the holidays,
Dad says.
But don't worry. They make sure we can survive on our own.
James meets my eyes and lifts one eyebrow. It's ridiculous, I know. Adults who are so dependent on servants that they need someone to prepare everything for the next 2 days so they can survive it alone. But somehow, it doesn't feel like he's making fun of them. It's like he's in on the joke with me. And, unlike America, nothing here will be open for the next 2 days. Without some kind of food prepared and on hand, we really might starve. Dinner passes quickly, with my parents trying to keep the conversation in English. Mostly. Even in German, James keeps up fairly well. Your German is decent, I say. He blushes.
I've been studying a little.
That gives me hope, too. Oh.
That's good to hear, Cole says. Because Drei Haselnüsse für Aschenbrödel has subtitles, but they're annoying. Don't turn them on for me,
James says.
I could use the practice.
We don't need to watch that, I say. I haven't seen it in years.
I've been looking forward to it.
James is clearly suppressing a smile.
Cole told me you were obsessed with it as a kid.
How humiliating. 3 Hazelnuts for Cinderella is a classic movie around Christmas in Germany, and obviously in Liechtenstein too. But I doubt James will be too impressed. Have you seen Cinderella? I ask. He bobs his head.
Gigi, remember?
Right. Well, it's basically a lousy version of that with a Christmas twist. Which immediately sparks a flood of argument from my parents. Fine, I finally say. We can watch it. Sheesh. James only laughs a handful of times, which is charitable. It's even worse than I remembered. But thankfully, Mom doesn't bust out any old home videos. We need to get over to the workshop, I say.
Yes, we do, Dad says. We should all get our coats.
I already have mine. So when everyone else disappears, I stand alone for a moment. I close my eyes and screw up my courage. I need to just ask him whether he's here to bring me papers or whether he came for any other reason. I square my shoulders and straighten my spine and march toward the entryway. He's already waiting there, and I'm struck anew with his square jaw, his hawkish nose, the intelligence of his eyes, and the confidence in every line of his body. He effortlessly manages his life, and it hits me like a 2x4 to the nose. I'm not good enough for him. I'm a secretary, a runaway, a coward. But I need to know why he's here all the same. James, I say.
Paisley,
He says, his voice low, urgent.
we need to talk. I know that. But I don't want to cause any problems. Not tonight. Your family is so delighted that you're here. You have no idea how much they've missed you. Can you trust me enough to stick a pin in this conversation for one night? We will talk the second we get back, I promise.
I gulp. I'm not sure whether I just got a reprieve or not. Okay. James puts an arm around me, and I lean my head against his shoulder. Calling all lovebirds, Mom says. I really hope that's us.
22. James. In 35 years, it never occurred to me that I might be sitting next to Santa's daughter in a delivery truck on Christmas Eve. Although technically, I think it's now the early morning hours of Christmas Day. And yet, here I am. This is a little surreal, I say. Paisley hands me a box full of gifts.
My back hurts. Maybe a little less wonder and a little more hustle.
The elf behind me laughs.
Is süß.
I thought Ben spoke English. I glance over my shoulder at Ben, who's grinning a little too wide.
He does,
Paisley says. What does that mean, what he said? I ask. I couldn't quite catch it. She hops out of the truck and I'm stuck chasing after her. I have no idea how she can always spot the woodpile so easily while I'm scrambling around in the dark like an ox. Every time I trip over a shovel or a stick, she shoots me a half smile, which is nice, but I'm always nervous I'll make too much noise and wake someone up. Hey, I say, wait up and tell me what that means. She turns around slowly and pokes my arm.
Ben thinks you're sweet.
I splutter. I'm not sweet. She shrugs.
Maybe a little bit, for helping us and for being so excited.
What I want to know is what I have to do to get one of those coats he has. Paisley giggles.
The elf coat?
Ben and most of the other elves have dark green coats with gold trim that are both nicely made and look warm. Plus, they're downright festive. Right.
You get that once you've been employed at the workshop for 10 years.
Oh man, I won't get one for 9 more years? Paisley freezes, her face wary. Then she turns and leaps forward, like a startled deer. Perfect. Is there a light in that window? I peer nervously.
Probably.
Does that mean they're awake? I try to hunch down behind the icy hedge. She laughs.
It's almost 4 a.m. There's no way they're still awake. I was much more nervous at 11:30.
Whew. Paisley helps me arrange the presents artfully, and then she scampers back to the truck before I have time to even touch her face or snap a single photo. I've been taking too many photos, probably, but it's my first time doing this and I want to remember it, especially if I'm wrong about this and it goes badly. I really hope that doesn't happen, but I'll want pictures to scroll through while I binge Netflix and gorge on ice cream and try to forget I'm dead inside. We make a few dozen more deliveries before the first rays of the sun appear on the horizon. Paisley yawns for the 50th time.
Okay, last one,
Ben says. Good thing, I say, or they'll catch us while they're eating breakfast. He laughs.
Yes, once the sun comes up, the children will begin to scamper outside, but this last delivery is an older woman. Maybe we deliver to her front porch.
Paisley hands me a small box and we trudge through the deep snow to her front porch. She left a tin of cookies on the porch, like many of the other homes. I can't eat another bite or I'll pop. Shortbread? Paige shakes her head.
I can't, not another crumb.
While Paisley begins arranging the gifts, I grab the shovel on her porch and begin to shovel the front walk.
We don't have time for that,
she says. I meet her gaze. She won't be up too early, and we can't leave her porch like this. No respectable elf would. I have no idea what Irma looks like, but I imagine her looking like my Gigi, and I'm not leaving until she can walk to the road without falling. Paisley snags a cookie and crumbles it up, scattering crumbs into the snow pile so it looks like we ate one. Then we finally walk to the truck.
I'm a little sad when it's over,
she says softly.
Every year.
Did you miss this while you were in Atlanta?
I missed it so badly the first year that I almost went home, she says. But that's the year I heard of Sub for Santa.
That's the charity Mary runs, I ask. Paisley grunts.
It's an awesome program geared toward providing Christmas for kids whose parents can't or won't. But there's something neat about giving something to every single person.
She climbs into the truck.
The money goes further when you're selective, and helping with that filled the hole, you know?
She grabs the list off the truck and checks off the last name.
Back to the workshop?
Ben asks.
Or should I drop you at Vedut's castle?
Paisley yawns again, and I can't help following suit.
Do you mind?
Paisley asks. He shakes his head.
Not at all, Princess Holly. I'd be honored to take you home. Thanks, I appreciate it. I'm impressed that you came tonight after flying so far to reach us.
When he drops us off, Ben hugs Paisley.
It makes me happy to see you here.
She smiles back.
Me too. I hope you will come back soon.
She bobs her head.
I'll try.
She'll be here more often, I say. She can use my jet whenever she wants it. Ben beams at me.
It was a pleasure to meet you, Mr. James.
I wave by as he drives off into the rising sunlight. Paisley bumps into me and I drape my arm around her comfortably. Are you so tired you need to drop right into bed? Her eyes drift closed and she leans against my shoulder. Because I have something to show you, I say. But it can totally wait. She turns drowsy eyes in my direction.
I can make it a few more minutes, but I really hope it's nothing big. I didn't realize you'd be here, so I didn't bring anything for you at all.
It's not a big thing, I say. But I thought it would be nice, after all those woodpile drop-offs, for me to give it to you in front of a big fire.
The servants are all gone by now, she says. But we can bring in some logs.
I don't mind. Do you? I ask. She shrugs.
No, but our woodpile is kind of a hike.
That's okay, I say. If you know how to get there, I mean. I haven't spent enough time here to even keep straight which door opens into my room yet.
Where did they put you?
She asks. I clear my throat. So your mom kind of just assumed.
Assumed what?
She asks. We're married, I say. So...
You're in my room?
Her eyebrows rise.
Of course you are. Duh. I was so tired I didn't even notice your suitcase.
About all of that, I say. I know you're tired, but I had something to tell you. She stumbles a bit on the path we're taking around the corner of the castle to the woodpile.
Right now?
Huh? She stops and looks up at me, her eyes like the startled deer again.
Here? Outside? You want to talk about this now?
I guess I do, I say. She looks at her feet.
You brought the papers?
Huh? When she looks up at me, her eyes are brimming with tears.
Did you come out here so I would sign the annulment papers? Because you could have emailed them. I wouldn't have been a pain about it.
I might have dramatically miscalculated this whole thing. I really hope I didn't. No, I didn't bring papers of any kind.
Okay, she says. Then what did you want to say?
She shivers and rubs her hands up and down her arms. I know it's cold and it's late and you're tired, so I'll be quick. But I need to tell you something huge. Now it comes to it, I'm terrified. My brain blanks and my mouth stops working. Normally I'd be making a joke right now, maybe I should just confess that. I'm not the kind of guy who marries the princess.
I get it, she says. And that's okay, right? I mean, this was an arrangement, and you more than upheld your bargain with the hospital for Noel. I didn't expect anything like that, but I totally get you're ready for this to be over and you—
No, I say. You don't get it. Not at all. What I want to say is that my tongue sticks to the top of my mouth. My hands start to sweat inside my gloves. I'm shaking and I'm sweaty, and that means I will just have to spit it out. She could completely shut me down, but at least I'll know. Paisley, I know we had a few false starts, but I love you.
You—
She swallows. I love your hair, and your eyes, and your face, and the way you look down when you're nervous or you don't know what to say. I love how you wear bright colors. I love that you love your job. I love that instead of curling up and dying right alongside your brother, you moved and survived in a totally different world. You learned to do your own laundry, and you learned useful skills, and you made the life of every single person around you better while you learned to live in a world without him. I love that you always have something to say, I interrupt. But I'm not quite done yet. And this is hard for me. So if you'll bear with me for a second, I'm nearly there.
Okay?
Her eyes are round and shining, and I wonder if they're full of frustration or welling with tears. The thing is, growing up, my family was big on grand gestures. My dad proposed to my mom by paying the Boston Symphony Orchestra to do a private performance, and then renting the Hope Diamond for the night from the Smithsonian to tell her she was precious to him. Of course, he never paid attention to a word she said on an average day, and she didn't really mind. They were both rubbish at the business of loving someone in real life.
That's crazy,
she says. Tell me about it, I say. But the one person in my life who never made any grand gestures at all was my grandmother, Gigi. She didn't have the means or the temperament for grand anything, but she was there. Always. She showed me with her time, her consistency, that I mattered to her, that she would do anything for me, because she did everything for me.
But the hospital,
she says. I think there's value to showing someone in a large way that you care about them. That hospital I've begun here was to show you how I feel, and I had the means to do it. In fact, I meant to finance it all myself, but I managed to convince my dad to pay for it instead. Which means, just like we agreed, you married me, and you got the money for that hospital from grandfather's trust.
I'm not sure I understand.
Paisley wrings her hands, and my heart twists right along with them. She wipes away a tear, and I hope she's happy crying, not upset. I am terrible at this, I say. But what I'm trying to say is that there's value to grand gestures, but there's more value in the consistency of the day-to-day. That's why I flew out here, and that's why I'll move to Atlanta, or Vaduz, or Spain, or Japan. Wherever you want to live, I'll live there too. If you want to split time, I'll split time. My people will come to me, but I will be there for the things that matter to you always. Because I love all of you, Holly Paisley von Unzu-Liechtenstein, hereditary princess of Liechtenstein. And I've known that I've loved you ever since you showed up at my apartment in New York and proposed. That was the single happiest moment of my life. But I've never known a lot of joy, and it took me a while to recognize it, much less express that to you.
Well, you're slow then, she says. Because I've loved you ever since you said I could buy out all of Nordstrom's shoe department and you wouldn't care.
Oh no, I say. I think I went the wrong direction on your Christmas gift then. But for the record, there are no takebacks. She looks up at me with sparkly eyes.
I don't want to take anything back, but the woodpile is right there.
I already know where it is, of course, but when she turns and trots toward it, I follow her.
What?
She turns wide eyes toward me.
What is this?
She points at the boxes on the woodpile.
Did you put these here?
What would make you think that? I ask. I'm a visitor here. How would I even know where your woodpile was located? She smirks.
No fair. I didn't know you'd even be here.
Don't worry, I say. I think you got me something.
What?
She rummages around and pulls out a long, flat box. She squints at the tag.
This is addressed to James from Paisley.
I hold out my hand, and she puts it into my hand with bafflement. I knew you'd worry that you hadn't gotten me anything.
Well, then open it.
She puts one hand on her hip. I don't need to, I say. I know what it is.
I don't know,
she objects. I pull off the wrapper. Chocolate truffles from my favorite place in Switzerland, and I don't even have to share them because you don't like chocolate.
Which makes me the perfect woman, she says. I see you're finally coming around.
Huh.
So should I open these other boxes now?
She asks.
Because it's cold out here.
Or I can carry the firewood and we can open them inside.
My family will be there,
she says softly.
And I kind of like it being just us.
Okay, I say. That's fine. She grabs the largest package first, which I expected.
It's big.
She bounces the small luggage-sized package up and down.
It's square, clearly in a box, but it's not heavy.
She compresses her lips and looks down at the woodpile.
I think it's a new coat.
She looks up at me. Open it. I suppress my smile. She rips it open and lifts the quilt from the box. She looks from block to block slowly, her eyes filling with tears. An image of Noel holding her as a newborn. Another of them sitting on a tree branch. One of them both covered in paint. Another of Noel giving her a piggyback ride. And another of them both on horses.
It's all my favorite photos of Noel.
Your mom helped me pick the images, I confess. But my grandmother's friend made it. She makes these a lot.
It's perfect,
she whispers. I thought that you had gone long enough without thinking about him every day, and you might want to have him close. She clears the space between us in a few quick steps and wraps her arms around me, her head flattening against my chest.
I love it.
I'm glad.
You're perfect, she whispers. I'm so glad you came out here. I'm so glad you love me too.
I can't suppress my smile this time, and I don't want to. Too? She looks up at me then.
I love you, James, so much. Honestly, I think I realized it as I looked at you in Vienna while we were getting married. I almost couldn't say I do, not knowing it wasn't real to you because it felt so real to me.
I kiss her then, my lips finding hers naturally, as if we've been kissing one another for decades, not weeks. Kissing her is like finally coming home, finally finding a peace I've never felt. But it's also closing a deal and benching more than I've ever benched. It's every good thing and everything I've ever yearned for, all rolled together into one feeling. I want to pull her close and never let her go. And I want to throw her over my shoulder and carry her up to the ridiculously frilly room I've been sleeping in. I want to drag her home to New York and follow her to Atlanta. I want to spend every Christmas here and wake up every morning in Hawaii by her side. Basically, I have no idea what I want, except I want Paisley at the center of it. Always. She finally draws back.
Okay, one more gift. And then I'll give you my gift.
I wave my box at her. I already have it.
I have a better idea,
she says.
Something I'll show you upstairs in my room.
She lifts her eyebrows. I can't breathe. Okay, well, then open that last thing and let's head upstairs.
What about that fire?
She asks. I don't really care about that, as it turns out. That was just a little white lie to get you out here. She laughs then.
I thought you didn't lie.
I shrug. Turns out the two things I never did, lie or have a girlfriend, were the two things I needed more than anything else. Her smile's smug, and I don't mind at all. She releases me to walk over for her second gift, and I step a little closer, already feeling bereft. She tears the paper off quickly to display the large blue box underneath.
Tiffany's?
She asks.
I already have a ring.
I shrug. I like the idea of, well, you'll see. She opens the felt-lined box and her mouth falls open. When you're looking for a gift for a literal princess, where else can you go but Tiffany's? I clear my throat. You said you lost yours. I figured my princess needs a crown. She swallows hard and lifts it from the box. It's simple, as far as crowns go, with 8 relatively thin sections that rise to identical points all the way around. She gasps and turns bright eyes my direction. With the sun rising behind her, I can't imagine my life ever containing more joy than it does right now.
It's so colorful,
she says. I told the jeweler it needed to be mainly diamonds, but I wanted the highest quality rubies, emeralds, sapphires, and champagne diamonds to provide pops of color. 2 of each adorn the top of the various sections in alternating fashion. The largest is an 11-carat flawless sapphire at the front.
She gulps. It's breathtaking.
So are you. I step closer and take it from her so I can place it on her head. You have to wear it inside. Your family hasn't seen it, and they made me promise to show them first. She kisses me again, and I lose track of time and place and my entire purpose.
I love it,
her mother says behind me. We break apart and turn. Her parents and brother are all a few feet down the path toward the house.
What do you think?
Dad asks.
Do you like it?
Paisley trills.
I love it. It's nice that we'll have a crown again,
her mother says.
I mean, really, it's about time.
I think it's great, Cole says. But it will look even better inside where it's warm.
Agreed,
Paisley says. Her brother carries the knoll quilt, and her mom helps her dad up the path. This time, when she takes my hand to walk back to her home, I interlace our fingers. I don't mean to let go, not anytime soon. And after a celebratory round of hot chocolate with her family, we walk up to her room. Late on Christmas Day, when we finally wake up, I sit up and look over at the crown resting on her nightstand. I did all right with my presents, I say.
You did more than okay,
she says. But I think I liked your present best of all. She grins at me.
That's good news, Mr. Fulton.
I think so too, Mrs. Fulton. When March rolls around again, I should be reading the letter for my 4th year from Gigi. I already opened it, I tell my wife. But it's strange not opening something today.
You can open the next one, she says. I mean, you've done what the 4th one said, right?
I shrug. I'm not angry at my dad anymore. Does that count? She slaps my shoulder.
You forgave him.
I roll my eyes. Fine, mostly.
I think you should open the last letter, she says. It's my first March as part of your family, and I've been dying to see what one of them says.
She had me at family. She's part of my family. Oh, fine. I reach into the box on my dresser and pull out Gigi's final guidance, her last task.
She won't be gone,
she says softly.
Even without a new letter to look forward to, she'll still be here.
She places her hand over my heart. I know. But it's my last message from her. Ever. I slide my finger under the seal and pull out the yellow paper.
Dearest James, if you've done it, if you've gotten married and you've forgiven your father, then you're ready. You were the sweetest grandson anyone could ever hope for. You took care of me all the time without being annoyed. You made sure I had what I wanted, and I never felt alone. You have a lot of love to give, more than you know, and whatever reservations you may still harbor. It's time. You're ready. So my task for you this year is have a baby. I believe in you, and I know you will create the beautiful family I always longed for, the whole, happy, healthy family I always hoped you'd find. Shower that wife with love, and the two of you together will make a safe place for a child. Know that I'll be holding him or her until he or she flies down to earth from up here in heaven. All my love and best wishes. Gigi.
Paisley reads the entire thing over my shoulder and goes totally still next to me. It's not like we have to actually have the baby this year, I say. Her face whitens. Or at all, I say. I mean, we haven't talked about it. If you don't want kids, I would never make you have them. She blinks. Do you want kids? I ask. I guess we should have talked about this before.
We didn't consider much of anything before tying the knot,
She says. We really didn't, I say. But it worked out all right.
I'm glad to hear you say that,
She says.
because I took a test a few days ago and I've been trying to think of a clever way to tell you.
My jaw drops this time. You don't mean... Her mouth curves into a half smile I love so dearly.
I wasn't sure whether you'd be excited.
I pick her up and swing her around and around. Then I put her down. Oh no, that didn't make you sick, did it? I wasn't thinking. She laughs.
I'm like 5 or 6 weeks pregnant. I feel totally fine so far.
Oh, good.
But I take that as a gesture of excitement.
Elation might be a better word, I say. And I really mean it. Gigi may not have met Paisley before she died, but I'm 100% positive she's beaming at us from up in heaven. I may not have had the best role models besides her, but I think Paisley and I will do just as my grandmother wanted. This newest prince or princess will be ridiculously loved.
Thank you for listening. This has been Finding Holly, the Finding Home series, Book 5, written by Bridget E. Baker, narrated by Jennifer Jill Araya and Connor Crace. Copyright 2019 by Bridget E. Baker. Production copyright 2020 by Bridget E. Baker.